So, holy shit. Welcome to 2025. What? Also, welcome to the new Carnival 2024 events recap video. Oh my god. You will notice this turtle is looking a little bit different. I have done this thing where you can, I used a software that like PNG tubers use to like make him move around a little bit, and he blinks now and he does the whole open his mouth when I talk thing, which I'm hoping is going to save me about 10 years of time, because previously when I was making the fucking other videos, I would just record with a black screen, just audio like this, and then I had to manually put the turtle, like I was manually adding the images of the turtle, and I was switching it like by adding a different image manually every time I switched expressions. It was terrible. But now I have these hotkeys so I can just do it. Watch this. Exactly. Turtle information out of the way. I'm excited for this. I'm finally caught up. Like, it's kind of crazy. I'm gonna be caught up after this. Look at Eden's PC. Sorry. Whoa. I just noticed Eden has a whole gamer PC. Look at that huge fucking computer. Sorry. This background is for the new event that literally started this morning, or like in the middle of last night. So I'm looking at Eden's room. Look at, there's a little there's a little leopard on the thing, and he's like, it's like when he becomes a yokai from Kuya's spell, but it's like that guy. Okay, sorry. Cut. So before I get into recapping all the 2024 events for real, I have a couple other exciting announcements to make. One is that there's I think I mentioned this in my 14 and 15 video maybe, but I got enough subs in between my last big video and now to get monetized partially, which means I can now do channel memberships. So I have that set up. However, YouTube seems to take a huge portion of that. So I also set up a Ko-Fi /coffee/ however you pronounce it, which, if I remember to, it will be linked in the description of this video as well. Anyways, let's actually get into this fucking recap. Oh my god. The first event of 2024 was Journey to a New World. Journey to a New World went from January 4th until January 25th, 2024, and it had one SSR, Salacious King Eden. I think that's how you pronounce that word. But yeah, this was the typical January Eden event. So let's get into it. The first chapter, called Running About All Day, starts with Eden having a nightmare that he's about to be attacked by all of his clan members, and they're calling him the Demon King, and he wakes up and he's like, oh my god, like what the fuck just happened? And then he starts thinking about how almost all of the clan members are actually going to be in the mansion today, maybe even all of them if Dante happens to show up. So he thinks about asking Yakumo to make some warming winter soup and invite everyone to do hot pot again, which is a Silver Miracle reference, the previous Eden event. Hell yeah. Then he ends up going to the market in the Light Territory to do some shopping, and he sees Olivine, Yakumo, and Edmund eating breakfast together in the garden. And then he runs into Blade, Dante, and Ray shopping together. What? I didn't know they hung out. That's craziness. Dante is looking for like accessories for Sully, and Blade is looking at whatever Dante's holding, and he goes, that doesn't suit little Sully. He should be all spiky and fluffy like Lord Jackass. Hello. So first of all, I didn't know Blade knew Sully. Second of all, that's the cutest thing ever. Like, just bruh. And then Eden runs into Garu and Quincy trying to help Topper get his snack pouch again after dropping it in a fountain in the center of town. So basically, he runs into all the clan members. They're all in the area, besides Kuya, but he's Kuya. Next chapter, Peculiar Notebook. Eden gets back to the mansion and finds a notebook that looks like it's from his world on the floor in the hallway. And he opens it, of course, and he finds something was spilled on it, so part of the text is really hard to read, like coffee or something got spilled on it. But it says like Prologue version 1, unused. And then there's like all these bits and pieces where like he can barely read. But basically this is a draft of the game. I think it's kind of a mixture of like a bunch of early drafts of the prequel of New Carnival. So all the characters are slightly different and the plot is obviously very different. Eden doesn't know that, but we do. And then he goes to sleep and he wakes up in his old office at his old full-time job, which as we recall was at an adult toy store, or like not a store, but the adult toy manufacturer. He was the designer. Next chapter, Horrible Nightmare. He notices that this like dream or whatever that he's having of the office doesn't seem quite right. Like it is the same office, but like the company name is different and like the paint colors are slightly different and like shit like that. In this version of the story, Eden is not only a designer, but also a salesperson, which he is like, oh my god, that's my literal hell. And his outfit is of course very different. So we get the Eden sprite, one of 2 Eden sprites for this event, which by the way, love this outfit, very cute, very yas, I don't know. The little pins are crazy. So he gets like a box of shit that he's supposed to sell, and he starts looking through the box and he finds this like one vibrator that kind of looks like a cat paw and it's like neon pink. That is the item that teleports him into a different world in this version of the story, not the neon gemstone, which is so fucking funny. So he gets sucked through a portal to another dimension once again. And he is met with a familiar scene of Aster and Morvay debating, you know, what should we do with this guy? Who the fuck is this? Whatever. But the person they were trying to summon was this Demon King and not, you know, the Grand Sorcerer of Klein or whatever. He's also not in a bedroom. He's in a summoning room in a castle, which is the room that I'm sitting in, by the way. Hey. And they say that the thing he's holding, which of course is the vibrator, it looks like the legendary magic wand the Demon King left in search of. Huh? Also, guys, look at this. He blinks. Look at him, he blinks. The turtle plushie fucking blinks. Okay, sorry. Anyway, Aster is like, oh my god, like, there's a bunch of warriors coming to kill you because they think you're the Demon King. Or like, whatever. Like, they were trying to summon the Demon King because the warriors are coming to kill the Demon King. I don't know. So, Eden basically is in danger. And Aster and Morvay are in danger. The castle is in danger. We are fucking under attack, basically. So next chapter, Demon King? Question mark, exclamation point. Aster and Morvay explain that these warriors are here to vanquish the Demon King, but the real Demon King, of course, is missing because he's supposed to be like the Huey stand-in. So they are gonna put Eden outside in his place, and Eden's gonna get fucking murdered, basically. And this is the point where Eden realizes that this is an alternate version of the life he has actually lived, and connects it with that notebook that he found. So then Aster and Morvay use magic to give Eden a makeover, and Eden, upon seeing himself, is like, I almost want to ask myself out. Okay, interesting for later, foreshadowing, blah blah blah, etc. But he still can't use magic, so Aster and Morvay are like, I guess we'll have to ask him for help. And they're like, I'd rather not have to go to him, right? Who could this him be? Oh, I wonder who it could be. Oh, who the fuck could him possibly be? It's Kuya. Kuya in this version is the original Demon King's Chancellor, which is interesting because, of course, he's like Huey's right-hand man, theoretically, in the actual version of the story. Next chapter. Oh, I forgot to mention, I literally forgot to mention that Aster and Morvay look slightly different. Like, the sprites look kind of different, so I'll put pictures of all the sprites up, but every character that shows up, they don't look quite the same as they normally do. They made these sprites out of concept art that was in the art book, so you may have seen them before. I, for one, am upset that they didn't use the long hair Quincy version, the long hair darker skin Quincy version. Where's he at? Can we get him in the, or like, anyway. So yeah, so Kuya shows up, but an interesting thing happens here. Kuya gets up into like Eden's ear after like they're like talking about whatever, and then Kuya like gets up to Eden and he's like, perhaps I should ask, which me do you know? Bitch. So Kuya obviously knows that there's other Kuyas out there, which I really need a Kuya spinoff. Why does he know all this shit? What has he seen? Where has he been? Everywhere? Nowhere? Just, Anyway, yeah, so Kuya and Eden devise a plan that basically, like, Eden is gonna pretend that he's doing magic, like he's gonna do the motions, but Kuya's gonna do the actual magic, and then they'll, like, fend off the evildoers or whatever the fuck. Next chapter, Parallel Universe, literally was like 2 lines. Like they just kind of, it was like a chit chat chapter. They just were walking through a hallway and Eden was realizing he might be in a parallel universe, which he kind of already realized before, but he's like realizing it more. I don't know, basically just a nothing burger of a chapter. Next one, putting on a show. The first note I have here is Gale Decarios jump scare. I don't know if that's how you pronounce his last name, but Gale from Baldur's Gate 3. Gale jump scare. I'll put the sprite, I think I have a screenshot of the sprite, but there was a guy, one of the, like, wizards that came to fight the fucking Demon King looks like Gale. That's all I was saying. Anyway, so yeah, the warriors show up to, like, kill the Demon King, and they're complaining about just what the Demon King has actually done, and it's all sex related. So it's all like, oh, like, you introduced my newlywed brother to all sorts of weird fetishes and now he can't do it normally, or like, I used to have the best skills in town, but now that you're around, nobody compliments me anymore. So it's just like weird shit. Classic Eden shit, basically. They, of course, kick ass, handle these simpletons, and these warriors leave, or they die. I don't know. I think they just leave. They, like, run away scared. And so Eden is like, oh, thank God we got through that. But Kuya is like, no, no, no. There's more stronger guys coming, and they won't be fooled by simple tricks like this. So guess who it is? It's Edmund, Olivine, and Yakumo. Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way. So next chapter, Demon King Slayers. Edmund, Olivine, and Yakumo are a team of demon hunters that are trying to fucking get the Demon King, okay? So the only other thing I have, there's literally 2 notes. It was that one, and then the 2 trios prepare to have a mother off. So I guess they had a mother off, which trios, of course, is Kuya, Astrid Morvay versus Edmund, Olivine, and Yakumo. So next chapter, Confession. Yakumo, interestingly, in this version of the story, can actually do magic, which I love. And he has a magic wand. He does, like, support magic, I think. Yeah, he's not, like, attacking. He's doing, like, support magic. And then Olivine is doing, like, healing and kind of fighting. And then Edmund is doing his, like, sword fighting with magic thing. But I just kind of love that Yakumo can actually do magic in this one. Interesting little thing. Anyway, so Eden manages to ask why they're even trying to vanquish him in the first place, and Edmund says basically he got the nobles addicted to sex and now the kingdom is almost in ruin, and Olivine says the same thing has happened to the temple, and Yakumo says a bunch of people were abducted from his village because they caught the Demon King's eye. I mean, yeah, so they're trying to right these wrongs, and Eden is like, well, here's a fun fact. I actually don't even know who that is, and I am just some guy that's standing in, right? So he asks Kuya to release the 3 from, like, the magic trap that Kuya had them in, and Kuya is like, are you fucking insane? And Eden is like, wouldn't the whole Warriors versus Demon King story be a bit too cliche if we just beat them here like this? And Kuya is like, okay, you kind of cooked with that, and then he lets them go, which is so fucking funny. That, like, Eden knows him well enough in both worlds to be like, well, that would be so cliche. I mean, oh my god. Okay. So Kuya lets them go, and Eden is, like, trying to kind of struggle to, like, figure out how to explain why he's trying to help them, because they're like, now what the fuck is going on here? He can't just tell them that, like, oh, I care about you guys because you're my friends in a different universe, because that makes no fucking sense. So he basically just is like, I'm just a nice guy, and I always just like the most peaceful solution or whatever, and they're like, okay, true. Well, Olivine and Yakumo are like, okay, true, but Edmund is still like, bruh, what are we doing? Next chapter, Abducting the Demon King. Huh? So Eden manages to convince Edmund as well, and then they embark on a journey to fix all the problems that the original Demon King had caused. But Astrid Morvay and Kuya had to stay behind, so it's Eden, Edmund, Olivine, and Yakumo going on a journey together. They're on their way to the ancient forest to meet with the elder there, because he has to decide if Eden is trustworthy before they can carry out the rest of the plan, which is like, okay. While they're on their way there, a knife goes flying at Olivine, and he catches it in his holy book. It's Blade. It's fucking Blade. What? Hit him with the what? So Blade is trying to kill Eden, but everyone protects Eden, and then Blade is like, my only target is the Demon King, everybody stand down, right? And then someone behind them tells Blade to stand down, and Blade immediately returns to his goofy self. And guess who the fuck it is that went to Blade for help with the assassination mission? Dante. And the Blade in this universe, hold on, no, this is gonna get me crying. The Blade in this universe calls Dante Prince Jackass instead of Lord Jackass, which means Dante's parents in this version of the story are still alive. And if you pay attention a little bit to Dante's personality and his dialogue in this version of the story, he is much less stressed, much happier. He's not, I mean, he's still Dante, but and it makes me so sad. Like, bruh, I was in my feels about this when I fucking read this the first time, because it's just like, bruh, my god. Anyways, Dante is like, I have a deal for the Demon King. I'm here to offer you a deal. And he says, I wish to buy you. Huh? Bitch, huh? Next chapter, Absurd Team. Blade pulls out a briefcase, and he's like, here's your payment. And so Eden thinks it's gonna be like full of money, but it's full of those little white puffball things. And then they all jump all over Eden, and Blade is like, oh my gosh, these guys like things that are cute, so that must mean you're cute, which is so cute. And Eden also tells them that he's not the real Demon King, he's just a guy trying to fix the problems. And Dante is like, well, I suppose I can help with that. And Blade is like, are we taking a trip together? I should go tell my friends in the back. And everyone is like, fucking you, the what? The who? And Blade is like, oh, there's these guys in the back of the carriage. And then Ray and Father come out, and Ray is like, oh, we're busted. And Dante is like, Blade, what the fuck? You knew there was someone hiding in the cargo this whole time? And Blade is like, yeah. So Ray says he's just a run-of-the-mill wandering bard, and he's like, I'm joining your party. And Eden is like, just like that, and Ray is like, we're all walking in the same direction, I might as well save myself the effort of staying hidden. So dude, Ray was almost a bard, bruh, which he kind of, I mean, I'm assuming the canon lore for him in like the actual universe is that he was kind of a bard, like not maybe a bard, but like he used to play music, so it's like what, but like he was almost a bard. He was also almost pink. Let's talk about Pink Ray. What? Also, let's talk about Red Blade. Dude, need him desperately. Anyways, next chapter, Ancient Forest Elder. So as they're walking, Ray writes a song about the situation, and he's playing it and singing it while they all walk through the forest, which is just, I just needed you all to know that, because that's important to me. So they find Quincy, and Eden is like, oh, like, it's the Forest Elder, and Quincy is like, nope, I'm not the Forest Elder, he is. And then Buff Topper comes out of the fucking woods, and it's like, what in the hell? So next chapter, Eternal Beast. Okay, Buff Topper doesn't actually come out of the woods until this chapter, but like, whatever, semantics. Quincy is just Topper's like bodyguard, which is so funny. So funny, so cute. And so Eden tells Topper this whole story and asks for approval, and also gives him some jerky as a gift, so he obviously has the approval. And then they hear some loud ass roaring in the distance, and Quincy is like, the smell of food has drawn out the eternal beast that lives in the forest. It's fucking Garu. It's fucking Garu. Okay, next chapter, new toy. So Garu did just want some food, so they give him like some of the jerky, and then they can get their plan started for real. So back to the palace they go. The first phase of the plan starts, which is release all the prisoners. And then Edmund takes Eden to meet with the nobles. All the nobles are complaining that the Demon King showed them great sex and how they can't live their lives anymore or something. And so Eden is like, here, take these gifts. And he gives them a bunch of sex toys, and he's like, this will help. And then they're like, okay, slay. And then he offers Edmund a toy as well, and Edmund is like, what? No, you rascal, I would never. But he's like thinking about it, but he's like, no, I would never ever I don't need those. Why would I need that? Next chapter, Left Behind Note. Actually, this is the last chapter. Guys, I'm speedrunning. Okay, so we cut to Eden teaching a class on good sex in the middle of the town square. This is solving the problem that one of those warriors had earlier about like, I used to have the best skills in town or whatever. So he's like, how about I just teach you guys how to have good sex, and so you aren't so lame and cringe. We see Karu in this chapter as well. So Karu did still exist regardless of the version of the story, which is good and important. And then afterwards, everyone pulls up to the throne room, and Eden gets emotional seeing them all in the same place like this. And then he goes to bed or like falls asleep or something, and he wakes up back in his regular study in Astor's mansion. And he gets up and looks around, and he finds a note on his desk where the notebook used to be, and it says the following: you should never have been allowed to see that. Please forget all about it. No matter how many drafts there were in the beginning, the you that has, with everyone's support, kept us company to this day is undoubtedly the best. Which is so cute. I didn't realize what the fuck this meant the first time I read it, but that is of course a note basically from the team to Eden, which is like I'm ill. I'm not well. And then that is the end of the story. Really cute. A lot of really funny moments in this one, so I would recommend reading it if you are interested at all. So moving on to the SSR. This one is also going to be kind of a speed run, I think, because I don't remember that much really happening, like plot-wise. Crazy H scenes though, by the way, like insane. Oh my god, like just what the fuck, you know? It's called SSR Salacious King Eden, Room 1. Another self? Question mark. So Eden finds that vibrator wand on his floor, and he's like, what the fuck? Like, this, how did this, what? And he tries to use it even though it was completely powerless back in the Demon King verse. But this time, it actually does something. It summons an Eden clone that's dressed like the Demon King. So, obviously, Eden being the way that he is, they decide, first things first, we gotta smash. So, room 2, double the power, self-explanatory room. Room 3, the most familiar every day. This takes place earlier the same day. Eden is going around as per usual, but now he's more sentimental because he had to spend some time away from his regular clan members, so now he's all like, oh my god, I miss you guys, right? And he finds Dante, Aster, and Morvay arguing about money. So as it turns out, Dante is trying to find a way to raise more funds for things like orphanages in Solaria because they always have a hard time, and Aster is telling him to open a casino, which he obviously is not going to do. So to solve this, Eden goes to the orphanage that Olivine helps at to ask him if he has any ideas, and he also finds Quinky and Topper here visiting the kids and repairing furniture. So what do you know? After, what the fuck was it, Festive Glimmer, Quinky did actually come back to visit those kids, even though he said, like, I don't care, why would I care about visiting kids? Like, you're not even gonna remember me when you're old and, like, whatever. But he did actually come back, because of course he fucking did. Room 4, a present worth cherishing. Eden then finds Blade and Yakumo and Garu at Aster's cafe of White Storm fame, trying to decide which new dishes they should add to the menu. And Blade says the servers should wear black and white puffy dresses. And Eden is like, whoa, a maid cafe? That's a great idea. Interesting, not foreshadowing at all whatsoever, even in the slightest. And then he goes to the market and he finds Edmund and Kuya arguing because there's a naked guy running around the street. Huh? There's a who? Oh, also Ray shows up because he's researching the situation. Okay, bro. But apparently the naked guy stole something, so Kuya cast an illusion on him and he started streaking, but Edmund was like, bro, you can't just do that. We have to arrest him like normal fucking people. So they figure that situation out. Eden gets back to his room after a long day of chilling with the homies, and he's like, those guys from Demonia were cool, but nothing beats the originals. And then room 5, that's me, alright. Eden smashes his clone again. I don't exactly remember the timeline here. I think it's just like room 1 is after this whole day, and then room 5 is after room 1. I don't know. Anyway, so the Eden clones fuck, whatever. Eden wakes up unable to remember what just happened and his clone is gone. And then the narration says Eden has lost all memory of recent events. So not only does he not remember fucking his literal clone, he also doesn't remember any of the other shit, I think. So this whole event, Eden does not remember it at all whatsoever. See, isn't this fun? Aren't we having fun? Next event, Fanciful Capriccio, Dreamland. I don't know if that's how you fucking pronounce Capriccio. Don't care. This one is actually a two-parter, okay? The first and only two-part event. The first part has Olivine and Yakumo. Second part has Kuya and Ray. But it ran from February 1st, the first part ran from February 1st until February 22nd, 2024, and had two SSRs, Fateful Aegis Yakumo, not sure if that's the word, and Faraway Wish Olivine. So, getting into chapter 1, theater performance preparations. Eden runs into Aster, who is of course devising a new plan to make money, as he usually is, but he says it'll be a surprise. So he tells Eden to fucking leave. And then he also says that Olivine is looking for him. So Eden pulls up to meet with Olivine, and Olivine explains that a donor gave a whole bunch of money to the orphanage and asked that it be used to do something related to the children's favorite, like, storybooks. So Olivine is gonna have a theater troupe perform some of the stories, but he can't decide which story. So Eden is like, we should ask the kids, and then they take a little trip to the orphanage. Next chapter, children's discussion time. They run into Yakumo outside the orphanage. He's delivering supplies from the mansion, so they explain the situation, and Yakumo seems excited about this because of course Yakumo also loves fairy tales and storybooks and everything. Eden, knowing this, invites Yakumo to join them, and of course Yakumo enthusiastically agrees. So they get inside and the kids start discussing which stories they like, and upon mentioning a specific story with a sad ending, one kid says they wish the ending could be changed so it's happy. A bunch of other kids agree, and then this one kid in the back, his name is Leo, he quietly disagrees and says something about like, well that's like not the point or whatever, and nobody really notices except Eden, because Eden used to be just like that. So he's like, I know just what to do with this fucking kid. So he goes over and he asks Leo like, what's the deal? Like, what's, you know? And Leo says these stories are all boring. And Eden is like, well, then you should give your input so the performance will have something that you like too. And Leo is like, oh, word. And then he joins the rest of the class. Slayed. Eden ate that up. I love that he's good with kids. But like, specifically the kids that are kind of not part of the thing. The kids that are not mainstream. After the class discussion, Olivine thanks Eden for getting Leo involved because Olivine has been noticing that he's like not very social and stuff. So he was like, wow, you handled that like a pro. And Eden is like, yeah, because he's just like me for real. Also important, random note, Leo is holding a stuffed animal all the time. So first of all, autism level catastrophic. Second of all, just remember that, I don't know, he just has a fucking stuffed animal and I forgot to mention it. Next chapter, translucent yokai. All three of them end up telling stories until dinner time, and then they all go to sleep, and there's a little fuck-ass yokai outside burping his ass off. Nobody sees this, but we as the readers see the fuck-ass yokai burping his ass off outside of the window of the orphanage.
She's dead now. Fell out a window.
So next chapter, please let your hair down. It's getting crazy. This is the part where it gets crazy. This is the part where the story begins, basically. So Eden wakes up in the woods, surrounded by white mist, and he's wearing a whole different outfit. And he sees the burpish yokai for a second before it runs off, and he starts chasing it without really knowing why. And on his chase, he runs into Father, who's being chased down by Garu holding a bird cage. So he starts running after them instead and comes across a tower where he hears Olivine's voice from the top of it, and he has the sudden urge to call out to him to let down his hair, you know, like Rapunzel. And then Olivine in fact does let his hair down and Eden climbs it. And then Eden and Olivine start talking about this place and how it's all weird like a fairy tale. And Eden is like, well, let's leave. And then Olivine is like, I can't, it's my duty to stay here. And then he's like, what the fuck? What did I just say? Why did I say that? Huh? So he explains that ever since he woke up here, he's felt a power compelling him to play the role of the princess in the tower, which is their version of Rapunzel. Next chapter, the princess in the tower's wish. Eden asks Olivine about the Klein version of the princess in the tower, and Olivine tells the story. Basically, she's trapped in the tower and her adoptive mom told her to stay here and watch and pray for like the poor people in the village below. While Olivine is telling the story, he like slips into the character, and then he's unable to recognize Eden or recognize that he himself is not the princess. And he tells Eden to leave because his mother is gonna fucking get him. And then someone comes in and is like, intruder alert, you know? And Eden hears them coming up the stairs, so he's like, fuck. Next chapter, playing along. Eden gets kicked out, but he realizes, and he doesn't die, but he realizes that since the mom came in on a staircase, that means there's an alternate entrance to the tower, and there's a staircase. So he's about to go back up, but he gets distracted by that burpish yokai. And he has that irresistible urge to chase it down, so he starts chasing it down. But he falls into a hole, which also happened last time. He keeps like falling into holes and ending up in different stories, basically is the thing. And he wakes up in a lake where Quincy picks him up, and we find out that Quincy is playing the part of a fairy tale character too. It's something about like the goddess of the lake or something. I don't exactly remember. I don't know a lot about fairy tales, and a lot of these are not like, they're all from different cultures and stuff too, and I just don't know about them. So I'm just gonna kind of explain what happens in the story, and then I don't know. I'm not a knower of this. Anyways, that disclaimer aside, Quincy is doing his thing at the lake, and Eden is like, well, how the fuck did you end up in here? And Quincy is like, I went to the morning market to get my fucking groceries, but we ended up surrounded by a white mist and woke up here. So Eden realizes that the street they hold the market on isn't far from the orphanage, and then he's like, something's going on here. And Quincy, having also caught the yokai, says that it's a tapir yokai. I don't know if that's how you pronounce tapir, but it reminds me of the fucking, that fucking Smosh clip where he's like, they frolic amongst the tapir.
Hunting Goombas in the Amazon. They frolic amongst the tapir.
Anyway, so it's basically, it's a yokai that's too young to contain its, to like properly control its essence. And Quincy is gonna leave, and Eden is like, wait, how the fuck do I get out of here? And Quincy tells him to just play along and everything will be fine. And then the tapir runs away and Eden chases it again until he ends up at a canal where he finds Yakumo. So next chapter, the White Snake. Yakumo is playing the part of the White Snake, who basically is a snake yokai that was living on a mountain that decides to venture down and join the humans, and then he falls in love with a human man that he meets, but then his identity is revealed and he ends up getting tortured for centuries, and then when he escapes, his human partner is dead. So Eden is like, we're not playing out that one because what the fuck? So he asks how Olivine's story ends, and Yakumo is like, the mom cuts off her hair and chases her out of the tower, and then she cries so much that she goes blind, and then the mom drops the prince off the top of the tower and he gets severely injured, and then they both just like live as a disabled couple for the rest of their sad, tragic lives. And Eden is like, yeah, fuck no, we're not doing these. So they conclude that they have to come up with another way out of here. And they realize that Eden is less affected by the magic that's holding them into their characters. So they think maybe that's the key to like breaking them out. And then next chapter, Don't Give Up Anything. They end up in the cave where the White Snake is supposed to like reveal himself to his human boyfriend, you know? So Yakumo starts talking about like, I'll give up all my serpent traits as long as I can live with you. And Eden, of course, not bound by the story, is like, you don't have to give up anything. You're Yakumo. And me and your grandparents and everyone else like you just the way that you are. And this like break of the plot breaks Yakumo out of the character, so now Yakumo can do as he pleases as well. And Eden is starting to get pissed off at this fairy tale dimension for putting his besties through terrible, tragic things. Can you hear my dog? I don't know what he's barking at. Literally nothing, probably. He starts thinking about how Yakumo has like worked so hard to get better and like be more self-confident, like be more self-accepting, and now all of a sudden this place is putting him in a story where he's like, I'm gonna give up all my personality traits and like whatever, and he's like, fuck this stupid magic dimension, right? He thinks the same thing about Olivine, how he's trapped in a role similar to the past struggles of his own life and current struggles, but like, you know. So they head back to Olivine's tower, and then the tapir shows up again, so Yakumo is like, I'll chase this guy if you go break Olivine out of his story. So Eden heads up to the top of the tower. Next chapter, The Key to Lifting the Illusion. Eden gets to Olivine, gives him a pep talk similar to Yakumo, and Olivine is freed from the story. And then he fills Olivine in on Yakumo's situation and the tapir, and Olivine says the tapir sounds familiar somehow. And Eden is like, he's probably the way out. So they go try to find Yakumo. Next chapter, An Illusion Made from Someone's Dream. They happen upon Father and Garu again and help Garu get out of his story, and then Eden realizes if Father is here, Rei must be here too. And upon hearing this, Father leads the whole gang to Rei, who is asleep under a tree. And Eden wakes him up to ask how he got there, and Rei explains he was investigating strange essence flows originating from near the orphanage, and he woke up here. And he says when he sleeps, he dreams of the real world, so he speculates this world is made from somebody else's dream. And then Rei and Garu escape with the help of Father, which is cute. And then Eden wonders why Olivine is still here, and Olivine says he's actually not upset about it because he would be worried about Yakumo and Eden if he was to escape the illusion. And he also mentions that while he was up in the tower, he saw a poor girl selling matches on the street, and he's worried about her even though he knows she's not real. So Eden and Olivine go to try to find this girl. Next chapter, Unintelligible Language. They end up in the desert on the way back to the town that Olivine saw the girl in and find Kuya asking about riddles. And he has caught the tapir yokai, and the tapir is like scared out of its mind. And Kuya says to win the tapir they just have to solve a riddle. And Olivine gets Kuya's riddle correct even though Eden doesn't, which this is evidence number one that Olivine and Kuya should kiss, perhaps. And it definitely isn't number one, but I don't know the number, so... Is my mom vacuuming upstairs? Oh my god, okay, I might be cooked. So yeah, Kuya gives them the tapir and says, this is your culprit, do be sure to interrogate it, and whatever you do, don't let it slip away again. And then Kuya leaves. Leaves as in leaves the illusion, not just like walks away. So Yakumo shows up just in time to see a glimpse of Kuya, and he's like, oh my god, hey, like, it's Mr. Kuya, or whatever. And then Eden and Olivine fill Yakumo in on what they have found out thus far. And Olivine, upon finally giving the tapir a good look, says it looks just like Leo's stuffed animal. And he also mentions that he's never heard of a tapir yokai before in his life. But nobody can understand what the tapir is saying, not even Yakumo, who usually can understand animals. Yakumo says that the tapir has a very strong accent, which is really funny to me. But Eden realizes that the tapir can understand them, so they work out like this nod your head, shake your head for yes and no thing, and they start asking questions. This is where I will put my disclaimer for possibly the worst news of the century for my fans, for my fandom. And guys, hold on. I gotta get serious. I gotta get sad and serious. I hate to break it to you. I will not be continuing the Eden Jobs counter, and I will not be continuing the Huey L's counter. Because, unfortunately, they are just so fucking annoying to keep track of. And also because I fucked it up when I was doing the Eden job list the first time. I missed some. That being said, there's an Eden job here. This is why I bring this up. He said, like, time to use the skills I picked up working part-time at the detective agency. Next chapter. Combination Dreamland. So the tapir created this dreamland that sucks in anyone with high enough essence levels, but it didn't mean to trap anybody here. The place also was created from a dream, but it was several people's dreams, not just one. And it was made from all the children at the orphanage, which is why it's full of a bunch of the stories that they had been telling before everyone went to bed. And the reason the tapir has been showing up in front of Eden is so he can find everyone else that's stuck here and free them. So the tapir knew that Eden specifically could get everyone out, and he kept showing up in front of Eden to be like, come this way, like, fuck. And then Olivine realizes that the condition for leaving isn't finishing the stories, it's acting out the heartfelt wishes of the characters. So Olivine's wish is, of course, to help the girl with the matches, so they get on their way to do that. Yakumo's wish also is to explore the scene where the serpent reveals his true form to his partner. So yeah, with the help of the tapir, they set out to do that. Next chapter, would you like to buy some matches? They help the girl with the matches, and they confiscate some booze from her dad at the end to use for Yakumo's wish, which is so funny. Next chapter, truth revealed by alcohol. Olivine reveals the true ending of the story about the little girl with the matches, and he says in the original, she ends up setting fire to her house with her dad still in it, and the fire awakens her magical talents, so she becomes an evil sorceress with a penchant for pyromania, which really reminds me of the version of this story from Olivine's R card that Olivine wrote, where a little boy who sells matches accidentally burns down a house and then devotes his life to becoming a fire sorcerer, and he starts buying a bunch of houses. So I don't know, but kind of an Olivine R card reference. And then Olivine, since he satisfied his wish, he disappears into the mist, presumably on the outside, back at the orphanage, you know, awake as per usual. So it's just Eden and Yakumo left, and they go get drunk as fuck and explore his scene that he wanted. So Yakumo shows the white serpent's real form, and Eden is like, I didn't expect the white serpent's real form to be so damn handsome. I've fallen head over heels for you all over again. Please don't hide and don't worry. You can always show me your true self, and I promise I will stay by your side forever. And Yakumo giggles and says, you're exaggerating your lines, which is so and then he disappears into the mist, and then Yakumo and Olivine back at the orphanage have a cute little exchange, and then Eden falls in from the ceiling, and he's like, oh my god, I was about to get my head cut off, and like whatever, and he fell into another hole, and then that's how he escaped from his personal story. Next chapter, love at first taste. So they ask Leo about his stuffed animal, and he says he always used to dream of this little animal, so he drew it from memory once, and then his mom made a stuffed animal out of it. And then Eden hears the yokai outside, and he chases it down again, but this time in real life, and it leads him straight to Kuya, who explains that the tapir yokai has something to say to Eden, and Eden is like, yeah, well, I can't understand the damn thing. And then Kuya offers to translate, which causes Eden to wonder if hell has frozen over, which is so funny. He's like, Kuya would never help me on purpose, right? So Kuya explains that tapir yokai are extremely rare, and their essence allows them to swallow figments of imagination and make them real for a short time, so they'll occasionally approach human settlements and feed on dreams. But this guy is particularly seeking out human children, And he explains that it followed Leo here from the countryside after becoming hooked on his dreams specifically. Kuya also says that like children's dreams are particularly tasty or something because they're so vivid, but it's like, okay, what the fuck ever. So basically what happened here is the tapir ate too many dreams at the orphanage and then he threw up the dreams all over the place and it created this huge illusion. But the rest of the kids and everybody was unaffected because they're just regular people, and the only people that got sucked in were the people with high essence levels, as per usual with this shit. But then when Eden asks why Kuya was in there, Kuya is like, don't compare me to you. And Eden is like, oh, so you weren't in there by accident, huh? And Kuya is like, think what you want. I'm taking this guy back to where he belongs. And then Eden is like, thanks. And Kuya is like, just this once, I'll gracefully accept your gratitude. And then he leaves. And then we get the last chapter, which is the prequel basically to the second part of this event. It's titled Hot Spring Trip? Spoilers, what the fuck? So, Aster's big plan from the beginning was a hot spring trip for the whole clan to celebrate Eden surviving another year in Klein, which he has done. This was also the anniversary event, the second anniversary event of the game coming out, which I forgot to mention. So yeah, that is the end of the story, and the next part is them at the fucking hot spring, and of course, some more bullshit goes on. So, into the cards, starting with SSR Fateful Aegis Yakumo. Room 1, Vague Childhood Memories. So Eden and Yakumo are bringing some homemade jams to Yakumo's grandparents, but as soon as they get to the village, Yakumo ends up helping basically everybody with one thing or another, and Eden is like, wow, he's so nice and cute and epic and everyone loves him. And then they get to the grandparents' house and they reminisce a bit about when Yakumo was a kid. Yakumo said he doesn't really remember the story they were describing, the story his grandparents were describing to Eden, that is, but he knows he was really shy and gloomy back then. And Eden is like, well, hey, what's a normal kid anyways, right? And Yakumo thinks he saw loneliness flash in Eden's eyes for just a second during that moment, which is so like, ugh. Like, I love when Eden is helping these guys through their trauma and shit, obviously, but it's also great that they, like, return it back sometimes. Me when the therapy boyfriend gets therapy. Ooh. Anyway, so then the grandparents leave to go meet with someone, and Yakumo and Eden make fruit tarts together, while Yakumo wears this cute yellow apron, and Eden gets nectar on his face. And you can guess what happens from there. Also, nectar mention, can I get a nectar mention? It's almost like, it kind of sounds like From the Earth Nectar, like the best new Carnival fanfiction possibly ever written, perhaps, perchance. You guys should go read that, by the way. It's finished now. Oh, can you believe it? From the Earth Nectar is a finished fic. What's going on these days? Bruh. Anyway, next chapter. Or what the fuck, not chapter, room. I do this every time. Room 2. Irresistible Delicacy. Frenulum mention. Bro, frenulum. That was my first note, was just frenulum mention. Apparently they're running with the bit of using the word frenulum, and I don't like that. I do actually, I think it's fucking hilarious. But yeah, they smash, and then after they're done, they go to sleep, and the tapir yokai from before shows up to eat their dreams. Classic. So then room 3, a haunted village. They wake up in their clothes from the fairy tales earlier, so they immediately realize they're in a dream and they set out to solve it, but this time they're in a haunted village where the villagers keep talking about a round shadow that shows up in your house if something bad happens. So they tell everyone that they're ghost hunters, and the villagers start helping with the investigation, but Yakumo can't shake the feeling that this place is really familiar. And then room 4, Unexpected Answer. So Yakumo thinks about how the ghost only shows up after misfortune but doesn't cause any, so he's like, maybe the ghost is worried about the villagers, and then they stake out behind some bushes later that night to catch the ghost, and when they see it, they chase it to an abandoned shed, and they head in and find out that it's actually Yakumo as a kid. Whoa, baby Yakumo reference? I wish he had a sprite so bad, but he doesn't. Worst day of my fucking life. So Yakumo, adult Yakumo, is like, I remember now, I wanted to help everyone, but because I couldn't control my power, I just ended up scaring them. I was so worried I would get chased out and have to leave Grandma and Grandpa. And he tells Eden that they can leave now since they figured it out, but Eden is still like, no, I'm gonna comfort this kid, even though it's just a memory and it won't like cause anything to change in reality. But what it does cause is for Yakumo to have some big feelings about this whole situation. He's like, oh my god, Eden is so cute, and So, little kid Yakumo hears his grandparents calling for him, so he leaves, And as Eden is looking around, which this is like after, like Eden comforts him and gives him this whole pep talk, and then little Yakumo hears his grandparents, so he goes to find them. And then Eden is looking around this shed, and he's like, wait, there's a bunch of toys and books in here. Were these yours? And Yakumo says this was his secret hideout where he would collect treasures and hide from everybody. And then Yakumo thinks to himself that Eden is inside his secret hideout just like one of his treasures. And then Yakumo gets all like, ooh, and he goes in for a kiss, and then they smash in room 5, the treasure in the secret base. This one, of course, has the boinkening. And then they wake up back in Yakumo's regular bed in real life, and Eden is like, well, that was crazy, huh? But the truth is, no matter what you're like, you deserve to be loved. Your grandparents are proof of that, and I feel the same. And then Yakumo is like, I feel the same too. And then he thinks to himself, Mr. Eden, no matter how you are, I will cherish you forever and ever. Bruh. Okay. Next card, SSR, Faraway Wish, Olivine. Room 1, A Trip for Two. This is so nostalgic. Okay. Nostalgic as in they almost went on a trip for two back in the idol card. Anyway, so back in the real world, Eden has made his costume from the dream world and Olivine's costume because the theater troupe performance at the orphanage was such a big success that now they're going to go on a tour, but the actual performers are busy, so Eden and Olivine are going on a tour together to like act out a bunch of these stories. At the present moment, they're alone in a carriage in a similar fashion to Olivine's Festive Glimmer SSR. Wait, why did I think it was... Oh, okay, I got these mixed up. I said earlier that it was Olivine's Idolfest SSR where they went on they were gonna go on the trip. It was actually his Festive Glimmer one. But I was misremembering because in Olivine's Idolfest one, they were going on a carnival date that got interrupted in a similar fashion. My bad. Anyway, so they're back in a carriage, like on their way to their trip or whatever. And Olivine reminds Eden of the last time they were about to do this. And he says he felt bad about it last time. And this time Eden helped him out so much by making the costumes that he decided to prepare Eden a surprise. And then the carriage starts moving and Olivine starts like moaning. So Eden is like, oh, I see what the surprise is. But he decides to just start teasing Olivine instead of just actually saying it. So room 2, Sexy Treasure Hunting. Yeah. The surprise is Olivine put a butt plug in his ass, and then he told the carriage driver to drive down a really bumpy road instead of the normal road they would take. So yeah, they have this whole situation in the carriage. Room 3, Gratitude. So it's the last day of the tour, and Eden has arranged for Olivine's younger siblings to come and watch the final show as a surprise, which is really cute, and it goes really well, and there's some cute moments of Eden interacting with them after the show. Very cute. And then room 4, The Priest's Scheme. So Olivine thanks Eden for everything, and he thinks to himself, before I met Eden, all I wanted was to leave the water temple and get away. But now, every time I return here, I make so many new happy memories. Oh my god. So then they talk about the princess in the tower, and Eden says he doesn't think the princess only got free because there was someone to save her. She saved herself by owning up to her desire to be free. And Olivine is like, whoa, I never would have thought of that, whoa. Olivine is like thinking, oh, Eden saved me from like the priesthood and whatever, but then Eden is like, no, like you saved yourself because you realized that you wanted to be free and you acted on that impulse, you know, or acted on that desire, not impulse. So anyways, Olivine starts pulling some shenanigans at these market stalls that they go to after the tour, after the performance is over. And by shenanigans, I mean like they're playing carnival games or whatever at the stalls, and Olivine is doing the whole like, oh, help me, I don't know how to do it. And like Eden is like, okay, you fucking freak. So they get home, and then Eden is like, you were trying to secretly seduce me earlier. And Olivine is like, no, I was seducing you in public for the entire world to see. It wasn't a secret at all. And then they smash in room 5, The Depraved Princess in the Tower, which is so funny. Good smash, whatever, I don't know. The next event is called Fanciful Capriccio Spring of False Dreams. Of course, this is the second part to the other one. This one ran from February 23rd until March 14th, 2024, and had 2 SSRs, Forest Night Kuya and Unfulfilled Dream Ray. First chapter, Warm Fount Hot Spring Street. So this hot spring that they're going to is in a place in the wood territory called the Warm Fount Valley that Aster had to like convince the tribes people there to let them use the hot spring as a new attraction, but those people like needed extra money or something, so they were like, yeah, okay, we can do that. So Aster set up like a whole thing, So there's a whole like market street and stuff around the hot springs now. And they invited everybody in the whole clan to go to the hot spring together. They all, of course, have their very in-character reasons for going along. Most of them it's just, well, all of them it's secretly because they just want to hang out with Eden, but most of them it's also not secretly that reason. But specifically Ray's reason really gets me. He said he wants to go so he can study Blade's reaction to the hot springs, which is so cute. I love that he's always studying Blade. He's the bestest evers. Okay, next chapter, hot spring bathing together. So everyone pulls up to the hot spring. They're all wearing like towels. I think I have screenshots of all the sprites, but they're wearing towels, like, and they're like color-coded little towels, and like Aster has this really cute like towel dress. Adorable. We get to see Edmund's reaction to Olivine's nipple chains because it's the first time he's seen Olivine without his shirt on, which is awesome. He's like looking at them and he's like, are those decorations on Olivine's chest? I wonder what they're for. It's so funny. Also, Kuya and Dante show up together at the same time, which I wonder what the fuck, like, I'm sure they just like met on the way and kind of walked the rest of the way together, but I'm wondering what they talked about on the way. Like, just what the fuck could those two possibly ever talk about? I don't know. One-on-one Kuya Dante time has never crossed my mind. Anyway, so they get in the hot spring, and after a little bit, Ray mentions that he's getting dizzy from being too hot. So POTS reference, me when I have POTS, me when I'm Ray and I have POTS. That's crazy. Okay, next chapter, Resident Writer's Relic. So Eden gets out shortly after Ray does, and he goes down to the market street, and he stops at this antique booth because he sees Ray there. So he goes over and he's like, what's up? And Ray is looking at this quill that's like gray and like dull looking, and the vendor of the stall explains that this quill was owned by the writer that drowned in the spring. And they're like, what? And the vendor is like, it's so scary, you don't even want to know. And then they're like, what if we do want to know? And the vendor is like, okay, I'll tell you. So he explains that this writer like lost his motivation to write or something, and then he drowned himself in the fucking hot springs. But it's not the hot spring that they're at. There's like a secret other one that only shows up at night, and there's this misty fog, and anyone who goes there is like never seen again, or like whatever the fuck. So of course later that same night, Eden can't sleep, or he just like happens to be awake to do something, and he sees Ray leaving, and he's like, oh, you're going to investigate the secret hot spring? And Ray is like, oh, am I so obvious? And then Eden's like, I'm gonna go with, obviously. So next chapter, Legendary Secret Spring. They find the hot spring. Kuya is already there. And so Ray and Kuya, of course, immediately start arguing. And Eden is like, why not put your differences aside and take a soak with me? And then Ray and Kuya, like, make eye contact for a second and silently agree that they're gonna team up to start giving Eden shit. And Eden is like, uh-oh, I have a bad feeling about what's about to happen. So of course they're pranking the fuck out of Eden and stuff. And then suddenly the mist gets thicker and the essence in the air starts fluctuating. So everyone's like, whoa, whoa. Next chapter, Hear My Request. So Eden wakes up in another fairy tale illusion, but this time he's playing a different part, so he's got a different costume on. The story he is in is like the story of Master Peach or something. It's a story about a guy who has to go into the yokai forest to fight demons. So of course he's going into the forest to fight the demons, to like save his village and stuff. So he heads into the woods, assuming he's gonna find Kuya, and he does find Kuya. But not playing the part that he would have assumed Kuya would be playing. Kuya is playing the part of a princess who is like, there's a whole bunch of people trying to like get her hand in marriage or whatever and like wow her, but she's so unimpressed by all of them, and they keep bringing her gifts and stuff, but she just like doesn't want them. And then Eden shows up, and Kuya, who is playing the part of the princess but on purpose, he's not bound by the script, he's just there for fun. He's like, I have one request, you have to find the blossoming rainbow quill. So Eden is like, okay, I gotta go find the blossoming rainbow quill, we got this. Next chapter, You're the Big Bad Wolf. So Eden runs into Blade, who mentions Dante and Edmund, which, if you'll remember from the last one, these three are the 3 clan members that didn't show up in the other story. Blade is Red Riding Hood, and Eden realizes this and gets worried that one of the other clan members might be playing the wolf. So instead of telling Blade to go you know, to grandmother's house and like kill the wolf and whatever, he tells Blade to go pick some flowers first or something, because he's like, Blade is just too powerful. I don't want anybody to get like cut to pieces. Like, just, we gotta, you know. So Blade is like, oh my god, that's such a good idea. I'll go pick flowers for grandma. And then he like goes off the other way. And then Eden decides to head to this grandmother's place to make sure nothing bad happens in the meantime. But Ray shows up right on cue to call him a fucking idiot. And Ray is like, you tricked Little Red Riding Hood into picking flowers. That makes you the big bad wolf. And then Eden is like, uh-oh. Eden also has realized that this version of the dream illusion has stronger essence and stricter storylines, so it might be a little bit trickier to get out. Next chapter, why isn't the minister wearing clothes? So Ray helps Eden come up with a solution to this Blade is gonna kill me problem, which is to use the version of the story from the far north where the girl gets the wolf drunk instead of killing the wolf. So that works out. One extra note about this Blade resolution is that Blade was like stuck entirely to the script and didn't recognize Eden at all. So it's not working like last time, you know, like Garu and Quincy and Kuya were like, well, obviously Kuya, but like Garu and Quincy were like, oh yeah, hey Eden, this is weird. We were at the market and now suddenly we're in here. Goofy. But this time they like don't. It's not, you know. So next they end up coming across Dante, who's stuck in a tale called The King's New Clothes, where a king gets tricked into parading through the city naked. So Ray tells Eden there's a version where a minister takes the king's place to save the king from embarrassment. So Eden decides to do that for Dante, even though it like doesn't matter at all. He just like didn't want Dante to be embarrassed, even in a fake illusion, which I think is really cute. Ray ends up also helping with this little resolution of this conflict as well, and together they save Dante. Common Ray W. Next chapter, pulled the sword from the stone, question mark? So they find Edmund next in the tale about the guy who pulls the sword from the stone, as per the title. He ends up succeeding and leaving the illusion just like Dante and Blade before him, with a little help from Eden and Ray. And then Eden and Ray regroup, and Ray tells Eden that the story of the forest princess has no mention of a rainbow quill, so Kuya must have made that up. And Eden is like, well, does that story have any alternative endings? And Ray is like, he's naive for trying to change all the stories, and Eden says he's just trying to help everyone get out so they don't have to face tragedy. And Ray asks what Eden will do if Ray's own story ends in tragedy or something like that. And Eden says he'll do the same thing he did for everyone else, which is to find a way out. And then Ray says, you may be naive, but if you're willing to try, I'm willing to lend a hand. He's so fucking cute. He's so fucking cute. Next chapter, what is your heartfelt desire? So Eden and Ray go back to visit Kuya, but Ray says he isn't going in, like to the building with Eden. He's gonna go investigate an essence fluctuation deeper in the woods. So Eden goes in alone, and he realizes that Kuya seems to be one of the only guys that isn't entirely bound by their script, since obviously he made up that shit about the rainbow quill. So Eden is struggling to figure out what Kuya's heartfelt wish is that will get them out, because remember from the last one, it's not actually about fulfilling the plot, it's about the heartfelt wish of the character. So in this case, it's not the character, it's Kuya's heartfelt wish entirely, because he's just built different. So Kuya, with a surprisingly vulnerable looking facial expression, says he has no heartfelt wish other than the quill. So Eden is like, so what, you're just gonna stay here forever? Oh, wait a minute. So Eden realizes that Kuya maybe doesn't want to leave because this place is more fun than reality, and Kuya says, let's just say whether I leave or not makes no difference to me. But he does agree to leave with Eden if Eden can find the quill. So Eden is like, okay, we gotta pull something out of our fucking ass. So he goes back outside. So next chapter, Blossoming Rainbow Quill. Eden goes back outside and regroups with Ray once again, and Ray is like, fuck that guy, let's find our own way out of here. And then Eden like hesitates, and Ray is like, that look on your face says you disagree. And Eden is like, I think Kuya has a wish, he just won't tell me what it is. So Ray asks what Eden's wish has been in all of his roles, and Eden says it's just to keep everyone else happy and fulfill everyone else's wishes. So Ray agrees to help, again, and says he found an area with dense mist deeper in the forest that they should check out. So they end up at a dreamed up version of the secret hot spring that got them in here in the first place, and they find a frail man about to toss a quill into the water, but guess what? The quill is indeed of the blossoming rainbow variety. So this is like the ghost of the writer, basically, like a memory version of the ghost of the writer, because this is another dream illusion, so it's like the dream of the writer. I mean, well, that'll be explained later, but basically this is like the writer's own dreamed up perception of himself, kind of. He gives Eden the quill, and then he disappears into thin air. And Ray is like, oh, that was the drowned writer, and Eden is like, how is he supposed to be dreaming if he's dead? Explain that. So next chapter, huge tapir yokai. They find, get this, a huge tapir yokai, who would have guessed, near the spring, that says that this place is made of the dreams of the writer because the writer was an old friend of his, and he kept the writer company in his final days, so as a result, this place is made of the writer's final dream. The tapir says that until the writer died, he could never think of a good ending for the story of the forest princess, which is Kuya's story. He was trying to think of a way to save the princess from endless despair, so that is the writer's wish that could end the whole illusion, basically. But the tapir says he couldn't stand to see the writer's dreams fade away, so he's been waiting for someone to accomplish this, but nobody has been able to so far. And Ray is like, okay, but changing it here wouldn't change the story in real life. And the tapir is like, yes, I'm aware that keeping this place alive is futile. That's why I'm revealing myself to you. So Ray tells him that the writer gave Eden the quill, and the tapir is like, wait, really? I didn't think he would be willing to let go. And then he says if Eden and Ray want to leave, all they have to do is release some essence into the mist, and then he disappears. But Ray and Eden, of course, both agree that it doesn't feel right to leave without completing the mission. So they try to think of a better ending, but Eden can't think of a good one, and he's pondering why Kuya would want to stay here. And then Ray is like, whatever the fox is scheming, you better report back with the quill. I'll wait for you here. So next chapter, give me the quill. Eden goes back to Kuya and gives him the quill, but it's not glowing anymore. It's just gray again like it was in reality. So Kuya is like, well, this is a fake, so I can't leave with you. A pity, truly. Bitch, like, shut up. Shut the fuck up. Oh my god. So he explains that he asked Eden to find a treasure that doesn't exist, and yet Eden still found it, but the quill was destined to lose its luster once it changed masters. So Kuya knew about the writer and the forest princess. So Eden is like, so you're staying to witness how the story plays out? And Kuya says, witness, perhaps. The story is exceedingly dull. The protagonist's life holds absolutely no meaning. However, I'm curious as to how ordinary, short-lived humans imagine such a life would come to an end. So Kuya basically is like, I wonder how humans think I'll die. Because Kuya's life is a lot like the forest princess, obviously, as per the sitches with all these fucking dream characters that they end up being. So he is identifying with the forest princess and being like, wow, my life is so long and meaningless. Why? What happened at the end? What do happen at the end? And he says changing the ending is harder than it sounds, and Eden says he doesn't want to change the ending. He says he won't give up, and Kuya is going to find meaning just like the princess, and Kuya is like, a life like that has meaning? And Eden says of course it has. She refused all her suitors and stayed by her parents' side. She even watched over their graves for many years after their deaths. That's proof of her love. Having people to care about and look out for, memories to look back on, a life like that can't possibly be meaningless, can it? Besides, she demanded all sorts of treasures from the princes and nobles, right? Maybe collecting treasures was one of her hobbies, and maybe after watching over her parents' graves all those years, she decided to travel alone to places where no one ever knew her and became an awesome treasure hunter. It's not totally impossible. And then Kuya is like shocked to silence, and he asks Eden for the quill, and when Kuya goes to pick it up again, it's once again full of essence and glowing rainbow, which causes Kuya to smile, rare Kuya smile incident. And he says, it's getting harder and harder to underestimate you, young master. Fulfilling a wish completely by accident. Now that it's been granted, this place will likely vanish. See you soon. And then he vanishes into thin air. Bruh. Okay, next chapter is titled Meow. Meow. So, Eden goes back to find Ray before the whole place disappears, and Ray is like, so, you understood the ending of the story, and that's probably why this place is vanishing. As for which of the fox's wishes were granted, it's not worth thinking about. And Eden says he's still not satisfied with Ray's story, because he doesn't know what Ray's character or wish is, and Ray is like, you still haven't guessed it? And Eden puts the pieces together as Ray starts to fade away, and Ray's last word inside the illusion is meow. So they all get back to reality, but of course Eden showing up last, as he did last time. So Eden gets back, and he says that the whole place still exists. And the tapir yokai reveals himself again and explains that he wants to observe the stories for just a little while longer, so he's keeping part of it alive just for himself. Also, Ray was Puss in Boots, by the way. So he was helping Eden because that's part of the Puss in Boots lore. I don't really know anything about Puss in Boots. Also, we find out in this chapter that Kuya knew the tapir yokai from before and deliberately got all of them dragged into that story for fun. Last chapter, amazing dream. So they get back to the lodge, and nobody but Ray, Kuya, and Eden remember what happened. Edmund, Blade, Dante, they all forgot the bullshit that they went through. But they're like, wow, I feel like I just had a crazy dream, but they just like don't know what it was. And Eden is like, wow, That really was crazy, but to me, it was a sweet dream. And then that's the end of the event story. Moving on to the cards, let's fucking go. Starting with SSR, Forest Knight Kuya, Room 1, the General's Bride, question mark? So Eden ends up in another story with Kuya. Kuya says he was bored, so he borrowed some memory fragments from the tapir yokai to create this. They're in the roles of the general and the bride from the one where the bride has to tell 1,000 stories or something, which is an A3 reference. A3 reference, Water Me reference, but Kuya is playing the bride. So he asks Eden what story Eden wants to hear first, and Eden asks about Kuya's story. And he asks what end Kuya prefers from the Princess of the Forest story. And Kuya is like, you're prying into my private affairs. Time to teach you a lesson. So of course room 2, titled Pleasing the General, is just kinky horny shit. Room 3, alternative ending. So the scene starts over from the beginning and they keep having to restart until they get the story right. And Eden is like, what the fuck? And Kuya tells him there's an alternative version of the ending where the bride tells the last story and then kills herself with a knife. And Kuya, as he's explaining this, picks up a knife. And Eden is like, whoa, 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 absolutely not. And Kuya is like, yeah, right, as if I'd actually do that. Me when I lie. Me when I'm fucking lying. Don't think we forgot about that flashback from fucking whatever it was. Wasn't that a Mystical Banquet story room flashback where he was about to suicide? Don't start with me, Kuya, don't start with me. Oh, as if I'd kill myself. You would. You would. Shut up. Anyway, Eden ends up finding the cards from the first time they met, and they decide to play cards again. And Kuya wins this time and says Eden has to tell him a story, and Eden is like, that's it? Okay. And then room 4, 1001 memories. So Eden starts telling the story of him and Kuya from his point of view, and they play another round and then another round, and Kuya wins every time, so Eden continues the story. Each different piece of the story is like a recap of a previous like event that had Kuya in it, which fucks. Like they referenced every fucking event, it's awesome. And at the end, Kuya purposefully loses the last round and tells Eden it's time to cash in his winnings before heading off to the bedroom. So Kuya is clearly somehow moved by Eden's recap of their adventures together. So room 3, and whoa, room 5, wedding night. Hello? Hello? Wedding who? What night? My notes, dude. My notes for this room, just there's one bullet point that says I have mental illness, and then the next one says, let's just say only new Carnival could have me crying over a nodding scene. Oh boy, crazy. It's one of those, you know, soft, emotional Kuya rooms, as per expected, because it's called Wedding Night. Moving on to SSR Unfulfilled Dream Ray. This one has lore. This one's crazy. Okay. Room 1. Return of the Research Freak. So Ray goes back into the hot spring illusion to do some research, and then his essence gets all fucky, so Eden has to come in and save him. Eden, of course, happened to be at the hot spring at the same time and noticed Ray's essence inside it, so he's like, what? So he goes in to save the day. But of course, when he gets to Ray, Ray is like, fuck off, I don't need your help. And Eden is like, yeah, okay, fine, I guess I'll leave if that's what you want. And then Eden gets halfway back, and then he's like, nah, I can't leave him to just fucking die. So he stays nearby and waits until Ray's essence gets really bad again, and then he rushes in to save the day for real. And he holds Ray so he doesn't collapse, and Ray suddenly kisses him and is like, there, you helped me, are you happy now? This turtle expression is so good for Ray. This is the Ray one, for serious. Also because, like, his maid card, room 2, this is literally what he looks like. But, like, you know. So he's like, okay, we kiss, like, I'm better now. And Eden is like, nope, wrong. And then room 2, accepting help. Basically, this is one of those therapy rooms where Eden is like, no, you need help. And Ray is like, no, just, like, put your dick in my ass or whatever. And Eden is like, no. What if I was gentle and kind to you and I cared about you as a person? Thoughts on that? So then room 3, awakening fragment. As it turns out, Ray was trying to figure out if this dream illusion could display memories by releasing his essence into it, and it didn't work, but when Eden showed up, and after they smashed, it displayed the first part of one of Ray's childhood memories. And it was a memory of Ray as a little kid asking his older brother to finish telling him a story in the, like, mansion library, not Astra's mansion, but, like, their mansion. But before the brother actually could tell it, a servant came and told him that he had to go discuss matters with the king, and then Ray was left alone, but he was too young to read. So he was like, damn, fuck, like, what am I supposed to do? So Ray and Eden, like current Ray and current Eden, witness this, and then they come back to the original illusion, and Ray is like, I can't remember the rest of that memory, so it's gone forever. And Eden is like, we don't forget things, we just have a harder time remembering them. Let's try again. And Ray is like, you're a dumbass, but fine.
room 4, after the ending. So they go back into Ray's memory and they find the little kid version of Ray sitting on the floor trying to read the story, but he can't read. So, of course. So Eden goes over and reads it for him, and Big Ray is like, bruh, it's fake, like, you're not gonna actually change anything. And Eden is like, well, yeah, but I still want to help him. So after this, they go back to the hot spring, still within the illusion, and Ray is like all lost in thought, and he randomly says, I've known the ending for a long time. How could the cat just live happily ever after in this kingdom? It's stupid. Which is the story that they were reading to Ray, like the ending of the story, right? And Eden is like, I don't believe in endings like that either way, but the way I see it, the cat is destined to live a long life. And then they have this metaphorical conversation about the cat, but it's actually about the two of them, and basically it's like this. Eden says, I would want to keep the cat around, and Ray says, but the cat could just leave on its own. And Eden is like, then I would make sure to leave his room exactly as I left it so he would always have a place to come back to. And Ray is like, even if he's disagreeable, and Eden is like, I don't find him disagreeable. Sure, he should learn to ask for help and be more gentle on himself sometimes, and he's a bit headstrong, but he's super smart and super cute, and watching him help everyone in his own way makes me want to take care of him and be someone he can rely on. And then Ray starts kissing Eden, but get this. He's kissing like Eden's cheek and his face and like his neck and stuff. Crazy shit coming from Ray, absolutely insane. And then Ray is like, I want you. Bro. Real tears, actual tears, in real life tears. And then room 5, a cute show of frankness. So they smash in a very intimate and cute and soft way that had me actually in real life crying when I watched it, which I love. Crying over porn is the funniest fucking thing ever. And then at the end, Ray tells Eden that he might consider asking him for help more often. And then as soon as they're done smashing, he gets back to normal and he's like, don't take any of my exhausted ramblings seriously. And then he leaves and Eden is like, yeah, sure, yeah, okay. And that is the end of the fucking thingy. What was this event called? Fanciful Capriccio. Oh my god, dude. That's the end of that. I have to burp again. Send help. Call for reinforcements. That was the weirdest fucking sound I've ever made in my life.
Okay, it's time for Desert of Dusk, which ran from March 14th until April 4th, 2024, and had 2 SSRs, Stampeding Adventurer Garu and Faithful Challenger Dante. Dude, it's the cowboy event. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to talk about this. First of all, the best Dante card ever. I mean, look at him. Hello. And the story did not disappoint, even in the slightest. So let's fucking strap in. I'm excited. Chapter 1. Someone else's story. So Eden finds out that Garu is trying to draw a story that he heard from a guy that he saved in the dead zone. And the story is basically a classic Western duel, you know, where they like both have guns and they walk 3 steps and then they draw at the same time or whatever. But Garu, of course, doesn't know what that is. So he can't imagine what the place looked like that the story took place in. So he's like, how am I supposed to draw it? And then Blade shows up and Eden is like, have you ever heard of like a place like this in a book, you know? And Blade is like, oh yeah, there's a place like that in the fire territory in the middle of nowhere. And he tells them that there was a map in this book that he read about this place in, so they go find the map, and then Eden and Garu set out to find this alleged town. Chapter 2. Unexpected Encounter. So cut to Dante's place. He's getting ready to head out to this same town, and Gyro mentions that they have no record of this town's historical origin, which is weird because Solaria is supposed to have records of every town and everything that goes on in the fire territory, but they don't. So it's suspicious. Also, Gyro mentioned, let's fucking go. Also, Dante mentions that they've been shipping deadly weapons into Solaria, so that's why he's heading there. He's like, I'm gonna fucking get these guys. We gotta get these guys. So, Garu and Eden pull up to the function and they realize it's a small town and there's not that many people living there. So they're like, we are very obviously outsiders. So they go to this shop that sells local clothes and they buy some fits. And bro, Eden's outfit looks so fucking goofy. His hat is like so... The rest of his outfit is fine, but the hat just gets me. It's goof. It's peak maximum goof. So they pull up to this local tavern. Well, the only local tavern, you know. And they see Dante, who's also wearing his fit, and they're like, what? But Eden notices that Dante is like purposefully ignoring them, so he's like, something's going on. We shouldn't make it known that we know this guy. So him and Garu are like, it's on the DL. What chapter are we on? Chapter 3. This is why I don't count them. Okay, next chapter, throwing darts. So Garu sees some guys throwing darts and he's like, oh, I want to try. And so Eden is like, okay, you go do that, and then I'm gonna go secretly see what the fuck Dante is doing here. But Dante is at a table gambling with some locals, right? He is playing cards as a way to get closer to these guys, probably. It's never explicitly stated, but like he's trying to like get the intel, right? So he's gambling with this dude. But they have a bunch of rules that they keep referencing, and the guy that's playing against Dante is cheating. So Dante gets upset, and then Eden diverts the fight by having Garu throw a dart at an apple that's on Dante's head. So they're, okay, picture the scene, right? Dante is like playing cards with this guy, and the guy's like, you gotta play by the town's rules and blah blah blah, and then Dante is like, what good are the rules if you keep fucking cheating? I can see you with the cards under the table, you fucking stupid bitch. And then they're about to fight, right? This guy's like, oh my god, get him, get the outsider, like we gotta get this fucking gay guy. And then Eden is like, guys, whoa whoa whoa, how about this? And he puts an apple on Dante's head, and he's like, this kid is gonna throw a dart at this guy. And everyone's like, ooh. And then Garu throws the dart, and Dante realizes that it's gonna miss by like just a hair, so he moves his head over so that it hits the apple, which I think is iconic. He's like, all right, we gotta, I gotta make sure that this little weird charade that Eden is pulling goes off without a hitch. And then it works, and everyone's like, okay, we won't kill the guy, it's all right. And then, get this, the town dickheads pull up, right? Like the town bullies, okay? And they bump into Garu, and they're about to start a fight, again, as per usual in this location. But the event NPC of the hour shows up and saves the day. He calms down the fight, and everyone's like, ooh, we gotta listen to this guy. By the way, smash.
I'm gnawing at the parts of my enclosure. Let me out.
Okay, hear me out. Except it's not a hear me out at all because he's an obvious smash. You don't even have to hear anybody out. This wouldn't even qualify for the hear me out cake. If this video goes up like really long after hear me out cakes are a thing, just shh. Okay? Sometimes it just takes me a while to make these, so just don't, if I'm doing outdated memes, just pretend. It's like a time capsule, okay? Anyways, next chapter, Lone Wolf. So, this old dude pulls up and everyone is like, oh, worm, and then they stop fighting. And the old guy is like, don't go breaking the town rules, and then he sits down at the bar and Eden is like asking the bartender if this guy is the sheriff or something. And the guy is like, this is an unregulated town that no officials ever visit, but he could be considered their leader. So he's the sheriff, basically. They call this guy Lone Wolf, and he immediately realizes that Dante is the Sun Lord of Solaria, and he calls him out, which causes everyone in the tavern to get pissed off, because apparently they all hate Solaria, and the Sun Lord specifically, okay? But Dante's never been here, so he's like, what? Huh? Why you guys be hating me? I didn't do nothing. So, Dante is like, okay, I'm the guy, whatever. Well, let me ask you this. Are you guys responsible for these guns getting into Solaria? And Lone Wolf is like, we don't follow your laws. We don't need to answer your questions about how we duel. By the way, guns, yep, it's the handheld essence conductors of Blood Key fame, except not the same kind. They're shitty replicas, but they're getting into Solaria, and we can't be having that. At this moment, Garu realizes that Lone Wolf is the same guy that he saved back in the Dead Zone that told him the story about the duel. So he's like, whoa, I know this guy. He's a chiller, right? Next chapter, reunion separated by time. So, this guy, also recognizing Garu in this moment, like softens up a bit. He seems fond of Garu, and he asks how Garu has been. And Garu is like, I met Master, and then Lone Wolf is like, whoa, ain't no way. So he has beef with the concept that Garu is letting somebody else make decisions for him, but he starts saying like, I never thought a wolf running wild in the Dead Zone would one day become a pet dog, or whatever, and Garu's like, what? I'm not a dog, what are you talking about? So Lone Wolf tells everyone not to bother the three of them, because he owes Garu his life, essentially. And then as the three of them are leaving the tavern, Lone Wolf like pulls Garu aside and he's like, come talk to me after you've thrown off your collar. I have many more stories to tell you. And Garu is like, what do you, I can't take off my collar. I would die. What do you mean? I can't take that. What are you talking about? So next chapter, lengthy considerations. The three of them set up a camp outside of town and they talk over the sitch. They're camping because they know they're not exactly welcome in the town, even though Lone Wolf told everyone to chill out. So they're kind of like, we're just gonna go not be here. So they're talking about the happenings. And so Garu fills Dante in on why they're here and his history with Lone Wolf. Dante fills them in on the gun situation. And now they're all up to speed. Dante also tells them that it's weird that there's a town here because there isn't a water source nearby. So Dante's like, there's water sources scattered throughout the fire territory, but there isn't one in this area that I know of, and I know of all of them, or I should. So it's weird that these people can survive so close to the dead zone and without water, right? So he's theorizing that this town is surviving solely off the trade of illegal goods, which is bad, because the illegal goods are getting into Solaria. And then Eden is like, hold on, but didn't the knights destroy all those guns? And Dante is like, yes, these ones are just shitty knockoffs that are made a little bit differently. So now everyone's up to speed on the whole sitch, right? Next chapter, the town's riddle. Specifically, by the way, one of the differences with these guns is that they don't require the outfit. Like, remember how in Blood Key, those guns, you had to also wear, like, the essence absorbing outfit or whatever? And it, you know, these ones don't require that, so they aren't as powerful, but obviously they're still guns, which is not great. So, they're, like, chilling at camp, and Garu is like, so, Dante, do you think everyone here is a bad person? And Dante is like, not necessarily. And Eden is like, what? I thought for sure you'd have a bad view of all these, like, criminals bringing guns into your town, right? And Dante is like, okay, what do you guys think then? And then this whole following exchange happens, and I'm just gonna tell it word for word because that's the best way to share this piece of the story. So, Garu says, although that man with the beard wanted to take my collar, the other people were really nice to me. I don't think they're bad people. Lone Wolf doesn't seem like a bad person either. And Dante says, what basis do you have for this judgment? Intuition? And Garu says, because the games they play all have rules. Everything's fine as long as you're willing to play along. And Dante goes, oh? The guy playing cards with me kept cheating, so what makes you say that? And Garu says, I heard him and Master talk. He said it's not cheating if you don't catch them. Maybe it sounds unreasonable, but that's also a kind of rule. Later, when we performed with the darts as exchange, they didn't bother us anymore, and they even applauded and treated us. This shows that they really have no bad intentions, it's just that the rules here are different from the ones that we know. And Dante says, you're right, that's also what I think. This was such a big Garu moment. Such a genius Garu moment. I love that he's a genius. I'm just saying. I feel like sometimes he gets a bad rep, like people just, you know, they're like, oh, little stupid dumb puppy boy, tiny guy, baby stupid guy. But then he pulls this out and it's like, chill out. He's actually fucking epic and awesome and epic, okay? Anyway, so Dante tells the squad that this place is not referenced in Solaria's records. So basically now Dante has two goals. One is to find out the reason that these guns are getting into his town, like the people behind it. And two, to find out the bad history between Solaria and this town, like what the fucking deal is with that. So Garu says he'll ask Lone Wolf, and Dante says he probably wants Garu to take off his collar before he'll answer any questions. And Garu is like, my gemstone is on here, I can't take this off. And Eden is like, no, not that type of collar, it's a metaphor. Maybe Lone Wolf hopes you'll shake off my control. And Garu is like, but you aren't controlling me. And Eden is like, this is a really hard thing to explain. And then Dante decides he's gonna go look around the edges of the town because he can't go in without it being suspicious, so he's gonna just kind of go like snoop. So next chapter, Deceptive Tactics. Eden figures that they could be getting watched, so he says him and Garu are going to pretend that Dante is in his tent going to sleep early to throw off the potential spies. That way Dante can sneak around and investigate easier. And then once Dante leaves, Eden thinks about how Dante has seemed anxious since they showed up, but Garu has been absolutely kicking ass. So he praises Garu for being so smart and brave, as he should. Then we cut to the point of view of a few guys who are indeed watching them from like up on a hill, as Eden and Garu actually get ready to sleep later on. These guys believe that Dante went to sleep early, and one of them says, keep an eye on them, don't let them interfere with the plan. So it's like, uh-oh, stuff happening. Next chapter, sheep herding show. The next morning, Dante returns and tells Eden he found an altar not far from here, which implies fire spirits used to dwell here a long time ago, but the altar has been abandoned and the spirits are gone. And then suddenly they feel the ground shaking like a bunch of animals are moving. Turns out it's a bunch of sheep that Garu accidentally scared away from their shepherd, so Karu comes out to herd them all back up. And then Dante is like, the vegetation is very sparse here, the sheep have to travel a long way to graze. So he's like, damn, these people are living tough lives. Next chapter, Smuggler's Trade. So after the sheep incident, the three regroup and Karu notices someone hiding behind a cactus watching them. It's a kid that was helping at the bar in the tavern before. So the kid tells them that Lone Wolf has no intention of letting the guns leave the town, and they only exist here for everyone's protection, and he was very angry when he heard that some ended up in Solaria. So he double-checked today's shipment to make sure there weren't any in there, and then Dante is like, what the fuck, you're telling me there's illegal goods being traded as we speak? So Dante runs off. So Eden is like, let's go follow him. And then Karu is like, don't think you can order me around. And then Eden just picks him up and runs off. It's really funny. So they pull up to the function, seconds too late. And Lone Wolf is like, none of these are going to Solaria. But even if they were, it would be because you've been doing a shitty job of running the place. And Dante is like, Ligma. And then Lone Wolf turns to Garu and is like, you could join the adventure yourself if you weren't wearing a collar. And Garu is like, even if I was wearing a collar, I would still only do the things I want to do, and I'm not coming with you because smuggling is bad. And Lone Wolf is like, well, good and bad are just rules decided by some randoms. And then he leaves. Next chapter, Betrayal. So the kid from before tells the squad that this town was set up by criminals who were banished from Solaria several generations ago. He says apparently back then, you were banished the second you were convicted of a crime in Solaria. So the people who were kicked out grew to hate the Sun Lord for persecuting people with cruel laws and then leaving them with no way out. And Dante asks if the kid has ever thought of leaving, and the kid says it's tough here, but this is our home. And then they suddenly hear gunshots from across the town. So the gunshots scare the horse that Lone Wolf was on, so suddenly the horse comes running and bucks Lone Wolf off his back. And Garu lunges in to catch Lone Wolf, and Dante lassos the horse and calms it down. Which, by the way, Horse Girl Edmund x Horse Girl Dante when? Horse Girl Edmund reference? Anyway. So Eden and the kid notice that Lone Wolf is hurt, but he brushes them off and shoves them behind some boxes so they won't be seen, and he tells them to hide because the asshole guy from the tavern before has betrayed him. He then tells Garu to help him call everyone back because there may be an ambush on the road. So Garu hops on the horse and races off towards where the people that were taking the shipment went. And Dante tells Eden to get the kid out of here before the enemies arrive, and Eden does so. And then Lone Wolf tells Dante also to leave, and Dante is like, no. This part is like so good. It's so like, it's epic as fuck. Like I can picture this so vividly in my mind, you know? It's like a movie, like a fucking old Western movie. It's so cool. Like the horses and like the dust rolling in and like, you know, it's sick. Okay. So Night Rat, which is the name of the guy from the tavern, apparently. Your whole family's a stack of rats. Line 'em up, stack of rats.
You're a stack of rats.
Your whole family's a stack of rats.
Your whole family, line them up, stack of rats.
So Night Rat rides in, and Lone Wolf is like, what is wrong with you selling guns to Solaria and shit? And Night Rat is like, if you weren't the only one who knew how to manufacture these weapons, I would have gone off on my own long ago. And he's like, you're just scared that if too many people get these weapons, Solaria or the Royal Guard will come flatten the town. And Dante is like, yo, word? What? So Night Rat says, unless Lone Wolf tells him how to make the guns, he's gonna flatten the town himself. And then Night Rat is about to shoot at Lone Wolf again, but Dante steps up in his place and is like, shoot me instead, bitch. So next chapter, Decisive Battle. Dante asks Night Rat to take him up on a bet using the rules of the town, and Lone Wolf is like, what? So Dante says if he wins the duel, Night Rat can't harm any of the townsfolk. And Night Rat is like, okay, fine. So he gives Dante a gun, but the gun he gives Dante is an unfinished one, and Dante immediately can tell when he picks it up because it's like lighter or whatever, like he immediately knows. But Lone Rat tries to like, what, Lone Rat? Guys, we have a typo. Lone Rat. Oh my god. Anyways, so Lone Rat tells Dante that the gun is like fucked, and Dante is like, yep, I noticed. But they proceed as per usual anyway. So it's like, what? What's he gonna do? Dante's gonna lose. There's no way. This battle starts, and Night Rat keeps shooting at him, right? And Dante keeps dodging. But Lone Wolf is like, dude, you can't keep dodging forever, right? But Dante is like, I'm not using my essence to counterattack because that would be cheating. So he ends up getting shot in the shoulder. And then the next round, which I guess there's rounds, Dante uses his gun to catch the bullet that flies at him and send it flying back at Night Rat, which is crazy. And then at this exact moment, Eden and Garu return. Eden says him and the kid got all the townspeople safely out the back of the tavern, which is where Night Rat had all the townspeople being, like, held captive, by the way. And Garu says he brought everyone back that left to trade goods. So, the townspeople attack Night Rat. They're like, fuck this guy, get him! Next chapter. proving oneself. So after all this hubbub, okay, some of the townspeople come over to thank Dante and apologize for the goofing yesterday, and then they all go back to the tavern to play more darts. And then Eden and Garu tell everyone that today's Solaria is different than it was before, and they even held the Sunburst Festival again. And some old guy is like, what? Really? They held the Sunburst Festival again? I remember that from when I was a kid. So Eden says he doesn't really know what Solaria was like before, but today's Solaria won't disappoint. And Dante is like obviously touched by this, and he thinks to himself, that's right, I'm the Sun Lord now. Banishing or even wiping out Solarians for minor offenses, and not leaving a single trace. There's no way I can let something like that happen again. Bruh. He's so slay. He's so epic and slay and awesome, and I love him so much. So, Lone Rat, asks Dante if he's still trying to confiscate the guns, and Dante says he hasn't given up on that goal, but he wants to follow the town's rules and win them fairly via a duel with Lone Wolf. So Dante says his goal isn't to change the town, he just wants a chance to prove himself and prove Solaria. He says if he wins, he will ask the elemental spirits of fire to once again bestow their blessings on this place, which would return the land to how it was before, and the sheep would be able to graze and the town would have water, etc., etc. So Lone Wolf accepts the duel. Last chapter, a happy end. Let's get locked in for this duel. We all know how it ends, but let's get locked in for the duel. They go out, with their guns, and they're like, okay, 3 steps away, turn, and shoot, right? Dante wins, of course, by shooting Lone Wolf's hat off, rather than actually shooting him. And then he goes to the edge of town, and he asks the fire spirits to return, and they do. Boy, when I tell you I cried. It's so cute. Like, it's just, oh my god, this event was so perfect. It was like the perfect amount of, like, epic, like, there's stakes, but it wasn't like depressing as fuck. And then the happy end was so happy. I don't know, dude. Anyway, so Lone Wolf says that in the future they'll be honored by Dante's presence whenever he visits, and Dante decides not to take the guns, but he tells Lone Wolf to not let them appear in Solaria again. And then Eden and Garu decide to stay for a few more days to gain more intel for Garu's picture book. And then we cut to Garu's room in the mansion, where he's telling the end of the story he drew. And it's, of course, the story of them in the desert town together. And the last drawing is of Dante summoning the spirits, and Garu and Eden watching in amazement. And we get the sprite of this drawing, and it's so fucking cute, bro. I'm gonna puke. I'm ill. I'm actually mentally ill and physically ill and spiritually, psychologically ill. Guys, wasn't that crazy? Wasn't that the best, most epicest story you've ever heard in your life, perchance? Alright, onto the cards then. So, starting with SSR, Stampeding Adventurer Garu. Okay, room 1. Busy life on the ranch.
Ranch? If a cat was gonna say ranch. Ranch! 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 Right, stop it! Baubles. That's enough.
This takes place during the few days that they decide to stay, to gather more intel for the picture book. Garu sees this old guy that looks like he needs help, so they go ask. And the dude is like, actually, yeah, I do. I'm running a ranch that is low on employees, and I'm kind of too old to do everything myself. So Garu and Eden, of course, decide to help until the old guy can hire somebody else. Oh my god. Sorry, I forgot about this. Okay, they go to the ranch and they meet the one last employee that this old guy has, and he teaches them how to shear sheep, and they have to shear all these fucking sheep. And then it takes them all day. The employee guy leaves, and then Eden and Garu are just in the barn after the sheep are done, and Garu is like, oh, I'm wiped, I should sit down. And he sits on this weird chair that has magic seals on it, and he starts getting horny because it's not a chair, it's one of those thingies that they use to extract the nut from the animals, room 2, collection completed. It's official, I'm bred. Garu after this, whatever, they freak it. I have a note that says, they freak it in the damn barn. What if the sheep turn freaky from seeing this yaoi IRL? Okay, room 3, difference of opinions. So the next day, Garu tells Eden that him and Karu had a fight last night, and Karu says there's something off about the one other employee guy, and Garu is like, but I don't want to leave because this guy needs help and whatever. So Eden asks Karu what's up, and Karu says he found that guy having a suspicious meeting in an abandoned farmhouse, talking about some valuable merchandise or whatever, and Karu says if Garu stays, the nasty humans might get their hands on him again. Which, by the way, this came out a few months before chapter whatever it was where Garu's lore was revealed. So this was one of those oh, what happened to Garu type moments. So later that day, Eden follows this employee guy into town, and he sees basically the same thing. He meets with a couple guys and discusses getting their hands on something valuable, and then Eden is like, wait, they can't mean... And then it cuts off, and we go to the next room, titled Fighting Fear. A million important things happen in this room, so strap in. So these guys are human traffickers, and they lure Garu in by disrupting the sheep, and then they catch him in a sturdy net that he can't quite escape from, and he starts having a panic attack thinking about how this situation feels so familiar, but he doesn't know why. So again, this was before the lore reveal. So this is like, whoa, big moment for Garu fans. So inside Garu's head, Karu starts yelling like at Garu to let him come out, but Eden shows up and he's like, Garu, you got this! And then Garu breaks free on his own and he runs over to Eden, and then Eden beats up the traffickers with a steel pipe. King shit. So after this situation is resolved, Eden pulls Garu into a hug and he's like, thank God we got here in time, I almost had a heart attack. And then Karu comes out and he tells Eden he's upset because he didn't even get to make an appearance during that whole situation. And then he says, plus, he's grown strong enough to not need me to protect him. Bro. So Eden replies by basically saying, it's thanks to you that Garu can become so strong. Thank you for always looking after him.
What the fuck?
And then Eden hugs Karu, and then he picks him up, and he says, human slave number 1 is in need of some comforting. And then room 5, rewarding the coolest you. They freak it. And I took him to my farmhouse, and I freaked it. Okay, oh my god, guys, it's time. Last card. SSR Faithful Challenger Dante. I said it's time for the last card like it's the end of the video, but I just mean for this event. I'm just hyped about this event, okay? Room 1. Intense chase. Eden and Dante are chasing some criminals on horses. So Eden has named his horse Gale Wing Tornado Victor, and Dante named his horse One. And Eden is like, that name is too short. And Dante is like, names should be short, and also he likes it. And Eden is like, oh, and how do you know that he likes it? And then Dante says the name to the horse, and the horse neighs happily. Okay, horse girl Dante for real though. Also, Dante being one of those guys who's good with animals but not people. Dante being one of those guys who's good with animals but not people is so adorable and so Dante and so yes, and I'm gonna cry. And also, this reminds me of Yakumo. And so basically I think Yakumo and Dante should kiss, maybe. And also I think you guys should read from the Earth Nectar. Have I mentioned that? I've definitely mentioned that. Anyway, they're chasing these guys, but they're resting. Like, they're trying to track down these criminals, but it's like nighttime, so they're taking a break. They're like in the middle of the desert, and they're like, oh, we can't track these guys down in the middle of the night. We have to take some sleepies. So they like take a break next to an oasis or something. And Eden gets cold, and Dante doesn't. So Eden is like, how are you not cold? And then Dante says, he got used to the cold at night in the desert back when he had to cross the desert alone. Bruh. And Eden is like, was that when you were being tested by the fire spirits? And Dante is like, yes. And then they hear a monster howl in the distance, and Eden is like, maybe we should move. And Dante is like, it's not close enough to cause a problem. If you flee every time you hear something, you'll spend the whole night running around. And Eden is like, did you learn that during your test too? And Dante is like, yes. And then Eden moves closer and starts getting freaky mode. So room 2, desert competition. So I took him to my middle of the desert and I freaked it. And then afterwards, Eden is like, now that we did that, the next time you're in the desert at night, you'll have a memory of something other than being stuck. Fuck, dude. Okay.
I'm this close to slamming my fucking balls in a waffle iron.
Eden is like, now next time you're out here at night, you'll have a memory of something other than being stuck out here alone. Bruh, don't get me started, dude. He's so, bruh, they're so, ew. So room 3, unexpected challenge. The next morning, they follow the piles of horse shit from the other guys' horses, and they end up at this ancient abandoned altar, and they see a cave where they can feel fire where they can feel fire elemental spirits inside the cave. So they're like, what the fuck? So Dante is like, I have to investigate this. So they go into the cave and they get trapped in between 2 walls of fire that won't let them leave. And Dante says these spirits are ancient, so their intentions are beyond him. And Eden is like, this may seem crazy coming from me, but I don't sense any hostility. Hostility? Hostile energies. Dante says this feels familiar, and he concludes that the fire spirits want them to take a test again. So Dante says he accepts, but the spirits gather around Eden instead. They want Eden to take the test, not
Dante. So Eden talks Dante into letting him try the test, but Dante makes absolutely sure Eden is sure about this. He's concerned because he knows these tests are incredibly hard, but Eden is like, dude, I got this, it's fine, we got this. So Eden says, I accept your test, and then we cut to the next room, room 4, the reason for persisting. So Eden feels intense pain as the fire spirits begin their test, and he thinks about if Dante had to endure this himself, like alone, back when he did this. But as he's thinking about that, he sees a vision of all the clan members plus all of his friends from the old world walking away from him one by one, and a voice in his head says, no one needs you, nobody wants to stay with you. Even if somebody does stay with you, you're sure to disappoint them sooner or later. That's the kind of person you are, because you've always been abandoned. And then Eden replies with, even so, I want to stand right here because this is something I have to do. And he wakes up to Dante yelling his name, and Dante asks if he's okay, which, by the way, rare Dante occurrence, and he says that Eden passed the first stage of the test. This is like so, oh my god, I'm ill about them. I'm so ill about them. So the fire spirits seem happy that Eden passed the first stage, but Dante tells them he should be the one tested, not Eden, and the fire spirits don't respond, and Eden is like, well, guess they still want me, and Dante is like, you have no reason to do this. And Eden is like, I have my own reasons. And Dante is like, and what would those be? And Eden is like, I'll tell you once we get out of here. And then phase 2 starts. Bro. I'm dying. So Dante tells Eden to take his hand and says if they won't take me, then we'll take the test together. No matter what happens, I won't let go of your hand. Genuinely goodbye. So the spirits clearly want Dante to let go, but Eden and Dante both hold firm, and then the fire spirits leave. They got bored, I guess. So they go deeper into the cave, and they find the 2 bandits who had been ran through by the fire spirits, and then they tie them up and they head on their way back to wherever the fuck they were. That night, they stop at a hotel in a random town, and Dante asks Eden why he insisted on taking the test, and Eden says it's because that's the only way to truly understand what Dante went through, and Dante is like shook. Did I tell you I'm mentally ill about this? Oh my fucking god! So then Eden says some shit like, if your essence went haywire, we would have been forced to have an essence regulation session right there in the ruins. I was looking forward to it. And then Dante is like, just ask for it. No need to use my essence as an excuse. I'm ready to satisfy you anytime. Bro, are you fucking, what the hell is going on? Guys, am I interrupting something? Sorry, I didn't mean to, sorry. Bro, whoa, guys, I didn't mean to, whoa, sorry. So, room 5, wild and gentle. I took him to my hotel in the fire territory and I freaked it. What an actually wild ride. What the fuck? Okay, well, great Dante card. Epic awesome sauce Dante card. Awesome sauce. This card was so good it brought the word awesome sauce back into my vocabulary. That's that. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Moving on to the next event. Guys, I was just editing, trimming all the footage. Lo and behold, for some reason, my entire 45-minute clip of me explaining the plot of Prison Riot Revolt has no audio at all whatsoever. So I don't know why that happened, but I have to re-record that, so that's what this is. So I'm gonna probably speedrun the fuck out of this. So, yep. Okay, let's go. So Prison Riot Revolt ran from April 11th to off to a great start. Okay, fuck. Prison Riot Revolt ran from April 11th until May 2nd, 2024, and had 2 SSRs, Vigilant Observer Edmund and Shackled Thug Quincy. Let's get into the plot. First chapter, prison inspection. So Edmund has to go to investigate a prison, not investigate, he has to go basically just check it out. To just go check it out, make sure everything's running well, whatever, but it's on private property in the wood territory. So basically this rich guy bought this property and built a prison, and it's been operating for just over a year. So the king is sending Edmund to investigate, but he's also hoping that Eden will go with, hoping that Eden can use his power as the grand sorcerer to assess the capabilities of the prison as well, which makes absolutely no sense. But so that's the sitch. So they get on their way, and Edmund is explaining, the prison is located in the wood territory, blah, 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 the stuff that I just said. But he also tells Eden that it's located in an area with a specific kind of tree called a crow cave tree. And they're very popular with nobles, like the type of like Crow Cave wood things, like furniture and knickknacks and whatever the fuck, are very popular with nobles right now. But these types of trees grow very slowly, and they're very vital to the environment where they grow. So the kingdom outlawed cutting them down, felling them, if you will, so that they could grow back and etc, etc. Next chapter, Unexpected Criminal. So they get into this prison and they meet the warden, you know, the CEO of the prison, and he gives them the whole grand tour. And while he gives them the tour, they hear a fight breaking out in the dining area. So they have to go investigate. And they find that someone has pulled a smuggled fork on this one big scary inmate. Now, of course, the big scary inmate is Quincy. Why the fuck is Quincy in here? We'll have to wait and find out. So the guy was about to stab Quincy with a fork, and he says it was self-defense because Quincy is like so big and scary. So this guy is just like being fucking stupid, right? So this prisoner with the fork gets sentenced to solitary confinement, and then Eden and Edmund, after this guy is like escorted from the what's the word? The premises. Dude, I was trying to think of the word premises, and the only word I could think of was Prometheus. What the fuck? I was like, that's obviously wrong. Anyway, this guy leaves, and Eden and Edmund are like looking at each other like, what the fuck is Quincy in here for? Next chapter, Estranged Attitude. They ask the warden about Quincy and like why he's in here, and the warden says he's a violent offender that attacked the guards stationed around the prison's perimeter, and he says that since this guy's intentions were clear, they decided to keep him locked up here, and Edmund says that's a violation of the stipulated regulations. Basically, he's saying that Quincy has the right to due process and they can't just fucking lock him in prison, like regardless of if they even saw him do it themselves, they still can't do that. While Edmund is having this conversation with the warden, Eden looks over at Quincy, which they're at Quincy's cell now, by the way, I guess. So he looks over at Quincy and he sees the vibe is off. He's like, I'm smelling bad vibes. And he can tell by Quincy's facial expression that Quincy is like warning him, like, get the fuck out of here, right? So Eden notices this and tunes back into Edmund's conversation, where Edmund is about to tell the warden, like, I know Quincy, he would never do that, etc, etc. But Eden cuts him off and kind of, you know, gives Edmund the nudge, nudge, wink, wink, and Edmund is like, oh, something's going on here. So he doesn't say anything. So they end up convincing the warden to let them talk to Quincy alone. And the warden is like, okay, but I'm gonna be right outside, like, you know, whatever. So he exits the room, and Edmund is like, dude, if you were like falsely accused, like falsely charged, then I can like get the knights to help you out and whatever. And Quincy is like, I don't need help from the knights, like, piss off, right? And Edmund is like, but really it wouldn't be that big of a deal, like whatever. And Quincy reiterates that he does not need help, and then he tells them to stay out of his business and leave this prison before he retreats back into the shadows of the corner of his cell. And the warden comes back in. So next chapter, New Convict. So Edmund and Eden leave and they're like regrouping, and Edmund says, like, I'm gonna get to the bottom of this, you know. So he tells Eden that he's gonna stay at the prison until he can figure out what the fuck is actually going on. But Eden can go home. And Eden is like, hell no, bitch, I'm not going home. Like, we have no idea what's going on here. I'm not leaving you and Quincy here. What if something crazy's going on, right? So Edmund says that he planned on having Eden go back to the Capitol to report on this and have them reinvestigate Quincy's case, but he can tell by Quincy's demeanor that there is something more going on. So he's like, truthfully, having you stay here would be nice because we wouldn't have to waste the time, and also I like being around you. Lol. He doesn't say that, but basically he does. And then Eden is like, I have a genius plan, a genius idea. So he whispers it to Edmund, and we don't get to hear what the plan is yet. And Edmund is like, are you fucking insane? We're absolutely not fucking doing that. Like, what is actually wrong with you? And then hard cut to Eden's plan. So, the warden comes into the dining room. We're now in the dining room. And he says, guys, there's a brand new guard that's temporarily joining us, and a brand new prisoner. So, the guard, of course, is Edmund, but the prisoner is Eden. So, of course, Quincy sees this and is like, girl, what the fuck are you guys doing? So, we cut to the next chapter, Cracking the Whip. The reason Eden decided to do this was because he's guessing Quincy won't tell them anything with the warden and his guards nearby. So this is basically Eden's like really fucking stupid way to be able to be alone with Quincy, and also like give him some more pressure of like, I'm in prison and it's so scary, like, you have to help me and tell me what's going on so we can get out, or like whatever. And also, I would like to mention that this warden is a fucking idiot. He's like absolutely not suspicious at all. He basically tells Edmund, he's like, damn, that's so crazy that Eden like just got here and then all of a sudden he gets found out for being a criminal. That's like really wild. And Edmund is like, yeah, I know, right? That's like so crazy. And the warden is like, well, glad we caught him. And it's like, what? Like, are you stupid? That's not suspicious to you at all? So next chapter, white figure. Eden is now back in his cell, hungry as a motherfucker, when he sees a white figure moving at high speed. Turns out it's Topper. He's fucking zooming around the prison because he's small and he cannot be contained. Nobody can catch him. Also, nobody really knows that he's here. He has brought Eden some bread upon Quincy's request, allegedly. So Eden tells Topper to tell Quinky that he won't leave until Quinky tells him what's going on. And then we cut to 2 days later, Yakumo and Aster have showed up. And so Eden is getting his like visitation or whatever. His visitation hours, minutes really. So apparently Eden had sent a letter or something to them, or like Edmund told them, or like something, somehow they found out what's going on and what the plan is. And Eden requested a couple items for them to smuggle in. Right? So one is some cookies that Yakumo made, and the other is a gift from Aster, which is some just marbles. We don't know what they do yet, but they're marbles. Next chapter, contraband. So the dessert that Yakumo brought was cookies laced with strong laxatives. So Eden purposefully gets caught with them at breakfast, and this shitty guard that's been like bullying him is like, I'm confiscating these and I'm gonna eat them in front of you. And then he eats them and then he has to go take a giant shit. So he runs off to blow up the nearest toilet like Kuya after a heaping helping of Olivine's world famous cauldron mac and cheese. And Eden goes out to the hallway and creates a diversion for the rest of the guards with those marbles, which are actually magic pellets that explode and create tons of smoke when you smash them. During the chaos, Eden goes to Quincy and he's like, hey, tell me what you're up to, or I'm telling the guards this whole thing was your fault. So, next chapter, illegal crow cave logging. Quincy tells Eden that he got word from Topper about an illegal crow cave logging operation in this area. So he went to investigate and saw the prison warden among the culprits, so he attacked the guards on purpose to get himself put in the prison so he could investigate from the inside. And then Eden asks Quincy why he wasn't talking to them, and Quincy says his plan was to figure out who was behind this and deliver retribution. And Eden was like, vigilante justice. So you weren't talking because you thought we would stop you. And Quincy is like, yeah. And then Eden says, so now that you've told me everything, does that mean you'll let me help? And Quincy goes, no choice, you threatened me. Then Topper shows up, and Quincy says he's basically a little spy, and he can find information easily because he's tiny and really fast. And then Eden goes to Edmund to report all of this information, and Edmund says he won't sit idly by if the prison is involved in such crimes, and Eden is like, I knew he wouldn't go along with Quincy's deliver retribution plan. So Eden explains that Topper found a hidden passageway near the senior guard's office that exits outside of the prison. And Edmund says he didn't see it in the blueprints, so they both conclude that that's probably the way that they get the lumber in and out of the prison. But Eden is like, why the fuck would the wood need to be inside the prison at all? And Edmund suspects that they're using prison labor to make the wood into furniture and decorations so they can sell it for way cheaper. Or, they're probably not selling it for cheaper, it's just cheap labor. You know how capitalism is. So this reminds Eden that Quincy mentioned there's a woodworking room. So apparently each prisoner gets assigned like a daily task, like a job, and they all have the same hours except for the woodworking people who work on a different schedule than everyone else. And every time the woodworking people are doing their job, the warden is in there supervising, which doesn't happen to anybody else. Eden also says that Quincy told him that the guy from the beginning that was going to stab him with a fork, the reason that was going down was because Quincy went over there to ask him like what's with the woodworking people or whatever, and the guy like got himself thrown into solitary confinement so he wouldn't have to answer Quincy's question, which is really suspicious, obviously. So Eden concludes that since that one guy is now in solitary confinement, that probably means there's an open spot in the woodworking like job cohort. I don't know. So Edmund is like, wait, you're kind of genius, right? So next chapter, carpentry operations. We cut to Eden, Quincy, and Olivine in the workshop. So Olivine and the rest of the inmates are reciting a prayer, which by the way, Quincy is pointedly not reciting the prayer, which I think is interesting and I love. So as it turns out, Edmund convinced the prison to allow the church to help with rehabilitation to get Olivine here. So Olivine is here leading a prayer and also like a woodworking craft day. So they all have normal wood, not crocave wood, and they're just like making shit, right? This was their plan to get all the inmates into the workshop at the same time, right? So Eden takes this opportunity to, of course, carve a butt plug out of wood, as he does. And then the warden sees Quincy and Eden's work and he's like, wow, you guys are kind of good at this. So he tells them that they're now both on like woodworking duty, right? So the plan was successful. And then we cut to them getting to the workshop for their first official day. And they are once again using regular ass wood. So Eden is like, well, what the fuck? Like, what the hell, it's just wood. And Quincy is like, actually this wood is covered in a camouflage spell. So he reverses the spell, he's like holding the wood thing under the table so that the warden won't notice, and he reverses the spell, and sure enough, it's crocave wood. So next chapter, manufacturing opportunity. Later the same night, Edmund gets Eden and Quincy into a private cell so that all three of them can talk, and Quincy brings the crocave block that he stole from the workshop, and Edmund says this isn't enough for a conviction, and they need to find out where the warden is hiding the rest of it, and catch the warden with the secret stash. So Eden says, given the right circumstances, the warden would give the game away. For example, an emergency situation where he would be forced to protect his stash, right? So he says they would need help from the knights. And when he says this, Quincy has a flashback to the tribe elder and a tribe boy telling him that even if they reported the illegal logging to the knights, it wouldn't do any good, since the knights and the nobles that have been cutting down the trees are all in league with each other and all they want is money and power. So this flashback was of course back when Quincy was like just a normal guy in the tribe. So apparently the nobles had been doing illegal bullshit in the woods for like forever. So back to the present. Quincy says, in truth, I have no faith in the knights. And he continues by saying he also has no faith in the nobles, which is why he chose to figure this out himself. And then Edmund says he understands why some people have no faith in the knights, but it's his responsibility to change that for the better. He says he will do everything he can to bring criminals to swift justice. And Quincy says, I know you will. And then he says, nobles stealing natural resources to sell to other nobles, no matter what new laws are established or what new rulers come into power, this fact never changes. You might be able to catch the criminal, but you can't change the system, and the system is what gives you power. If you push too hard, you might harm yourself in the process. So he's kind of being a fucking anti-capitalist big brain genius right now, and I kind of need to give him a little kiss. I don't know. So Eden is like, wait, but you also can only catch the criminal and not change the system. And Quincy is like, yeah, but it won't harm me at all. Like, I have no reputation. I can keep doing this for the rest of my fucking life. So Edmund says he may not be able to change the system, but he will expose the crimes of the nobility as many times as it takes to stir the hearts of the people and strike fear into those who do evil. They're both being so genius and epic and cool and awesome. So Quincy says he trusts Edmund and finally admits that he can't do everything himself, which is also like a big moment. So the gang is finally ready to kick some ass together. So Eden devises a plan, and it cuts to later that night, where Eden's next door cell neighbor is trying to dig his way out with a spoon, and Eden starts planting seeds of like, well, we could all get out of here if we all just ran at the same time. They can't catch all of us, right? And he tells him that there's this secret passageway and such. So next chapter, giving the game away. The next day, Eden literally leads a prison break as a diversion so that Quincy can sneak around and figure out where the warden is keeping the lumber. So it turns out it's hidden behind a secret door in the workshop. And when Quincy discovers this, he also catches the warden in there trying to start bringing the lumber out of the prison. So the warden sees him and is like, dude, can you help me like move this lumber real quick? Like, it's kind of crazy. And Quincy is like, oh, don't worry. More help is on the way. So next chapter, breaking the law. We get a flashback to Eden telling the squad about the breakout plan. And he's like, I for sure thought you'd be against this. And Edmund is like, I definitely am. So I'll have a team waiting for everyone outside the passageway. And then we cut back to the present where the rest of the plan goes smoothly and the prisoners get out, but there's like knights surrounding them and whatever. And then we cut back to Quincy and the warden in the workshop where the warden is like, help. What's that supposed to mean? And then Edmund shows up and they arrest the warden. Get shit on, old man, you fucking piece of shit. So they arrest the warden and they go back outside. Well, we cut back to outside. The warden is gone. Edmund tells everyone that since the previous warden messed with the records, they're reinvestigating everyone's cases to make sure that nobody is unjustly imprisoned, which is also a slay. And then we get the last chapter, planting operations. So Yakumo and Blade show up immediately after the mission succeeds, and they start clinging to Eden and like cuddling him and saying they were so worried about him. So they're being cute. So we find out that they actually planned for all the prisoners and everyone else who helped out with this, the knights and everyone here, to immediately help plant a bunch of new crow cave trees so that they can, you know, at least start to build back the population. And then as that operation gets started, Eden goes to Aster and he's like, hey, what about that favor I asked for? And Aster is like, all done, don't even worry about it. I started a mysterious rumor that the smell of crow cave wood causes impotence, and now the nobles are scrambling to get rid of their crow cave goods, and you definitely won't find any of them rushing to the warden's aid. So another big brain genius move from Eden and Aster. And Edmund, who witnesses this conversation, is like, oh, I see. Reduce the market demand and the illegal felling of crow cave trees should soon be a thing of the past. And then Quincy randomly asks what Eden's fake crime was, and Edmund says he was put in prison for the crime of being a fraudulent Grand Sorcerer, meaning that they claimed Eden was pretending to be the successor to the Grand Sorcerer while the real successor was off regulating altars elsewhere. And Edmund says that this made-up crime was his idea, which is so fucking funny. I love when Edmund is like, gets the opportunity to do a little trolling, because usually he's all serious. So that's the end of that story. Moving into the cards, starting with SSR, Vigilant Observer Edmund. Room 1, Midnight Crisis. So this happens right after the shit your pants cookie incident. So that guard takes Eden to the punishment cell, which is apparently a thing that they have. And he's like, you smuggled in contraband. I'll have to search you very, very thoroughly. But then Edmund shows up and is like, frick off, weirdo. And then Eden is like, Mr. Guard, sir, shouldn't you search me? And Edmund is like, well, don't mind if I do. So they freak it. In room 2, shocking pleasure. And then room 3, faint unease. They are now back in the dining area, and Edmund is thinking something is up with Eden. And he hears an inmate saying some weird horny shit about him, about Edmund, and Edmund throws him to the ground, but the guy gets back up with a knife, and then Eden realizes that Edmund will be hated by all the inmates if he totally destroys this guy. So Eden steps in and provokes the guy, and ends up getting himself hurt instead to take some of the heat off Edmund. And then Edmund is like, oh my god, Eden, your hand, what the fuck? Because his like hand has a deep cut in it, right? And Eden is like, it's actually so fine. Like, it's so good and fine. But Edmund can tell that he's in immense pain and the cut on his hand is really deep. So the guards take Eden to the infirmary, and the guy with the knife goes to the punishment cell or something, I don't know, but he's gone. And then room 4, strange but familiar you. The same fuck-ass guard from room 1 corners Eden in the hallway and is like, you're stealing from the inmates, I'm gonna have to search you. And Eden is like, lol, watch this. And he bumps into the guy and makes it look like all the stolen goods were in the guard's pocket. So all the inmates pull up and they're like, this guy's the one that's been stealing all of our shit, get him, like fuck this guy, right? So Edmund shows up to break up the fight, and he brings Eden back to the punishment room, and Eden reveals that Topper found out that that guard was stealing from the inmates, and Topper had found his stash. So Eden went and did all that situation to get the guard caught. And Edmund asks Eden why he didn't ask for Edmund's help with the guard, even though Edmund was standing right there. And Eden is like, I can handle assholes like him just fine. And Edmund says, I don't like this. My jaw is on the fucking floor, bruh. This is like Edmund being like, okay, here's time for an emotional check-in. I don't like this. So he says that prison has changed Eden, or like it seems like it has, and made him even more reckless and troublemaker-ish than he normally is, and Edmund is worried about him. I'm so ill. I'm so sick. So Eden explains why he did what he did in the dining hall and everything, and Edmund thinks to himself, like, okay, so even though he seems different here, it's still the same Eden that I know, which is so cute. And then Edmund locks Eden in the punishment chair and they freak it. So room 5, you need special discipline, bruh. So they freak it, and then we get SSR Shackled Thug Quincy. So room 1, devious attention seeking. So this takes place like while Quincy is still being all tough guy, like, you know, scary inmate vibes. Eden and Quincy have both gained like fandoms in prison, right? But Eden hears some like top dog inmates talking about some secret piece of intel that they've gathered on Quincy. So Eden is like, ooh, better think of something so I can figure out what this piece of intel is, right? So he picks a fight with Quincy in the cafe, and the Quincy fandom starts a fight with the Eden fandom, and then Quincy takes Eden to a private room and is like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And Eden tries to explain, but Quincy is like, you're being a little shit. And Eden is like, let me remind you of something. And then he grabs Quincy by the collar and like pushes him against a wall, and then he says, you aren't the only bad guy in prison. I got locked up too, you know. Bruh, like, you're just a little scrimp. Like, don't even, like, it's so funny that he's like, I'm gonna look Quincy dead in the eyes and I'm gonna say, I'm just as bad as you are, actually, and also just as tough. Because I got locked up in prison for a fake crime. Like, what are you talking about? So, room 2. Oh my god. Room 2 is titled, Take Me to a Room and Hit Me. What the fuck? I love that it's just, take me to a room. Like, just any room. It's not like, take me to the room. Take me to your room. Take me to a room. Just one of them. You get it. They freak it, whatever. Room 3. A side gig? So Eden ends up becoming a prison merchant with the help of Topper, who is smuggling in contraband, but specifically contraband of the horny variety, which is really funny. Like, I know Topper isn't actually like a little baby, he's like potentially older than Quincy, but it's just really funny that he's like, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna find sex toys and bring them to Eden so he can be a merchant in prison. He's hilarious. Meanwhile, Quincy is getting hit on by another inmate, and he tells the guy to get lost, and then he walks over to Eden and is like, hey, you're seemingly well adjusted to prison life, what's up with that? And Eden is like, so are you, but it's no surprise I get along well here. You know, I've been a troublemaker since I was a kid, but with you I can't help but feel like there's sides of you I still know nothing about. So we get the next room, room 4, triggering emergency. So the big bad boss inmate guy from earlier that has the secret intel on Quincy starts making moves on Eden, making schmoves, and he tries to give him a really obviously spiked drink, and Eden is like, getting close to this guy could actually be helpful to get this intel, right? So he plays along, but he offers the guy some of his own liquor instead as a smart way to avoid drinking the spiked one. So he ends up getting this guy wasted, and he finds out that the rumor about Quincy is just about Topper, but they think Topper is like an evil white phantom, like elemental spirit or something. So they're like, the rumor is basically just like, this guy has like a evil ghost following him around, like he sold his soul or whatever. So Quincy, meanwhile, notices that Eden is not in his cell, and he overhears a couple of that big bad boss guy's like goons talking about like putting something in Eden's drink and whatever. So he kicks their asses and he goes to find Eden and this guy, and he shows up looking scary as fuck and just picks Eden up like a fucking sack of potatoes, just like he did in the main story, and carries him back to his cell. And Eden is like, oh man, here I thought you were bringing me to some dark secluded corner to teach me a lesson, thank God. And then after he's like doing his little silly goofing, he notices that Quincy has his back turned and is breathing really heavily. So he's like, hey man, like I'm fine, I wasn't actually in danger. And he gives Quincy a pat on the back, but the second he touches Quincy, Quincy turns around and tosses him onto the bed. So it's fucking crazy freaky time, I guess. So we get room 5, a deal too far. So Quincy goes sicko mode, and then afterwards Eden is like, what were you so angry about? And Quincy is like, I wasn't angry. And Eden is like, is it because that guy tried to have his way with me, huh? And Quincy gives him a hug and says, just think of it as one of those sides of me you still know nothing about. He's crazy, dude. Actually crazy. So that's the end of that. Now I know this story really well because I've told it twice. Except for nobody will ever be able to hear the first one because it was completely fucking muted. Okay, moving on. So, the next event is called Puzzling Invitation. Went from 9th of May until the 6th of June 2024 and had 2 SSRs and 1 SR. We've got SSR Midnight Pursuit Blade, SSR Treasured Vestige Ray, and SR Incognito Cafe Yakumo. So, Chapter 1, Fair of Marbles. Blade and Eden are pretending to be detectives because Blade has been reading a lot of detective books. So Blade gives Eden like a detective outfit and he's like, you know what they say, 3 detectives can solve cases, so we only need 1 more, which is like, you know, just a Bladeism. Like, what the fuck? I don't know who says that, but apparently people do. So they are off to find the next detective, and they find Astor and Morvay in the hallway talking about this thing called the Fair of Marvels, which is a thing that Astor hosts, where basically a bunch of rich people bring like their nice expensive items and they like set it up like a museum or like an art exhibit kind of. So they're talking about setting it up and everything, and Blade randomly senses that there's intruders, so they go upstairs to investigate. Next chapter, Mysterious Shadow. The intruders, of course, end up just being Father and Ray, and Blade tells Eden that Ray comes here for walks all the time, but nobody ever notices that he's here, so Blade goes to greet Ray every time, just in case he's, like, lonely, which is so cute and like, oh my fucking god, dude, I love them already so much. Like, just, bruh, ill. So Eden asks if Ray is interested in going to the fair, and Blade says that the reason he's going is because where there's treasures, there's burglary, and where there's burglary, there's cool detectives, which is really cute. And Ray is like, everything at the fair is just like stupid, random rich people stuff. I have no interest in investigating anything. And Eden is like, well, you know, sometimes I just want to invite you to things. And Ray is like, oh, he's like shocked about that. And then he's like, okay, I'll think about it, bruh. And then Blade and Eden decide to go to the fair hall early just to check out the place, like before the event is actually running. And a guy calling himself Phantom descends from the roof, and he's like, long time no see. On the night of this full moon, I will bring a carefully prepared game for everyone. And they're like, girl, what the fuck? So next chapter, Carefully Prepared Game. He says everyone has to follow his hints to find this precious treasure that he stole, or the building is gonna blow up in like 3 days. And then he disappears, and a letter falls to the ground in his place, which Ray shows up just in time to pick up, and he discovers that it's blank. So they go back to the mansion, and they tell Astor about this, and Astor is like, this fucking guy shows up at my mansion whenever I buy expensive shit, and he starts leaving me weird puzzles. So next chapter, Detective Commission. Astor is like, we can't lose to this guy. In times like these, you need to rely on your own people. And Eden is like, no fucking way. And Astor is like, yep, I'd like to commission you detectives to solve this case for us helpless little folk. And then Ray gets dragged into it, of course, because he happens to be there. And Eden is like, you know, with Blade's investigation skills and your analytical skills, this might actually not be impossible. And Ray is like, don't drag me into this. And Eden is like, well, if I recall, the Phantom said he's gonna blow the place up, which means there's some sort of magical device in that building that's capable of blowing everything up, and none of the guards noticed any of it. How about that? You'd want to investigate that, wouldn't you, Mr. Essence Researcher? And Ray is like, okay, fine, I actually do want to know. So the gang is ready to go, except that Blade tells Ray he needs to change into his detective clothes. And Eden is like, there's no fucking way that Ray is gonna actually do that. And then Ray is like, yeah, okay, I'll do it. Cut to the Ray outfit reveal, which, by the way, love this outfit. It's one of my favorite Ray outfits. The other one being his rainy season outfit. Eden, upon seeing this outfit reveal, is like, I didn't think you'd actually do it. And Ray is like, well, changing into a different outfit to get access to an E-droid's skills is a good deal. Plus, making a certain someone unable to take his eyes off me does make it more appealing. Bruh. So, the letter was blank, but there was also a little vial of coffee grounds inside the envelope. So, Eden is like, I happen to know a guy, Yakumo, who has been researching coffee recently. So they go to the kitchen to find him. Next chapter, a coffee shop in an alley. Yakumo, who is now up to speed on the haps, gives the coffee a little sniff, and then he's like, this is the signature coffee from the Nameless Coffee Shop, which is literally a nameless coffee shop in an alleyway that is run by this old guy who is getting close to retiring because he's fucking old. You know, not dying, but like getting tired, right? And the customer base is getting smaller and smaller these days because nobody knows about this coffee shop anymore because it's literally in an alleyway and doesn't have a name. Anyways, we find out all that information about this guy like 2 chapters from now, but it was a good time to tell you, okay? So Yakumo tells them about this place and then they show up. He leads the way because none of them know where it is. And they try to ask the old guy that runs the place questions about at this phantom guy, and he's like, we only serve coffee. And then he goes into the back, and then they go outside to regroup in the alleyway, and Ray notices that there's a help wanted sign. So Yakumo offers to give it a try. And then next chapter, the most likely place. The squad pulls up again like a day or two later during Yakumo's like first or second shift. That's when we find out all this information about the guy and that he's gonna close down the place because he's old and there's nobody coming in, and etc, etc. But he's also really nice. So Yakumo asks him about the phantom situation, and this guy has no idea and doesn't really care. So, you know, they continue to investigate on their own, and Yakumo is like, you know, the only place that he never really looks at in here is this shelf with the extra like plates and shit, because there's not enough people in here to ever need the backup like extra stuff. So that's probably the only place where anyone could hide anything. So they go over there, they find another clue, and Eden is like, girl, is this an escape room? And then he's like, wow, thank God I used to work at an escape room. I'll be so good at this. Of course Eden worked at a fucking escape room. Hello, what? Of course he's right though, and he does actually help find the next clue. So next chapter, maybe not just one. They end up going to Dante to ask him about one of these two, which by the way, there is now 2 treasures that they're investigating. And Dante is like, oh, this one comes from my territory. I can have the guy, wait a second. Okay, I left out a lot of information in my notes. What the fuck? Basically, they find like this metal plate disc thing that's like has an unfinished sigil on it or something, and they realize that they have to find 2 different treasures, and the 2 treasures are things that, you know, the Phantom took from this fair that Aster's organizing. So they're like using their limited clues to go find out, you know, which treasures these are and where they're coming from. So they go find Dante and they ask him about one of the 2. And Dante is like, oh yeah, that one is coming from my territory. I can have the guy bring it to Aster's place first if you want. Which, by the way, in this one instance, for whatever reason, Dante refers to Aster just by his first name and not as like a lousy vampire or like whatever like he usually does. So, I don't know. All I'm saying is, listen, hey. So they get that sorted out with Dante, and then we cut to Ray asking Olivine about the other treasure. Olivine is like, yeah, I can have them bring that here, which they're at Aster's mansion. And Ray is like, thanks, you're a huge help. And Olivine is like, you really are passionate about helping, huh? And Ray is like stunned for a second before saying, I blame hanging out with a certain someone who loves sticking his nose into what isn't his business. Now I'm doing these meaningless things too. Which is, bruh. It's, okay, bruh. First of all, that's so cute. And second of all, it's hilarious and adorable to me that Ray is more likely to be normal and not like a stubborn fucking asshole around anyone other than Eden. And it's all thanks to Eden's influence. Like, ew, oh my god. Oh, dude, they're so cute. Next chapter, Opportunistic Thieves. It is now the last day of the treasure hunt before everything fucking explodes. So the stakes are high, okay? Ray and Eden are in a carriage with one of these 2 treasures on their way to the mansion, and some bandits try to rob them, and then Father fucking gouges out one of the bandits' eyes. What? Kuya moment, me when I'm Kuya. And then Ray and Eden have to steal one of the bandits' horses to make it to their destination. Eden is steering while Ray sits behind him throwing dubious liquids off the back at the bandits. I can picture this scene so clearly in my mind. I don't know, it's just vivid, bro. So he throws a potion that makes one of the bandits fall off of his horse, and Eden is like, what the fuck was that? And Ray basically says that it's a potion he made that works as an instant aphrodisiac, and he was gonna test it on Eden first, but now he has to throw it at this fucking guy, which is just like, what the fuck? So next chapter, arrived safely. They obviously arrived safely back to the mansion, and Blade has also made it there safely with the other treasure. So they put the 2 treasures in the metal tray that they got from the coffee shop, and it makes an almost complete magic circle, but there's still something missing. So next chapter, commission failed, ? There's actually a 3rd treasure, and they're almost out of time. So they split up to investigate further, and Blade confides in Eden that he doesn't think he understands the definition of treasure. He says there's a high chance his judgment is wrong in this area because earlier when Blade was pointing out things he thought were treasures, Ray said those things aren't normally considered valuable, and Eden is like, I don't think you misunderstand at all. Anything can be someone's treasure. In other words, some things are treasures because someone likes them, so as long as you like it, it's a treasure. Meanwhile, Father was flying off to find Yakumo and tell him the situation because Yakumo is, elsewhere. They split up. Yakumo has a guess as to where the last treasure is, but before he can voice it, the Phantom shows up and is like, it seems you're getting close to the truth. And then a black hole manifests and Yakumo goes through the fucking black hole. As the Phantom is like, with your companions working together, the game has progressed smoothly. To make sure they steadily move towards the ending, please walk with me and become the final clue. But as Yakumo is getting sucked into this black hole, Father pulls out one of his feathers and puts it in Yakumo's hand before narrowly escaping the black hole himself. What the fuck is going on? What the hell is happening? So, next chapter, the final pattern. Blade and Eden meet at the cafe like they said they would, but Ray and Yakumo aren't there yet. So they're like, what the hell is going on? Ray comes bursting in like, yo, Yakumo is fucking gone. And he knows this because the feather that Father gave Yakumo has an emergency tracking spell on it. So Eden is like, well, let's go. But Ray is like, what if stealing Yakumo is also a clue? And then the Phantom, or more like an illusion of the Phantom, shows up in the corner and is like, you're getting awfully close, right? And Ray is like, well, you showing up here means the last clue is inside this coffee shop. And Blade is like, oh, I got it. He says, anything can be a treasure, and then he solves the last riddle to both Eden and Ray's surprise. And the Phantom is like, you still aren't done, because they still need to find Yakumo. So they head off following the spell, and the Phantom disappears with a salute in their direction. Also, I didn't write this down, but the last clue was like, the last treasure was like it was one of the tools that they used to make coffee in the, actually I think it's behind me. Wait, it's this thing. You see where my fucking hand is? Ew. This thing. Anyways, next chapter, your coffee is ready. Father leads the way, but they won't make it in time. So Blade, with his superhuman speed, runs off with the treasure and Father, and they make it to the fair hall just as the explosions are starting, and Blade is like, we can do it. So he runs into the exploding building, and Eden and Ray get there shortly after and see an unconscious Yakumo in the same spot where the Phantom originally showed up, and they try yelling at him, but he doesn't hear them. And then Blade gets to Yakumo just as the place is about to blow the fuck up, and Yakumo, still unconscious and seemingly stuck in an illusion, says the magic words to activate the spell and saves the day. Which, by the way, the magic words were like, your coffee is ready, or whatever. So Blade is like, we did it, and Eden is like, we sure did. You're a detective as precious as a treasure. And Blade is like, I'm a treasure too. And Ray is like, do you even need to ask? There's no other E-droids like you in this world. Plus, you like to read and drag others into playing detective games. He's so I'm so ill. And then Blade is like, I see. Darling is very cute. Little chick is very smart. Little Yakumo is very good at making coffee. Everyone is a treasure. Bitch. Do I have to say it again? I'm fucking ill. So next chapter. Next chapter? Bro. The best detective agency. So they're back at the coffee shop, and business is now booming due to its involvement in this incident. And the owner is like, besides people that like coffee, there are also many people here for you guys. And Yakumo is like, that's true. Many people are asking if the 3 detectives that solved the Phantom's riddle will be here. And Blade is like, if we're master detectives now, then I want to go on more missions with you guys. And Ray says, if you find any more cases worth investigating, count me in. Are you fucking serious? Bro. And Eden is like, we could open a limited time detective agency, and the shop owner is like, there's a study upstairs y'all could use. And Eden is like, what, for real? And the guy is like, with companions around, learning to brew coffee here won't be so lonely either. So, oh my god, he's thinking of Yakumo, dude. Him and Yakumo are besties now. Oh my god. So Eden leaves the cafe by himself, and he runs into an old man in the alleyway, who tells him a story about a time he was at his wit's end and he came into the cafe and the owner gave him a cup of coffee without saying a word. It was the best coffee he had ever tasted, and he says back then, a cup of coffee was the most precious treasure for him. He then says, good day, young man, I had a lot of fun, and he drops a black feather on the ground as he leaves, and Eden realizes that that old guy was the Phantom Thief, but before he can catch up to him, the man disappears. What the fuck? Then the final treasure. What? The final? Oh my god, I can't fucking talk. Final chapter, the most dazzling treasure. Send help, dude. Somebody call a fucking ambulance. Holy shit. Okay. So the squad pulls up to the fair after all this ruckus, and the building is fine. It's been repaired. / the explosions didn't really do anything. I don't know, whatever. And the fair is still on. And Eden is like, such a shame. If only Ray had tagged along. Because it's just him and Blade. And then Ray shows up and is like, I did. And then Eden is like, what the fuck? When did you get here? What the hell? And then Eden is like, well, there's nothing worth investigating anymore, so I thought you wouldn't show up. And Ray is like, wasn't it you that said you want to invite me to things for no reason? And Eden is like, okay, join me for a walk. And Ray is like, sure. And then they walk off. Oh, illness. Mental illness. The event concludes with Eden looking at the 3 epic gay people that were involved in this event and thinking to himself that the most precious treasures at this exhibition are them. Aw. Aw. Classic. So, moving on to the cards, starting with SR Incognito Cafe Yakumo, which only has 3 rooms because it is an SR. Okay, cool. Room 1. Impromptu undercover mission? ? They have set up their detective agency in the cafe, and Yakumo gets a case that he's in charge of because the target is one of the cafe's regulars and he is still working there. So they're like, can you investigate this guy while you're working and like get to know him or whatever. Also, we get the lore on Yakumo's random interest in coffee. Apparently a traveling barista had stopped at Aster's mansion to sell him some coffee, and Eden tasted it and was like, wow, coffee is the best. And from that moment on, Yakumo was like, I gotta be the best at making coffee immediately. Anyways, so cut back to the present. This guy that Yakumo is investigating comes in, and Yakumo messes up his investigation because he's panicking. So Eden is like, do you feel panicked when you make coffee? And Yakumo is like, no. So Eden is like, you said coffee is about waiting for the perfect moment, so next time you're feeling panicked, maybe think about how you feel while you're making coffee, which is so cute, and I love when Eden does therapy moments. So next room, room 3, awaiting the perfect moment. Yakumo gets another chance to talk to this guy, and this time he takes Eden's advice and thinks about how coffee feels while brewing. And thinks about and thinks about how he feels while brewing coffee. And so he successfully stays composed, and he figures out what the situation is with this guy and solves the case. And then after closing time, Yakumo is brewing more coffee just for practice, and Eden sits there watching him, and he thinks about how cool Yakumo's composed side is, but also that his panicky, tearful side is really cute, and that he'd be sad if he didn't get to see that anymore. And he gives Yakumo a surprise kiss on the forehead, and Yakumo gets all flustered, and Eden is like, yes, this right here is the cute Yakumo. And Yakumo is like, oh my god, what? And then they smash. Room 5, holding out for the sweetest reward. We find out that the thought process behind Yakumo deciding to learn how to make coffee is that Eden likes coffee, so therefore if Yakumo could learn how to make it, then Eden would come home to Yakumo every time he wants coffee, which means he would be able to spend more time with Eden. Oh my god, bro. He's so cute, and like, he's just, he's such a cutie patootie, bro. So moving on to SSR Midnight Pursuit Blade. Room 1, urgent commission, ? I'm sensing a theme. So Eden and Blade have a commission to do, but partway through investigating, Blade finds an old lady who lost her pet monkey, so he decides to work on that case instead, and then the guy who commissioned them originally gets pissed off that they didn't figure out his thing first, and he storms out, and Blade gets really upset, like, did I just piss off that guy? What happened? And Eden consoles him with head pats, and Blade starts getting horny mode from the head pats, but he's like, I don't deserve a reward because I didn't complete my mission, so I can't ask Darling to touch me. But then Eden notices the shift in Blade's essence, and he's like, how do I say this out loud? He's like, unzips pants. Time to show you how to really console someone. So we get room 2, Darling's Consolation, which is the first H scene. Room 3, Turnabout in the Case. So they return to the shop where the guy who commissioned them originally works. The commission, by the way, is that this guy, like, his diamond cuff links were stolen his store. Like, he runs like a boutique or whatever, so some shit got stolen, and he's like, who the fuck could have possibly stolen this? I don't know. And then Blade gets distracted by the monkey. So, okay, so they return to this guy's shop, and they find that grandma that lost her pet monkey is there. Turns out she's this guy's mom, and also, as it turns out, the monkey is the culprit that stole the fucking cufflinks. So then room 4, Detective's Private Collection. They get paid, and the guy also, like, apologizes. Like, they make up with this guy because he's like, oh my god, you were helping my fucking mom. And the mom is like, oh my god, you were being a bitch to these cute detectives. Don't do that. So they get paid and they go shopping together. And then they return to the office and Eden sees Blade's pile of treasures that he has gained as rewards for helping out a bunch of people with random shit in town. And Blade explains each treasure and they all remind him of Eden in some way. And then he's like, darling, you are my most precious treasure. And then they freak it. Room 5, the most precious treasure. There is an absolutely crazy, insane line in this. And I don't know if it's like a crazy translation or like what, but dude, Blade is like, do you like it, darling? This is my love for you. Excuse me, you're what? You're fucking what? I don't know if this is the first time somebody has officially said love, or I don't know, but bruh. We've had a lot of those like, I just like you so much moments, which apparently can be translated also as love. So but just, bro. Anyways, last card, SSR Treasured Vestige Ray. Room 1, no overtime allowed. So Eden was gone on the first day of the detective agency being open, so Ray started telling everyone that he was the president instead of Eden, who is actually the president of the detective agency. And then when Eden came back the next day, Ray had been there all night working and there was a huge pile of new cases. Plus, right when they opened, a huge line of people formed asking for help with even more stuff. One of those people being a little boy who said his dad was missing. But Ray recognized this kid from the day before, and he tells Eden that this kid came in 3 times yesterday saying that his dad was missing, but the dad was just working out of town. So Eden concludes that the kid is just lonely, and Ray tells Eden it's best to ignore those types of attention seekers, which is like alluding to how Ray was treated when he was a kid, probably. Just, you know, me think. And then after everyone is gone, Eden is like, hey, how about while we're alone, you turn the responsibilities back over to me? He's trying to get Ray to rest, but he knows that he can't just tell Ray to rest. And Ray is like, yeah, sure, I'll show the president some respect. And then he spills coffee on Eden's peanuts and they freak it. Room 2, negotiation in the office. My only note for this just says send help. So, oh, yeah, send help. I remember this room. Send fucking help. Room 3, assembling scattered clues. So Eden finds Ray asleep in the basement at the office several days later, and before he can bask in the glory of seeing Ray sleeping, Ray wakes up and tells him someone else is there, and they turn to the stairs and see that same little boy from before, which, by the way, just pause. Ray immediately waking up when somebody else shows up means that he is a light sleeper and he will not allow himself to be asleep around people that he doesn't trust, okay? He let himself sleep through Eden being around. Isn't that sickening? Doesn't that just make you feel ill? It's snowing. It's snowing. Anyway, yeah, so Ray, so the homework, bruh, I've died. Anyways, it's the fucking kid, and as it turns out, the dad really is missing for real, and there's blood on the floor in his bedroom. So they go to this kid's house to investigate, and they find out that the blood is from a firebird, which is a rare type of bird with bones made of gold or something, so they're very valuable. And it appears that his dad has stolen a bird from the next door neighbor who raises them. So the little boy leads them to the neighbor's house, and upon hearing that his dad stole a bird, insists that his dad isn't a thief. And Eden is like, hey, we'll find your dad, just go on home, promise. And Ray is like, so you got the kid to leave so he wouldn't realize that his dad is a thief? And Eden is like, yeah. And Ray is like, there's nothing wrong with letting him face the truth head on. And Eden notices that there's something off with Ray, so maybe something like this happened to him when he was younger too. And then room 4, sincere words. Father picks up on the dad's location. So they follow Father to a secluded pond area, and the guy tries to run, but Ray is like, don't even think about it. Otherwise, your son will never leave me alone. And the guy is like, my son? And the guy confesses to stealing, and he's like, just don't tell my son. But Ray is like, no, it's your responsibility to tell him yourself. And the dad is like, I guess you're right. So he goes back and tells the kid that he has indeed been stealing. Turns out the guy fell for a scam thinking he could make a ton of money that he could then spend on his son's tuition, but now they're broke. So he's been selling their valuable items and stealing shit to get by. And the dad is like, I bet you're disappointed in me. And the kid is like, I thought you were disappointed in me. And then the kid apologizes for bothering Ray. And the dad is like, I'll be sure he's punished for bothering you. And Ray says, rather than discipline your son, how about communicating with him? And then Ray takes it upon himself to give them a gemstone that's worth enough to settle their entire debt in exchange for the guy confessing thoroughly and help him reconcile with the neighbor. Oh my fucking god. Ray is so bruh. We then get a Ray flashback to a conversation he had with his mom, where she says she's sorry for not being able to spend time with him, and he says it's okay. He has a lot of books to read. And she says, at your age, it's okay to throw a tantrum every once in a while. And he says, but that would just cause more trouble for you, wouldn't it? She then says she wishes she could get to know what Ray really wants. And Ray is like, what I really want is to take a walk with you. Would that be okay? And then they hold hands and take a walk together. I'm fucking throwing up, dude. Oh my fucking god. I'm so unwell. Ray had such a chill mom. Ugh. Rest in peace, queen. And then back in the present, Eden and Ray have a cute moment and then they freak it. Room 5, giving you the attention you crave. So afterwards, Ray falls asleep, which is another hee hee ha ha Ray sleeping around Eden moment. Ray being unguarded around Eden moment, yes. And then, yep, that is that. Moving on to the next event, hell yeah.
Next event is Welcome to Elysium, which ran from June 6th until June 27th, 2024, had 2 SSRs, Burst Cocoon Olivine and SSR Flaming Trial Kuya. Let's fucking go. I'm trying to speedrun this one because I honestly don't really feel like recording right now, but I'm kind of on one, so I feel like it'll be entertaining if I fucking record. So let's go. Let's fucking go.
Okay, first chapter, Invitation. So, Olivine is at the temple giving a sermon, but guess what? There's not that many people there. So Eden is like, what? What happened to all the guys that are normally here? They finished the sermon. Okay, a bunch of guys come rushing in, actually running, sprinting. There's like a whole bunch of them, and they're like, oh my gosh, Olivine, big news. We don't need God anymore, actually, because we have drugs, basically is what they're saying. They were like, we found this place, okay, and it's awesome, and so we can talk directly to God now. We don't even need to come here for this. And Olivine is like, hey, what? So him and Eden are like, we gotta get to the bottom of this, right? Except before they even have time to start investigating or even start thinking about the concept of investigating, these guys give Olivine an invitation to go there himself, right? Special invitation for Olivine and Olivine only, actually. So he's supposed to go meet with someone. They give him a box, okay? A box of clothes. And they say, go to the meeting in formal attire. And then they all leave. So Olivine and Eden are like, what the fuck? So they go to the families of these people and they are asking around like, hey, what? And the families are like, yeah, these guys go to this place that they've been calling the Land of Bliss, and they're doing like drugs, like hard drugs. So like, I don't know. So Olivine is like, well, that's not good. We gotta not let them do that. Because these drugs could be harming people. So he's like, I'll go to the meeting. And Eden, of course, is like, not by yourself, you're not. So, next chapter, meeting. Guess what happens in this chapter? Not a meeting, that's for sure. Just kidding, I lied. It's a meeting. Not gonna lie, just kidding, I just lied. Olivine and Eden go to the meeting place, and there's a carriage there. So they decide to hide in an empty barrel for some reason, because Eden is like, it's safer to sneak in. It's safer to sneak in and get a peek beforehand than to just show up to the meeting normally, you know. Well, I guess. Whatever. The guy that is driving the carriage shows up and he's like, where the fuck is everyone, right? So, but he says, okay, where's the priest? And then he also says, the other guest isn't here yet either. And Eden is like, there's another guest? Can I get a drum roll? It's not gonna be a surprise, but can I get a drum roll? Okay, fuck you then. Whatever. It's Kuya. Kuya hops in the fucking carriage and he's like, let's get going. Just because you haven't seen the priest doesn't mean he didn't show up to the meeting. So he obviously consents that Eden and Olivine are in the fucking barrel in the back of the thing. Oh my god. And he's like, this is gonna be entertaining as fuck. Next chapter, carriage. The carriage ends up getting blocked by some drug addicts that are going through withdrawals, trying to get back into Elysium, which is the name of the place, but, you know, they don't know that yet. They don't know that they're in an event called Welcome to Elysium, so they're like, what is this Elysium? Never heard of it in my life, right? Anyway, so during the whole hubbub, the barrel that Eden and Olivine are in gets like kicked out of the back of the thing, and they roll down a hill, and Kuya is like, wow, good thing I didn't see that at all. Didn't notice that they just went literally barreling down a hill. I wonder where they went. Oh my gosh. It's almost like they were never here in the first place. Anyway, the master of Elysium shows up and he's like, fuck you guys for causing a problem. Fuck you to the guys that were, you know, kicking barrels and the like, not to Kuya. Because actually, he's very professional with Kuya. In his weird, sickly way. He's calling Kuya Master Kuya, okay? Crazy business. Who the fuck is this guy? Kuya lore? What? Yeah, Kuya lore. Kind of. Not really. I mean, it is Kuya lore, I guess, but it's just kind of like whatever. He says that they have a private booth and service of the highest quality reserved for Kuya, and then Kuya gets out of the carriage, finally, and he glances down the hill where this barrel is barreling, and then he just looks back and he goes, lead the way, bitch. Help them. Help them maybe a little. I mean, I guess, who am I to assume that Kuya would help anybody? Anyway, have you guys been seeing those videos? Can I go on a tangent? I've been seeing these videos of this guy that's like, I can't even do the impression, so I have to just pull a video up. This is not going in the thing.
I am just out for a walk by myself, and my wife tells me that I have to pick up lettuce at the store, and I say, I don't want to carry a bunch of lettuce home, and she said, you need to get 6 head of lettuce because we have a bunch of iceberg wedge salad, and I said, you have to put blue cheese and everything, and she already has the blue cheese, so she said, okay, get a bunch of iceberg to make wedge. And I say, I'm gonna look ridiculous, but I have a backpack so I can put all the lettuce in the backpack. So I guess that is my job today.
I was trying so hard not to fucking cry laughing. I actually am tearing up. Trying not to laugh. Okay, Jesus Christ. Something is wrong with me today. Okay. I want you to know, also, fun fact, the recording of the last event and the recording of this one, it's the same day. Just right when I got up versus now it's 10:14 p.m. So, I don't know. It's just, you know. Okay, Jesus Christ. Next chapter. Land of Bliss. Eden and Olivine get out of the barrel at the bottom of the hill, and they're on a colorful street, and Eden says this feels like a red light district, and he notices right away that Olivine, though cautious, also seems curious and possibly excited by this place. Classic Olivine. Personally, I would like you guys to ponder Olivine going with Ray on one of his investigations to, like, the black market alleyways. I just feel like some shenanigans might occur. I feel like it would be funny, and they would probably freak it or something. I don't know. Maybe they'd kiss. Maybe they'd hold hands. Maybe Olivine would be like, I'm so scared. Can you hold my hand while we walk through the black market? I'm scared. Yep, okay, moving on. They notice a performance is happening. So Olivine is like, let's check it out. We can learn more about this place if we look at the performance, right? And Eden is like, he's gonna have the time of his life. Sure enough, it's a bunch of strippers. So afterwards, they get back outside, which, by the way, Olivine does enjoy the performance. He's like, whoa, this is so crazy. And Eden is like, yeah, it's all about, like, being yourself, like, unauthentic. I tried to say, like, unrestrained and authentically at the same, and I ended up saying unauthentically yourself. Oh, God, whatever. Fuck you. Fuck. Anyway, they get outside, okay, and they hear some guy who's trying to, like, market another event that's also currently happening, which is called Meeting with Fate. And Eden is like, well, we gotta pull up, right? Next chapter, Reverie. The event is a matchmaking thing where everyone draws a bracelet, and then it's like this magic kind of thing. Actually, I think the only one that's magic is the one that Eden draws because it's Kuya's bracelet, but they're like paired up so that you would have to, like, find your, like, soulmate bracelet haver in town, kind of, which actually is a really cute idea, like, just for a town thing, if the drugs weren't involved. Like, this is just kind of a cool little thing to do. Anyways, ooh, I have to retroactively correct myself because I forgot this little detail. I said earlier that the name of the town is Elysium. The town, ? Is called Land of Bliss. Like, actually, the club is called Elysium. It's the one specific club. So the master of Elysium is the guy that owns the club. And this is, like, the biggest, you know, like, this club got really popular and the rest of the city kind of, like, became a thing around it. basically. Yeah, so anyways, like I said, Eden draws Kuya's bracelet, and everyone is like, oh my god, like, you got the one that was especially prepared by the special guest, like the guest of honor or whatever, and Eden's like, oh my fucking god, we're screwed. So he realizes that it's Kuya's essence, and he's like, Kuya's gonna know exactly where I am at all times, and I don't like that very much. They also find out that this drug everyone is doing is called Reverie. Cut to Kuya meeting with the Master of Elysium. Turns out Kuya is the one that provides one of the main ingredients needed to make this drug in exchange for like surprises and amusement, but Kuya is growing bored of the amusement, so he's cutting off the deal, basically. He says, "It seems you never truly understood the terms I raised. Do you know why I stipulated that you can't force others to take Reverie at Elysium? Well, never mind. I can't exactly expect you to understand. All you need to know is that this is my last visit to Elysium." And then Kuya asks the guy why he's been running the club like this for decades, a question that he has apparently asked before, and the guy says, to make money and indulge in pleasure. Who doesn't want that? And Kuya is like, after all these years, you haven't changed one bit. And then Kuya says, you and those things you offer are incapable of entertaining anyone. Damn, bitch. So the guy starts begging Kuya to rethink it, and Kuya says, you made your choice when you answered earlier. Enjoy the dream while it lasts, and then he leaves. And the Master of Elysium is like, Kuya will surely change his mind when he sees the gift I prepared for him this time, which this gift is olivine. So, what? I just feel like, there's not a lot of things that I can agree with the Master of Elysium on, but I do think Kuya and olivine being together is one of them. I just feel like we should talk about that more as a community.
Next chapter, blindfolded game. So Eden and olivine pull up to Elysium, the club, and they find the people in there are playing a game where they all take a bunch of drugs and then chase each other around wearing blindfolds, but it gets violent pretty much immediately, so olivine goes in to try to break things up because him and Eden aren't wearing blindfolds and aren't participating in the game, obviously. So he tries to break up the fight, but he gets found out immediately, and then everyone starts chasing him and Eden down instead, and then they get caught by a bodyguard who throws powder on them that makes them pass out, and they wake up in the Master of Elysium's room. And he says some shit like, the priest that's known far and wide, I wonder what his clear eyes will look like when he's taken Reverie and lost himself to desire. So the gift for Kuya wasn't just olivine, it was olivine on drugs. Bruh. I think it's wild that Kuya was the one being like, you can't force people to take drugs. And this guy is like, but what if it's olivine though? Surely it's a different story if it's olivine, right? He's like hot and sexy or whatever. Like, just what the fuck? Anyway, he also tells his bodyguard to get rid of Eden. So, next chapter, the taste of Reverie. Eden gets tied up and taken to the wine cellar, so he's like, Kuya's definitely gonna come to my rescue if I try to break this fucking bracelet, right? So he goes to smash the bracelet, and Kuya actually shows up before that even happens, and Eden tells Kuya that this bodyguard is trying to kill him and the Master of Elysium is going to make olivine take drugs, and Kuya is like, that's unprecedented. When did he start acting on his own whims? And then he thinks back to when he made the term that the Master can never force anyone to take Reverie, and he's like, well, surely he's even more excited to terminate our dealings than I am if he's going to be blatantly breaking the rules like that. And then Kuya makes a whole show of forcing some Reverie into Eden's mouth, and he says, if you swallow, you can have a beautiful dream. And then he whispers just to Eden, but be sure not to actually fall asleep. So Eden realizes that Kuya is trying to make it look like he's given Eden drugs, but he hasn't actually, because the guard was still in the room or whatever, and the only reason Kuya was allowed in is because he's like the esteemed guest, right? So Eden swallows the pill, and it doesn't do anything, but Eden is like, I have to play along. So he's acting like he's drugged out of his mind, and then Kuya turns to the guard and is like, take me to the priest. Next chapter, wavering. So we cut to Olivine and the Master of Elysium, who is trying to talk Olivine into taking the pills, but Olivine is refusing. And the guy is getting closer and closer to actually convincing Olivine, but right before it's too late, Kuya shows up and is like, hey, what the fuck are you doing? And then the guy is like, this is Kuya's gift. And he's like, I believe that dragging a symbol of purity like this into the abyss of Reverie without any way to save himself might catch your fancy. And Kuya goes, so you do know that it's an abyss without any hope of escape. He kind of devoured supremely. And then Kuya tells the Master of Elysium to let Olivine take the trial of choice. So, like, what is that? Clearly it's a big deal because the Master of Elysium is, like, really hesitant about it, and he's like, the what? I don't know. Next chapter, trial of choice. Obviously, he does still agree. He doesn't want to, but he has to because he wants Kuya to give him the drug ingredients. So we find out that the trial of choice is like a high honor here, or some, like, people, there's like only one person who's ever completed it, basically. So Olivine and Eden are now being treated like royalty instead of like people who low-key broke in, and they got private rooms to stay in and whatever. So they've been here for a few days while the guy prepares this big trial, and they're outside like walking on the street and just talking, and Eden is acting normal again. So Olivine is like, shouldn't you still be acting like you're drugged out? And Eden is like, there's only a few people who know I was forced to do that, so I'm fine when we're like outside that club. And he's like, how about you? Did he make you take anything? And Olivine gets all like /serious, and he's like, he didn't force me. And Eden is like, okay, well, what he did is pretty much the same as forcing you. And Olivine is like, yeah, good thing you guys showed up on time, because they obviously heard this fucking guy, like, he wasn't physically forcing Olivine to do it, but he was being very manipulative and like gross. So Olivine is like, Olivine is all like feeling guilty because he almost did drugs of his own choosing, but Eden is like, it basically wasn't your choosing. Like, that was kind of crazy. Eden and Olivine have also deduced that Kuya is somehow involved in the making of these drugs, and Eden goes asking around about this supposed trial, and one of the employees tells him that only one person has ever survived it. So then they're like, what the fuck? And we find out that all the participant has to do is pick the right answers offered by Kuya, and if they don't answer or they lie, they get stung to death by a venomous insect. So, next chapter, 3 choices. We cut to the day of the trial. Eden is about to shit his pants because he thinks Olivine might literally fucking die, and he's not sure if Kuya is gonna actually go that far, but he can't rule it out because it's Kuya. Olivine gets on stage, because they do this in Elysium on stage, right? And Kuya shows up, followed by several children from the temple. So Kuya is like, a public trial requires witnesses, right? And it's like, girl, like, oh my god. So Olivine is like, no, they can't see me like this. Like, this is terrible, right? So the Master of Elysium says, 3 challenges, 3 choices. The challenger can choose to perform a task or to answer a question. So basically, it's like truth or dare, and if you say truth and then you lie, you get killed. And the way that they can tell if you're lying is because this deadly venomous insect is also a lie detector. I don't know. New Carnival magic things, whatever. So the Master of Elysium concludes his opening speech by saying that challengers who pass the trial get 1 wish, right? So the first challenge is either take reverie or state the thing Olivine fears most deeply. So Kuya is literally fucking insane, which we knew, but like, bruh. Olivine says, the thing I fear most is for the people I love to discover the part of me that I don't want them to know because I'm afraid I will let them down. Bruh. In response to this, the 3 church kids are like, wait, Olivine has secrets too, but aren't we supposed to always be honest? That doesn't seem very honest. And then Olivine is like getting mentally ill, getting mad mentally ill. And then the next challenge is either convince 10 innocent people to take reverie or answer the following question, which is, have you ever thought that these children, the temple's believers, and even your family are a pressure and burden in your life, and that things would be much better if they were gone? Can we take a moment to remember that these are Kuya's questions that he's coming up with? So, I mean, I know it's because Kuya just has like this understanding of human patterns from all of his years of living, and it's not that he actually knows Olivine that well, but he does also know Olivine that well. And I just feel like they would, I mean, I'm just saying. I'm just fucking saying, dude. Anyway, Eden is like, what the fuck is Kuya doing? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck? And Kuya is like, I'm just observing these humans, right? Typical fucking Kuya bullshit. He's like, his desires run so deep you can't see the bottom, yet he wears morality as a mask, stuck struggling between the two. Humans are all like this, utterly ridiculous. So far, everyone who has undergone the trial has been equally boring, yet I keep hoping for someone to give a less boring answer. So Eden is like, so let me do it. And Kuya is like, how can you be so sure you haven't been tested by a trial? And Eden is like, seeing me struggle whether to believe you or not is my trial, isn't it? And Kuya is like, oh. So this whole time, Eden has been internally struggling about whether he should trust Kuya, because once he finds out that Kuya has something to do with this drug, he's like, that's kind of bad, right? But also I trust Kuya, but like, should I trust Kuya? Like, you know, so Kuya has been observing him going through that internal struggle the whole time. And we do see that throughout the chapters. It's not just brought up here suddenly. I just kind of forgot to mention it, to be so honest with you. But yeah, so Eden has been tested in his own right. Meanwhile, Olivine hasn't answered the question and the bug is about to sting him to death. So Olivine's like, fine, I'll answer the question. And he admits to thinking that his family and the believers are troublesome, which, like, oh my god. Next chapter, upholding responsibilities. Olivine says he once thought of these things as a burden and wished to live a different life. And then the kids are all like, Olivine hates us? What? He wants us to die? That's crazy. And then Olivine starts crying, I think. So Eden calls out from the crowd that Olivine, though he did think those things, never turned his back on his responsibilities. And he says not everyone can do that, so that makes Olivine amazing. And then this reinvigorates Olivine to face the final challenge head on, and Kuya asks if Olivine wants to stay in this town and escape his ties, and Olivine says, the ties run deep because the love runs deep. I want to stay in the same world as the people I cherish. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? I have been, ever since I read this, that fucking line just echoes in my brain sometimes. The ties run deep because the love runs deep? Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? So Olivine walks over to the kids, but he walks right through them, causing everyone to realize the kids were just an illusion. And Kuya asks Olivine when he figured it out, and Olivine says, actually, your illusions are much too lifelike, I couldn't tell at all. It's just that when I looked at the children's faces, I suddenly realized they aren't the ties that bind me, but it's my love for them. And that also means that if they get hurt because of me, it must be because of my love for them. I've faced all sorts of temptations and have wavered, but this trial has made me clearly understand that no matter how sweet the dream is, it is still a dream. I would rather be awake to enjoy the richness life offers, even if there is hardship and frustration. It's still my own life, my own choice. And I've known you for some time, Kuya. Although it had been quite a challenge at times, not to mention confusing, I've still decided to trust you. I'm gonna, bruh. Like, what the actual bruh? What the actual bruh? Dude, they're crazy with it this chapter. Oh, this whole event, they're crazy with it. Oh, my god. So, Olivine's wish, which is so, I forgot about this. Oh my god, they're crazy with it. Olivine's wish is for Kuya to take part in the children's prayer reading group, which is so funny. He's like, maybe in the eyes of the god of Klein, you are also struggling hard to live. And Kuya laughs, and then he says, at least this wish is an interesting answer. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? I'm gonna lose it. Okay, next chapter. I think this is the last chapter. Yes, last chapter, Never-Ending Dream. This is fucking insane. Okay, so the trial officially concludes with Olivine, of course, passing, and the Master of Elysium walks up to Kuya and asks what his own results were back then when he took the trial, which reveals officially that the Master of Elysium took the trial back in the day and was never quite, never quite found out his results. Kuya says, do you know why I didn't tell you your results back at that time? Do you remember what I asked you back then and what choice you made? So apparently Kuya asked him what his true desire is, and he dodged the question 3 times and chose to spread reverie instead, which created the prosperity that Elysium has now. But Kuya says all of this is proof that he completed the trial's task, technically speaking. So the Master of Elysium and Olivine both beat the challenge by doing completely opposite things. The Master of Elysium did the drugs path every single time, and Olivine chose honesty every single time, which is cool. So Kuya is like, I suppose it counts as passing, so what's your wish? So the Master of Elysium is like, since you aren't supplying the ingredient anymore, Elysium is done for, so please provide me with a sweet dream from which I will never wake up. And then Kuya produces a different kind of pill and gives it to the guy, and the Master tells Kuya farewell and walks off. And then Eden is like, that's not what he really wants, is it? And Kuya is like, I gave him a chance and he failed. So now, I'll just give him what he wants, just like he asked. And then it cuts to the Master of Elysium back in his room taking the pill. And we never hear from him again. That's it. Like, what? Did Kuya just kill a guy? Sort of? What? Like, just what the fuck? This was such a random, like, whiplash-ass ending to me. Because I was like, I know there's, like, angst and stuff and it's crazy and there's drugs and everything, but, like, what the fuck? So then it just cuts back to them out on the fucking street after the reverie is all used up. Olivine is relieved that his believers won't be tempted by drugs anymore, and Kuya says drugs have never been the thing to lead humans astray. And Olivine says, I know, anything that can bring pleasure within reach, be it alcohol, drugs, or something else, is hard to refuse. And then the story just ends. What the fuck, dude? I guess we move on to the cards. Hello? Question mark? What? So, starting with SSR Flaming Trial Kuya, I guess. Room 1, playing along. Kuya runs into a guy who's like, yo, my friend spent some time with you several decades ago and couldn't stop thinking about you until the day that he died. You should go put some flowers on his grave. And Kuya is like, now why the fuck would I do that? I don't even know who the fuck you're talking about. Get the hell out of my face, right? And then Kuya pulls up to Elysium, and we realize that this takes place in those few days before the trial, where like the Master of Elysium was getting it ready. So they're just kind of like chilling in the land of bliss, you know? So Kuya goes to this club, and Eden is performing in an improv competition, and he wins, and he gets some liquor as a prize, and then he's like, hey Kuya, how about we share this? And Kuya is like, I'm not in the mood for drinking, but you told me to meet you for some fun, so guess what? Let's freak it instead. So room 2, poor fragile toy. They freak it, and Eden notices that Kuya is going a little bit crazier than usual, but then afterwards, Kuya gently helps Eden clean up, and Eden is like, what the fuck? So he asks what Kuya is so mad about, and Kuya doesn't respond. Room 3, Purple Night, Spectral Rain. So the next morning, Eden tries to ask again what has Kuya so mad, but Kuya dodges the question, instead asking about the liquor that Eden won yesterday. And then Eden is like, how about we meet again tonight and share some? And Kuya is like, what are you hoping to achieve inviting me to meet you so many times? And Eden is like, I just want to see how you behave in a place like this. And Kuya is like, when you put it like that, I want to see how you behave in a place like this. So how about you show me? And then Eden is like, how about we role play a one-night stand? Pretend that we're strangers that are hooking up just for one night. So they go back to the club together, and they get their acting on, and Kuya almost immediately breaks character and is like, this is lame. And Eden is like, you gotta give it time to work its magic, right? And then Eden overhears some guys talking about Kuya and how he has a whole list of accomplishments. So whenever he comes here, people line the streets trying to win him over, and Eden is like, well, that list ended up sounding like a bunch of bullshit, but I wonder if any of it is true. So Kuya goes to leave, and he's like, what's the point in only spending one night together? That's such a short time. And Eden says, even if it's only one night, we'll always have the memories. And Kuya is like, okay, what do we do next then? So room 4, just one night, they go out to a scenic viewpoint together and stop with the acting, okay? They fucking cut the cameras dead ass. And Eden asks Kuya all these questions, and we get the story of why Kuya was involved with this place in the first place. So originally, when Kuya met the Master of Elysium, he did provide amusing human things for Kuya to watch, but after a while, Kuya realized that all these people are just the same, so he got bored, and Eden is like, well, do you still think of humans like that? And Kuya is like, yeah, I do. But for some reason, while he's saying this, Eden is blushing, and then Kuya hugs him, so I feel like I'm missing something. Maybe Kuya said it in a tone to where he was like, yeah, I do think that humans are boring. Wink, wink. Not really, though, because I met you and I'm in love with you, lol. I don't know. That was kind of the vibe of the scene, but I feel like I just, like, it went over my head. I don't really know. So, room 5, the night can be long. They go back to Kuya's room and they freak it, whatever. But, bro, they're role-playing the one-night stand, and Kuya is like, you only want this one night? You're not gonna demand that I stay? Demand that I remember you? Which is, like, the guy from the beginning of this card, right? And Eden is like, of course I want you to remember me. I want you to stay, but I know that comes at a price, and it makes no difference if I'm the only one that feels that way. Those things only mean something if you want to do them yourself. And then, oh my god, Eden, okay, forgot to mention this because I forgot it was relevant, but Eden at the beginning of the one night stand roleplay situation made a rule that there's no kissing during a one night stand because it's not like you don't have feelings, it's just like for sex or whatever. But after Eden says this, Kuya breaks the no kissing rule, and then after they finish freaking it, they cuddle and sleep in the same room, which also Eden said, like, you don't spend the night together because it's, you don't have feelings, so you just like smash and then leave, and like no kissing and no cuddling and whatever. But Kuya breaks all 3 of those rules, and it's adorable, and yeah, I'm dead. So that's the end of that card. Next is SSR Burst Cocoon Olivine. Oh my fucking god, I forgot about this. Okay, room 1, Lambs to the Slaughter. This takes place after the event story. The Land of Bliss is still going strong, and Elysium has reopened. So Eden and Olivine are checking out the grand reopening performance.
So they pull up inside, and guess what? Pole dancing. Yippee! So the stripper is wearing a costume identical to Olivine's holy robes, which is so fucking funny. And Olivine is like, what? And Eden is like, yo, like, maybe these people are horny for you, or like whatever, kind of. Not really. Not specifically for him, but just for the concept of like a priest, right? The crowd is going wild, right? So Olivine is like, what? Whoa, I didn't know this was a thing. And Eden is like, we can leave at any time if you get uncomfortable. And Olivine is like, no, I want to keep watching. This is epic, right? And Eden notices that Olivine is really, truly enjoying himself, so he sets them up with a private room with a pole installed as a surprise for Olivine, and he's like, now you can put on a show even if I'm the only person in the audience. Bitch, I'm gonna fucking puke, bro. So room 2, passionate pole dance. We get Olivine stripper moments, which is like the most insane. If somebody would have told me that they found a way to make Olivine be a stripper in canon, like I would have been like, what the fuck, like how could they possibly pull that off in the story? But they did, dude. Ill, actually ill. So room 3, responsibility. Olivine and Eden go out shopping during the daylight because Olivine is curious what the place looks like during the daytime when there's not like fuckassery going on. And they run into a guy that Olivine actually knows from the temple, and the dude is like, yeah, so I traveled here to broaden my horizons, but I had too much fun and ended up in a bit of debt, so I'm working here to pay it off. And Olivine is like, is it a big debt? Your father said it's been over a year since you left, and if you need any help, I can help you. And the guy is like, no, truthfully, it's because I like living here more than I like living at home. It's my choice to stay here. And Olivine tells the guy to consider maybe writing to his dad because his family is like so worried about him. He just went missing randomly, right? And Olivine is like, even if it's your choice, I'll help you in any way I can, just let me know. And the guy starts crying and he's like, wow, I never imagined you'd react this way to my situation. I thought you'd be so disappointed, right? So room 4, freedom to choose. I forgot this is crazy. Oh my god. Okay, so the guy decides to ask Olivine to talk to his boss and see if he can pay off his debt in installments and go home. But he says they'll have to come back in the evening and buy some drinks first so the boss warms up to them, right? So presently, they're in a private room drinking with this boss, okay? And Eden is like, that guy left and hasn't come back since. And Olivine is like, hee, we've been had. And he's like drunk as fuck, right? So it's just Eden and Olivine in this room, drunk. And Olivine says that this guy used to be a shy kid, so he didn't recognize him at first. And he's like, he said it was his choice to stay here, so that must be true. I just wanted to give him another option, because choices are only meaningful if you have the freedom to choose. Which is also what Eden said to Kuya when they were freaking it, which is a cool little parallel. And Eden is like, he took advantage of your kindness. And Olivine is like, I'm not worried about it. My job is to help people in need, but if a person doesn't need help, that's not a problem at all. Which, I think I said that the boss was here. It was just them and the guy, not the boss. But it was like the boss was gonna be coming, allegedly, but obviously he was not. So they are like, oh, it's fine, we've been had, whatever. And they go to leave, but they start to feel really hot and dizzy, and Eden realizes that the door is locked and there's a bunch of people watching them through peepholes in the fucking wall. So he realizes that this place makes money by bringing people in, drugging them, and then creeps can fucking watch them freak it through the holes in the wall. So, bruh. And Eden is like, still kind of has his head about it, but Olivine is like actually losing it. So Eden has to suppress both fury and the effects of the drug and get them the fuck out of there. He ends up throwing a table through a window and they break out. Bruh. Room 5, the priest's squeeze. Please get me the fuck out of here. They get back to the hotel and they freak it, and Olivine says he's worried if he keeps making demands of Eden like this, it will eventually become a burden. The demand being like, you know. So the homework. So he's like, yeah, he's all scared that Eden's gonna like leave him if he goes too crazy, right? And Eden is like, if you ever go too far, I'll tell you straight up, so don't worry. It's kind of like having a safe word, which is just so cute. I love this. I've had this conversation with people, not in a sexual way because I'm asexual and I don't leave my house very often, but I've had this conversation with friends being like, if you ever upset me, I'll tell you. And I love that they put this in here. And I love that they mention safe words. That's a yippee moment. All right, that's the end of that event. The next event, we gotta fucking strap in because the next one is a triple, bro. Oh baby, a triple.
Seriously, I'm back in the fucking build. Hey guys.
I'm back in the fucking building. I figure if I have any shred of motivation to keep doing this today, I need to keep doing it today. So this is my 3rd recording of the day. Yippee! Yippee! 3rd recording of the day. Yippee! Okay, I need to find... Oh, where the hell? What in the hell? Oh, here we go, 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 here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go.
Next event, guys. Desert Island Knockout. It ran from July 4th until August 1st, 2024. Had 3 SSRs. That's right, 3. Summer, Landfall Quincy, Beguiling Windchaser Garu, and Gleaming Wave Rider Dante. It's crazy in this bitch. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. Okay, chapter 1. Spontaneous Training Craze. Here's the thing. I can't read. Okay, so the Royal Capital Games are being held today, which sounds like the Hunger Games, but it's not. It's a citywide event in the Royal City of Light where they hold a bunch of different sports matches. So it's like track and field day, except for the whole Royal City, which is kind of hilarious. Karu is currently kicking ass at the sprinting competitions, with Eden and Yakumo cheering him on, which is adorable. And everyone is suddenly very hype about working out. And Edmund is happy about it because he's very hype about working out. And Yakumo says it's because of a book that was recently published by a bodybuilder that inspired everyone to all of a sudden be like, I'm gonna get fucking shredded, right? So Karu wins yet another sprinting competition. And they overhear the announcer at the arm wrestling competition saying that somebody won. So they go check it out. It's Quinky. He's competing for the prize, which is some grains of some kind. Classic Quinky. Suddenly, Eden is pounced on by none other than Sully. Let's fucking go, Sully appearance. Can I get a round of applause? And the crowd goes wild. Let's fucking go. Okay. So Dante tells Sully to go back to the carriage, and Sully, sadly, slinks his little ass back to the carriage, which means that Sully likes seeing Eden. Yay! He likes Eden and he likes hanging out with him and they're best friends. I'm gonna cry. Dante is here to observe the games because he might want to introduce this in Solaria as a way to encourage exercise, which is something he is known to encourage in his royal city. Cut to Eden and that thief kid having to do squats with buckets of water over their heads. Yeah. So Eden is like, right, but why is Sully here? And he's like, it's been a while since he saw his master, so he was moody and insisted on coming along. Ew. I'm sick. I just noticed the bracelets. I'm gonna fucking puke. Do you see that? Do you fucking see that? In this, okay. This whole video is just gonna be me noticing things about the background images because I can actually see the background images while I'm recording, and in the old videos I couldn't. Look at this. This is Dante's fucking whatever. I don't know. This background is from one of his rooms. It's like his lounge area on the desert island, okay? So as you can see by the surfboard and all of the fucking alcohol, these bracelets, dude, on the table next to the turtle. Look at them. Ah, it's the one from the main story. It's the matching ones. Ill. Okay. Also, wait, look at this, by the way. Check this out. There's a little Sully toy on the ground. There's a fucking Sully toy on the ground. Okay, I gotta go back. Here we go. Okay. Isn't that cool? I feel pretty high tech that I can do all this stuff live while I'm recording. Yeah, so Dante is all, you know, he was pouting, so I brought him with, which is adorable. And we find out that Karu is trying to challenge Quincy to a race, but Quincy has left. So now Karu is challenging Dante. And Dante is like, why would I do that? And Karu is like, aren't you here to observe the games? Why not observe them right in the middle? And then Dante is like, you kind of cooked with that. So let's go. And yep. Tangent, sort of, but I do love that Dante is like that. He genuinely wants the best for his people, so he's willing to see things from their perspective instead of just like being an asshole who would never stoop to the commoner's level. So Karu is actually being a genius here and also is getting Dante to run with him, which is so cute and yes. Next chapter, intricate promotion schemes. Dante insisted on winning 3 times himself to use up his energy so that his race against Karu would be fair, since Karu had previously won 3, which is really fucking hilarious. So they both run and they tie, and then Quincy somehow got 3rd, which, like, I don't even know why he was there. I don't even know why he was there, but they both tied for 1st and Quincy got 3rd, I guess.
And Eden is like, he's like watching the games, and he's like, man, watching the games reminded me of when I was in, what? No way. Okay, guys, I have a prediction about one of my future videos. I'm seeing the future right now as we speak. In the future, in 2025, nope, probably 2026, I'm gonna make a video, maybe. There's gonna be an event, the first one, what's it called? Forgot, don't remember. But the Eden event, okay, he talks about how he was in college. And I can guarantee it right now. I'm gonna say, this is the first time Eden has ever mentioned that he went to college. That is not true. That is not true at all, because he mentioned it here. He says, watching the games reminded me of when I was a gym rat back in college. Just what? There's probably been a million references to when Eden was in college, and I just forget every single one of them. Every time that I see Eden mention that he's in college, my brain goes, nah. And then I'll go, he's just like me for real. Guy who's never been to college and has a whole bunch of jobs. I'm rewriting history and predicting the future. Anyways, Eden was a gym rat back in college, I guess. Back at the mansion, Aster has recently purchased an empty plot of land in the water territory in the middle of nowhere, and he's trying to figure out what to do with it. And Eden comes home, and he starts reminiscing about the sports in his world, and he brings up sports games where people would pay for tickets, and Aster is like, what a good fucking idea. So next chapter, summer contest. This is shaping up to be the greatest event of all time. Not really. But it is one of those really funny ones. Like, it's just a really hilarious tee-hee ha-ha. There's nothing really crazy going on. I mean, it's crazy, but it's not like crazy, like sad. I mean, after Elysium, I'm glad that it didn't get worse. And we just have like a funny little guys in tight pants running around event. So Aster and Eden are still playing the sports thing, but they can't figure out who should compete. And then they overhear some of the mansion's maids looking at a magazine cover that apparently was covering the events at the Royal City Capital Games. So there's a picture of Dante, Quincy, and Garu on it, which, you know, is a painted portrait, not an actual photograph, because they don't have cameras, okay? And they're on there because they won, right? And also because they're hot. So Aster is like, I'm having a great idea. I'm seeing a vision. So Aster, yeah, they go like round up these three guys, right? And Aster calls Dante my most familiar, most reliable trading partner. And listen, I know he's just trying to suck up to Dante so Dante will fucking compete in his stupid fucking thing. But guys, hear me out. I need you to hear me out. Aster also makes a point of mentioning that Eden will be there wearing a special summer outfit, which causes Dante and Quincy to hesitate on their refusal. But of course, Garu isn't hesitating because he said yes immediately when he was invited. But in the end, Quincy still refuses. So Aster is like, fine, if you come, I'll give you a year worth of rations and jerky, even if you lose. And Topper is like, but Quincy still says no until Eden asks him directly. He says something like, I would really love to make some hot summer memories with everyone. It would be a shame if you weren't there. And then Quincy is like, okay, fine, I'll go. Dante also is still refusing. And Aster is like, well, if you're going to start having sports events in Solaria, you're going to need money. What are you, scared of losing? And yeah, he played these three like a fucking fiddle. Well, these two. He didn't have to play Garu at all, but he played the other two like a fucking fiddle. Next chapter. The actual venue, question mark? The day draws near. The competitors meet up, and Olivine and Ray are also there for some reason. Big reveal. Olivine is there to provide the water lens magic that they're using in place of like one of those big fucking, what are they called? The Jumbotron. Yeah. So throwback to Chimes of Darkness. Shout out Chimes of Darkness. Shout out Olivine's SSR. What was it called? Captive Star Olivine. Why do I remember that? Autism. Thank you. He did the whole water lens magic thing, and now they're bringing it back so that they can use it for the sports match. Ray is there because he gave the spell some pizzazz. You know, they needed to zhuzh it, right? So Ray was helping with the zhuzh. So let me just so we're all on the same page, just get you guys up to speed. So Ray and Olivine were working together, okay, to do this magic spell enhancement, right? Just so they could help Eden with his thing that he wanted to do, okay? Just so we're all getting the same picture from this, right? Okay, then the big reveal. A boat arrives. It's literally not a reveal at all, but I needed to segue into the next sentence, and it just like really, I couldn't think of anything. So it's on an island, you know, desert island knockout, so they need to go there by boat. So it picks everyone up. And then we get to see the Eden fit. Yeah, he slayed, as he usually does. He often does slay. Next chapter, a muscular feast in the sun. What? That's crazy. So they pull up to the venue, okay? And Aster made these magic microphone-looking things that are shaped like him and Morvay. to be the announcers. So one of them is on the island, the other one is back in the mainland, which is where everyone's going to be watching from. So only the people that are competing in the game and like the people that are helping run it are on the island. So yes, the rules go as follows. There's 4 rounds. Each competitor has to achieve at least 1 victory in the first 3 to make it to the finals. How convenient. I wonder who's gonna win. I wonder what's gonna happen. We can all guess, we all know. Additional rule, only the winner gets to leave the island. So Morvay, also by the way, is the commentator for the people back at home. So Morvay is on the mainland, Aster is on the island. The microphones can communicate back and forth, and they can also like relay live information. I don't even really know. So we cut to the island with Eden and the squad. Turns out the losers don't actually get stuck on the island. They just have to clean up the beach afterwards and like put away all the stuff, which we love that they're cleaning the beach.
Random note also, but Dante, upon seeing Topper's little matching outfit with Quincy, says, "For a wild animal, you sure have a fondness for wearing accessories," which is so fucking funny. And then, speaking of things that are fucking hilarious, Dante is holding a surfboard and Eden is like, no way this motherfucker can surf. He's lived in a desert his whole life. As it turns out, a part of Aster's contract is that Dante has to carry the surfboard the whole time. It's like a product placement thing, which is so fucking funny. This whole event, they're making so many hilarious jokes about like live sports and stadium sports and how they all have product placement and like weird shit. It is so fucking good. I need you guys to read this event. If you have any interest in absolute hilarity and men in tight pants, you need to fucking read this. Eden also says that he's not competing, but he's all, "You'll figure out my role eventually," so he's got some sort of weird involvement. I'm sensing Among Us. Maybe he's a saboteur. He's being a little sassy. Okay, next chapter, creative contest. Sully is also on the fuck-ass island, but he's scared of water, so Dante is teaching him to not be scared. Which is literally fucking adorable. He's the best cat dad of all time, and I'm gonna cry a little bit. Garu offers to teach Sully to swim, which is also gonna make me die. Also, this event is the most screen time that Sully has ever had in his entire life. It actually contains more Sully than all of his previous appearances combined. Anyways, round 1 is about to start. Everyone has to draw a task that they have to do, Among Us. And while they do it, they have to accumulate supporter points, which are given out by the spectators. So, Eden's task, as we find out, is actually the opposite of being an Among Us imposter. He has to help everybody and try to secure their win so that all 3 of them can be in the final round. But also, he is kind of Among Us-ing because he is secretly part of one of the teams, which I guess each one of these individual guys is considered a team, okay? And he also simultaneously has secret conditions that he has to meet himself in order to win. So he has his own win condition that nobody else knows. Jesus Christ. Next chapter, high-speed collision, vital pincer attack. So Quincy has to work together with Eden to pop a bunch of low-resolution PNG bubbles. And Quincy is like, it's okay if we lose, because Eden is like struggling to keep up with Quincy. So Quincy's like, it's okay if we lose. And Eden is like, no. He's like, I knew you'd say that, but I went out of my way to bring your trouble-averse ass to this island. I'm gonna stick with it to the end. Which is so fucking funny. That's word for word, by the way. Oh my god. Oh my god. I forgot about this part. So they, like, pass the challenge or whatever, and then Eden gives Quincy some medicine, which is actually a product placement ad. And also, the medicine is an extra large holy water, which is an in-game item that has now been mentioned in canon, which is so fucking funny. The holy water is what they use for like leveling up your cards, and I think it's iconic when they do that. Like, this reminds me of the fact that they had a whole event explaining the Sorcerer's Trials. That's iconic. This is so fucking funny. So now we have canon, extra large holy water, and another funny product placement joke. Next chapter, slip and slide 3-legged battle. Here's my oh my god, here's my exact notes. Bullet point 1, Eden calls Dante a stinky fiend by bullet point 2, they have to do a 3-legged race or whatever. Bullet point 3, they end up falling all over each other and Dante gets so flustered that he has to go regain his composure afterwards. Bullet point 4, me when I'm jorking my peanuts. That's it. That's the whole chapter, I guess. Next one, all drenched in water, dodge balloon. Garu's task is that him and Eden have to dodge water balloons that make their clothes turn transparent, which is really funny, so Garu's ass is all out, which causes him to win the first round due to getting the most audience votes. And then Aster tells them to build a place to rest because the next round starts tomorrow, so they all have to build a fucking house by hand. Next chapter, beach grill competition. Cut to the next day. A boat brings some more team members. Guess who? Yeah, it's literally everyone else. So the theme of round 2 is beach grill competition. Quincy's teammates are Blade and Garu. Garu's team, what? No, that's clearly not right. Who the fuck? Who am I missing? Ray. Oh my god, okay, Jesus Christ. So each of the 3 clan members that's in the game gets 2 randomly selected teammates. And I totally fucked this in my notes and I just had to like figure out who actually was on Quincy's team because I wrote Quincy's teammates are Blade and Garu, which clearly is not right. It's Blade and Ray. Garu's team is Yakumo and Kuya, which is insane. And Dante's theme? What? Dante's team is Olivine and Edmund. Jesus Christ. Also, Eden asks Blade if the trip over was smooth sailing, and Blade is like, I even discovered that the further we got from shore, the faster little Yakumo's heart beat, which was, he's so cute. So basically it's anyone's game besides probably Quincy's team, and since Garu already won, I'm assuming Dante's gonna win this, but you know, Quincy's team does have a chance. So anyways, time to get started. Next chapter, Monstrous Fish. You know what? Actually, I forgot about the supporter points. Dante's team definitely is winning this. He has Olivine and Edmund. So Quincy is fishing, but he won't let Ray or Blade help. But surprisingly, he's letting Eden help, but Eden hasn't caught a single fucking thing. And then this huge fish shows up and Quincy kills it with his bare hands as per usual. His literal bare hands, not really though, but kind of. Next chapter, Embarrassing Memories. So Yakumo and Garu are searching for ingredients, and Eden is like, well, is Kuya slacking in a tree or something? And Garu is like, no, he's keeping watch because he's worried we'll get hurt. And Eden is like, yeah, okay, right. And then Yakumo says Kuya's presence is warding off any monsters. So Garu actually is telling the truth. Kuya is just keeping watch so the little ones don't get hurt, which is making me physically ill. Then we cut to the next chapter, Human Stove. My only notes here are all caps, red fucking alert. Suli has a little fucking bandana on. So we get the little Suli bandana reveal, which, hey, for a wild animal, he really does have a fondness for wearing accessories. Time for the big fucking reveal of who wins. In the next chapter, Carefully Prepared Grill. Eden ends up being the judge. So Team Quinky grilled the big fish, Team Garu made grilled veggies, which look fucking delectable by the way, and Team Dante made grilled beast meat. Next chapter, one more skewer. So I said it was time for the big reveal in that chapter, but I actually meant this one. My bad. I totally know what I'm fucking doing, guys. I'm a professional. Anyways, Dante wins, which I definitely fucking called, and I am the smartest person alive, thank you. Quincy goes off on his own to improve the hut, and Eden goes to help, which of course Quincy doesn't fucking care that he lost because he doesn't care about winning at all because he still gets his spoils even if he doesn't win the thing. But the next round is a courage trial in the chapter titled Courage Trial. So each guy has to go one by one with Eden through the scary woods, and Eden is telling this fuck-ass ghost story, and Dante is like, yeah, right, whatever, and Quincy thinks ghosts, they're more troublesome to deal with than beasts. So it's like, Quincy ghost lore? What the fuck are we talking about? That was such a random line. What the fuck? Anyways, next chapter, Homicidal Maniac. Dante and Eden go first, and they're just like chit-chatting, and etc. And the whole gimmick is that the rest of the clan members are like dressed up scaring the guys. So they get spooked or whatever, I guess. Then next chapter, Unconcealable Nerves. Garu is up next, but of course since this is a courage trial, Karu is actually the one fronting for this. And Eden is like, Karu, you seem scared. And Karu is like, they're just pitiful ghosts, not much different from the guy living in the vampire's basement. Which, this is a fucking Duke Vlad reference. Yes, dude, I'm so glad he's still around. He's my best fucking friend. I love him. We need another event with Duke Vlad, like doing some shit. Like I miss him, dude, every day. This time, Edmund was pretending to be a ghost by running around in a white sheet, which is so fucking funny. I don't know how they convinced him to do that. I need to know, actually. I do need to know. I need to contact Aster immediately. Next chapter, Unshakable Determination. Kuya is gonna be the one fucking with Quincy, and Eden is like, this is gonna be fucking good. But as it turns out, Yakumo was actually the one doing the fucking. Apparently he's gotten good as hell at controlling his black mist situation because he used it to spook them without hurting anybody. Except that Quincy wasn't scared at all. Eden was the only one that was scared, and Yakumo is like, I failed, Quincy wasn't scared. And Quincy says, I'm used to this kind of thing, it's not your fault. Which is so cute. Like, it's such a random thing to comfort somebody about, but really cute that he's comforting Yakumo. I think they should maybe kiss. I don't know, guys. You're gonna have to hear me out on that one too. Next chapter, Evening Breeze. Unsurprisingly, Quincy wins this round because he was the only guy that was not fucking scared, meaning all three of them have in fact won a round, and they're all moving on to the finals. Who would have fucking thought? Next chapter, Forest Survival. Garu and Topper have teamed up to make a sandcastle replica of Aster's mansion, which is random and not plot relevant, but I needed everyone to know that. Also, Quincy fell asleep and someone buried him in sand, leaving just his face exposed, which definitely was Kuya, and also I love that. Dante is playing with Sully in the water, just oh my god, it's Beach episode part 2 and I'm actually gonna cry and scream and throw up. Okay, cool. We find out that the final round is called Forest Survival. Basically, the guys have to find a flag in the woods to win. So it's kind of giving Goblet of Fire hedge maze. They have to get to the middle of the woods and there's like a magic field around the flag. And they also each get some paintballs, and if they can hit one of their opponents with a paintball, that opponent is permanently out of the game. So they all have different starting positions, like on the different edges of the forest. However, unbeknownst to the rest of the gang, Eden is also competing. So next chapter, going all out. 4 magic signals go in the beginning, so everyone immediately realizes that Eden is also competing, and all 3 of them individually decide to give it their all against Eden, which is really cute. Next chapter, Victory Within Reach. Dante, Quincy, and Garu end up in the same place, and they're going all out trying to eliminate each other with paintballs, and Eden is like crouched in a bush nearby watching them. And all 3 of them know that he's there and all individually decide to not do anything about it yet. And then Eden goes and gets to the spot that the flag is in, and just as he's jumping for it, all 3 of the other competitors throw their paint bombs at him. So next chapter, how was I supposed to win? They hit Eden with the paintballs, so he's eliminated, and then all 3 of them grab the thing at the same time, which results in a 3-way victory. Hey, wait a minute, a 3-way? So Morvay reveals Eden's secret goals. He was actually part of a secret 4th team of just him, his goal being to make sure nobody was eliminated before the final round, and then he was actually supposed to win the last one, but how was he supposed to win? Next chapter, why are my eyes all watery? Eden gets left behind on the beach. Lol. But actually he's just waiting for the next boat. They just needed to leave him behind for dramatic effect. So he lays down on the beach and he starts thinking back to when he was a kid. They used to have sports days where he could play with all his classmates, and every time at the end of the day they would all leave one by one until he was all alone again. And thinking about this makes him tear up, and then suddenly the 3 clan members that were competing show up. And he's like, I thought you guys left, and they were like, we wanted to stay here with you a bit longer, which is so fucking sickening, dude. They're so cute. So next chapter, Regaining Composure. These last 3 were actually unlockable extra stories, so the end of the event story, like main thing, was just now with them saying they wanted to stay with Eden. This stuff is extra, and then we have all 3 of the cards. So extra number 1, Regaining Composure. This first one takes place right when Dante goes to regain his composure after the 3-legged race. Eden goes after him and Dante runs away, like literally runs, and Eden chases him down. And then Dante is like, Sully, get him! And Sully fucking gets him. And then Dante makes his great escape and goes to stack stones by himself on the beach, which is actually really adorable. That's his way of like calming himself down, right? And he stacks this tall as fuck stone tower, and Eden is like, there's a legend back in my world that the higher you stack the stones, the longer your love will last. And Dante gets so flustered that he accidentally knocks it over, which also, they kind of went crazy these last few events with the fucking use of the word love, which I love. Next extra story is called Falling Coconuts. This one takes place after the grill competition. Quincy is going to pick coconuts and Eden goes after him, and he finds Topper up in a palm tree picking coconuts and tossing them down to Quincy, who's catching them. And after a while, Quincy tells Topper to come down, and he just goes over and shakes the fucking tree. So Eden is like, oh, it was Topper who wanted to play up in the tree, which is really adorable. Just get a little slice of life with the Quinky and Topper dynamic. Last extra story, Returning the Favor, takes place after Karu gets defeated because he got scared of the squad. Karu is, of course, planning to get revenge on Edmund and Olivine, who were the two that were scaring them in the woods. So they go set up a spooky scene in the woods, and Olivine and Edmund, sure enough, do end up showing up. And Karu gets tired and falls asleep right before they show up because they were like waiting this whole time. So Garu takes over. He dresses up as a ghost and jumps out at them, and Olivine immediately starts trying to exorcise him, which is so fucking funny. And then that's the end of the extra stuff. So we can move on to the cards, starting with SSR Summer Landfall Quincy. This shit kinda crazy mode. So room 1, fantasy turned real. Quinky is using these weird vines to reinforce the hut at the beach, and Eden sees the vines moving around on their own and is like, ehehe, you know, horny thoughts, thinking horny things. And Quinky sees him and is like, is he thinking weird thoughts and horny things? He is. Obviously, he's Eden. So he tries to warn Eden not to touch the vines, but Eden, determined to try to help with this project, grabs one anyways, and they pull him into the forest and start looking for cracks to mend on Eden's body. So Quinky goes and finds him, and he's like, it seems whatever weird things you were thinking have become real, which is so fucking funny. And then we get room 2, how to escape a bind. Pretty self-explanatory room. Crazy mode with the vines and such. Room 3, head to head again. So the next day, Quinky shows Eden how to actually control these vines, and he makes a vine crown for Eden, and he says the tribe used to use these vines for stuff. So Eden is like, what's the crown for? And Quincy says the crown symbolizes blessings and would be bestowed on the winner of the tribal tournaments. So Eden is like, well, I haven't won yet, so let's give it a shot, right? So then room 4, the true meaning of gifts. Eden and Quincy do some tribal contests very much similar to the OG Quinky SSR, and of course Eden loses every single one. And while Quincy is setting up the last challenge, which is wrestling, we get a flashback to when he did these competitions against Zaro back in the day. Zaro lost to Quincy, and Quincy said something like, someone still wove you a crown though. And then Zaro is like, what the fuck, who told you that? And Quincy is like, must have been the one you were going on and on about the other day. And Zaro gets all flustered, and Quincy is like, nothing to be embarrassed about, they couldn't take their eyes off of you the whole time. Which is, bruh. Also, I would like to point out that Quincy deliberately used they, them for every mention of this person, which I know translation-wise that's probably like weird and stuff, but just, I'm choosing to believe that we now have canon non-binary people. Or Zaro's partner is so irrelevant that they didn't even bother giving them a gender. I don't know. But I'm thinking they're non-binary. Eden wins the wrestling contest. What? Yeah, he was using horny tactics. And then he runs off into the woods to grab something for Quincy, which actually ends up being a vine crown that he made himself. So he gives it to Quincy and he says, you may not have won the contest, but right here in this moment, you won my heart. Bruh. And Quincy is like, that's the true meaning of the crown. It has nothing to do with winning physical contests. It means that you won my heart. Bruh. We did not just get a mutual confession scene after the horny vine stuff. Insane. Next room, room 5, happy overtime. They freak it, and that's the end of the Quincy card. Next one, SSR, beguiling windchaser Garu. Room 1, plan thwarted? Question mark, exclamation point? So Eden and Garu go fishing in the ocean, and Garu gets some poisonous, like, aphrodisiac starfish stuck to his back. And of course, the poison from the fucking starfish is an aphrodisiac because this is New Carnival. Duh. So, room 2, performing emergency aid. They freak it on the little paddle boat that they were fishing in. And then room 3, a leisurely summer afternoon. Garu comes out afterwards because Karu got tired and embarrassed, and Eden still wants to catch some of those fish, but it's dangerous, so he's like, let's pack it in for now and build a shed by the hut instead. So they do. But the whole time, Garu and Karu are secretly scheming to go catch some fish by themselves as a surprise for Eden, which, uh-oh, I don't think this is gonna go very well. So then room 4, an evening stroll. it actually does go well, and they do catch the fish, and Eden wakes up just in time for the fish to be done cooking, and he's like, you didn't have to do this all by yourself. And Garu was like, well, I want to go on a date with you, and I heard the one who proposes the date is in charge of the planning. This is unreal, dude. So, oh my fucking bruh. So after dinner, Garu shows Eden this cool place on the beach that he saw with a really scenic view of the sky. And so it's a very, like, you know, classic romantic walking together under the stars, cute shit. And then Garu is like, since we're on a date, we should freak it, right? And then room 5, perfect end to a date. They indeed do freak it. And then we can move on to SSR Gleaming Wave Rider Dante. Room 1, a fair match, question mark. So Eden and Dante are trying to think of a competition that would put them at equal chance of winning, and Eden shows Dante that he can tie a cherry stem with his tongue, and he's all, my tongue skills are the best. And Dante is like, oh yeah, let me tell you something about tongue skills. Room 2, Clash of Tongues. They're calling it the new 9/11. You are not gonna believe this.
My mom calls me on that day because it is my birthday. And she goes, they're calling it the new 9/11.
Dante, no. This is like, bro. Dante fucking sucks Eden's dick, okay? I can't think of any stupid fuck-ass way to say it. It's just, that's just what happens, but he's really bad at it. It's really fucking funny. I mean, it's classic Dante stuff. I don't know. God. I was trying to think of some, like, PG-13 way to explain it in silly, goofy terms, and I couldn't fucking just... Anyway, Jesus. Room 3. All is fair in war. They do a tug-of-war competition, and Eden wins by using Sully to his advantage, and then Dante is like, what the fuck, you cheated? And Eden is like, come on, man, this isn't a military training exercise. The point is to have some fun, right? So bending the rules is part of the fun when you're just with friends. And then Dante thinks to himself, do I disregard everything besides winning? So he's realizing that he has some growing to do. He's doing character growth, character development. Dude, I'm sick. I'm fucking sick. So room 4, markings in the gleaming waves. Eden goes over to the ocean and Sully shows up and Eden starts teaching him how to swim, but his little scarf falls off and starts drifting out to sea. So Eden goes to swim out to get it and gets grabbed by a giant jellyfish and almost fucking dies. But Sully goes back to alert Dante and then Dante saves the day. So apparently Dante can swim. He brings Eden back onto land, wraps him in a towel, and then holds him in his arms once he notices Eden is shivering. He's like, are you cold? You're shivering. And Eden is like, no, I'm not cold. It must be the shock. And Dante is like, you're so reckless. Oh my god. Ugh. I'm fucking throwing up, dude. They're so cute. He's clearly worried about Eden, so Eden thanks him a few times. And then he's like, hey, can you do me a favor? Make me forget what just happened and only remember what comes next. Woo! So this is a Ray moment, which I love because we knew that Eden was very Ray-core with sex. He's a very fuck me until I forget type of guy himself, which makes it all the better when Eden is making sure that Ray is taking care of himself and he's making sure that he's being gentle with Ray, even though he knows what it feels like to be Ray. You go, oh, ill. Okay, anyways, room 5, driving out your fear. They freak it, and then after they're done, Dante asks if Eden forgot, which means he actually wanted to help Eden, which is adorable. And then Eden asks when Dante learned to swim. And he's like, don't tell me you've been practicing in secret. And Dante is like, I've merely been choosing to train after dark as to not cause a disturbance. So he was learning while they were on the island by himself, which is like so also reckless. Like, what the fuck? But anyway, that's the end of this event. Holy shit. Moving on to the next one. Next event is Call from the Starscape, which went from August 1st until August 22nd, 2024, and had 2 SSRs, Starry Daydream Blade and Celestial Splendor Edmund. That's right. It's Blade and Edmund Part 2. I'm excited. Let's get into it. Chapter 1, Strange Story. So Blade is at the orphanage with Olivine and Eden telling stories to the kids. And the book he's reading is whack. So all the kids fall asleep and Eden is like, where did you even find that? And Blade says he found it in a chest in the corner with all sorts of books and whatever in it. And this one is about the Starscape and all the unique creatures and stars in it. And the cover says Brahi or Bray. I think it's Brahi, which is the author's name. So Olivine looks at one of the illustrations and says it's probably the rain of shooting stars, which Blade says might carry messages sent from the Starscape creatures, aka aliens, which is a fun fact that he learned from this book. And conveniently for them, the Klein Continent shooting star season is upon them, and it only happens once every 42 years. So we find out that there's a stargazing tower in the royal city, and during the rain of stars that happens only during the shooting star season, people try to go up there and watch it. And Eden obviously is like, well, we should go watch, and Blade is like, fuck yeah boy. And then we cut to Blade talking passionately about space while him and Eden are walking to check out the tower well before the actual day of the star rain. They're just going to check out the sitch. And Eden is like, you've become a fanboy, which is so cute. I love that they gave Blade space autism. I think that's really funny and also really cute. On their walk, they see Edmund looking intensely at a poster for the shooting stars, so they go ask him what the deal is. In the next chapter, preparing for departure. So Edmund has been forced to go on leave by the captain, who insisted that Edmund take a break because Edmund was busting his ass preparing for shooting star season because the nights get busy during this time. So he's been forced to go on leave, so Blade invites Edmund to join them at the tower since he's on break anyway, and Edmund is like, that was my plan too, so I'll join you guys. So now all three of them are going to hang out at the tower, and Blade is leading the way, but he's going in the wrong direction. So the boys are like, hey, what? And Blade is like, I prepared some surprises. Which personally, I just feel like this is kind of huge because it's another one of those moments where Blade is making his own decisions and doing things with and for other people without asking them first. And I think that's cool because that's kind of one of his things that he struggles with sometimes. So it's good to see an example. Anyways, the surprises end up being outfits that are like astronaut outfits, but they're called starfarers in this universe. Basically, strap in because this whole event is just Blade being autistic about space and Edmund being like, what are you talking about? Kind of. So next chapter. It's falling down. They get to the tower and they're talking about what they would wish on a shooting star for when Blade suddenly says something is falling from the sky and it's about to crash into the tower. Next chapter. Proof of existence. Edmund runs to get help evacuating the building, and Blade tells Eden he can catch it, and he tells Eden to leave because he might get hurt in the impact, and Eden is like, Blade, there's no way I'm letting you catch this fucking thing that's falling from outer space. So he devises a plan, Eden devises a plan, to use essence to create a kind of net so they can catch it without Blade getting hurt. He gets Blade and Edmund to help, and then they save the day. So they safely catch the thingy, but Eden almost faints from releasing so much essence. So Edmund is like, let's get you back to my house to rest. So we get another fucking event where all three of these guys are at Edmund's house, which is great. We find out that the thing that fell from the sky is a metal plate with a bunch of engravings on it and a faint resonance with essence. So Blade is insisting that it's proof that Starscape creatures exist. Next chapter. Message from the Starscape? ? Edmund does not believe in aliens, which, okay, me when I'm lame and boring, what? And Blade says that he searched his database, but this metal doesn't exist on Klein at all. And Eden is like, since y'all both have different ideas of what this is, let's try to decipher the engravings. And Edmund thinks that it could be a weapon, which is why he's like, we gotta bring this to the Knights and like whatever, because it almost destroyed that building, so he's like, this thing could be dangerous. So they all end up agreeing that the next move is to bring it to Ray, which is really funny but also really cute because they're like, oh, he's the guy that knows the things. So they go to Ray and he says that the engraving on the front looks like a magic circle for storing sound, but way different than the way they use them on Klein. And since the record is broken, nobody can make out what the sound in it actually is, and Ray can't make out the pattern on the back at all. So Ray tells Edmund that there is like a 50-50 shot of it being a weapon, and Blade looks at the pattern that's on the back and says that it's probably a star chart, because he saw those in Brahi's book, right? So next chapter, Mysterious Light Spot. There's a spot on the star chart that's the same shape as the gemstone in the middle of the stargazing tower, so they go back there and try to use that spot as a reference point, and they realize the spots of light marked on the map correspond to different places on Klein, and there's one specially marked that lines up to somewhere in the wood territory, so they decide to go there to investigate. Next chapter, Forest Encounter. They go to Quincy to have him guide them to the spot, and Quincy is like, waking me up in the middle of the night to wander the forest with you people. He's so funny, but he's helping them anyway. He's like, oh, how dare you fucking freaks wake me up in the middle of the night to look for aliens. But let's go anyway, I'll do it, I'll help. Like, what? So they end up finding a cabin near the spot marked on the map, and there's a little boy in it, and he's dressed like an astronaut, but in like a kid's costume type of way. And he's like, I knew you would come, the star creatures. And then he recognizes Quincy and he's like, wait, uh-oh. So he runs away and Quincy leaves to go check on him and make sure he doesn't fucking die by himself in the woods. And the others investigate the inside of the cabin, where they find a bunch of papers written by Brahi. And there are more notes on the Starscape. So Eden picks up a specific one of them, and it says, is this really the right thing to do? Perhaps from the start I've been pushing myself into an abyss. So next chapter, Traces of the Author. We cut to Eden back at Astor's mansion, gathering up all of Brahi's books that he can find, and he's trying to figure out what happened to the guy to see if they can contact him. And Morvay says he recognizes the name and says he knows a noble named Brahi. And Astor says that that family isn't as rich anymore, but he has maintained good relations and agrees to set up a meeting. And so then we cut to the meeting, which ends in the noble insisting that he knows nothing about the scholar that the squad is trying to ask them about. So then Blade says they should go camping behind the cabin to watch the stars, and all three of them do end up doing that, which results in this scene of Blade, Eden, and Edmund laying on the grass watching the stars and theorizing about what Starscape creatures could be. It's so cute. It actually had me ill, like they're just chilling. I don't know, just guys chilling. Oh, adorable. So next chapter, Just a Delusion. Edmund wakes up floating in the sky with Blade, Eden, and a bunch of alien critters. Friendly alien critters. Obviously he's dreaming, but then he gets woken up by a commotion in real life. So it's that noble from before that they met with. He's at the cabin trying to set it on fire, and Blade has him pinned to the ground. So this guy apparently is Brahi's son, and he says that his dad's foolish research has brought nothing but shame onto his family, so he's trying to destroy all traces of it. As it turns out, Brahi is dead, which saddens Blade greatly. And Blade says that his research is valuable, so he wants to preserve the transcripts properly, and the guy is like, you're an idiot, he made that plate himself. I have no idea how he managed to get it to fall from the sky, but I'm sure it's all a show to prove his ridiculous delusions. And then Edmund, who is now getting worried for Blade's emotional well-being, insists that all the transcripts are needed for their investigation into the tablet for the Kingdom of Klein. So he says they're taking them, and then the son leaves. So next chapter, New Clue. We cut to the next day. Eden and Blade are back at the mansion. Blade stayed up all night going through Brahi's notes more in depth. And he says, I really like Brahi's works and notes about the Starscape. Even if the record didn't come from the Starscape but was made by Brahi, I still want to know what message is recorded on it. I want to keep believing him, understand his research better. Do you think that's strange? And Eden tells Blade that he wants to help him continue the research, and Blade is very touched by this. And then right as they settle in to keep looking through the notes and stuff, Edmund shows up and tells them that he found a new clue. And I would just like to point out that the fact that Edmund showed up in Blade's room means he was probably planning on telling Blade before he was going to tell Eden, which is really cute because that kind of proves that he was just looking into this because he didn't want Blade to be sad. I think Blade and Edmund are such an underrated ship. They're so cute. They're adorable, dude. So next chapter, Begin Restoration. Edmund suspected that that little boy from the cabin may have talked to Brahi at some point before he died, so he went to interview the kid, but he's not good at talking to kids, so this was like painfully awkward at first, and the kid like ran away scared. But Edmund took a second to realize he was acting like it was a criminal investigation, so he went to apologize to the kid and tried again, and the kid calls Brahi Gramps, and he says that they met when he snuck into the forest to play one time, and he says Brahi let him draw in the cabin, and he told the kid lots of stories about the Starscape. And he also tells Edmund that Brahi once said he had to do an important experiment, and that was the last time the kid ever saw him. He asks Edmund if the experiment succeeded, and Edmund, not wanting to tell the kid that the guy died, says, I don't know, we are still investigating this experiment. So the boy gives Edmund a box of Brahi's things, saying, after Gramps disappeared, there was no one to look after the cabin. So the kid brought this stuff home to research, but he doesn't understand any of it. And he says he'll lend it to Edmund for now, but if he finds the answer, he has to come back and tell him, which is really cute. So inside the box, there were some metal plates, no engravings on them, but they are made of the same metal as the other one. And Blade says they can use these to restore the record. He says the original record isn't complete to begin with, but there was notes on the magic circle in Brahi's manuscript that they can use to repair it to its original state with these extra metal pieces. So, next chapter, the complete sound. The sound is a bunch of nature sounds from various places on Klein, and after the recording is done, a bright light shines from the record, and a projection of Brahi appears, and he says, "Friends from the Starscape, greetings. My name is Brahi. Since you might not be able to understand my language, I have recorded the most beautiful sounds in Klein as my greeting to you. Decades ago, during the reign of shooting stars, I saw a burning star fall to the surface, carrying a mysterious matter full of essence. For me, that was an important revelation from the Starscape. After countless experiments, I engraved a magic circle on this material. I then cast a flying spell to send it back into the sky, to actively realize this exchange with you. Perhaps fate does not have a meeting with you in store for me, but I believe that one day you will travel in your flying ships and land in Klein. Maybe your appearance exceeds our imagination. Maybe our languages are completely different, but the people here are kind-hearted. They will undoubtedly find a way to overcome any barrier. As my life draws to a conclusion, I extend this invitation to you. I hope that one day we can communicate with each other and establish a friendship. For a long time, I often doubted this path was wrong and would see all my efforts come to naught. But in the end, I cannot betray my original intent. I am approaching the end of my life, unable to wait for the arrival I look forward to. Nevertheless, I believe this message will one day arrive in the right place. I have no regrets about the path I have traveled." Bro, that shit is so fucking sad and beautiful. What the fuck? Next chapter, Return to the Stars. So they make a deal with Ray, that Ray will repair the flying spell so they can send the disc back into the Starscape, and in exchange, they'll give Ray every single page of Brahi's notes that they found so far. And Ray is like, such a shame that after all this we haven't proven the existence of Starscape creatures, and Blade says they definitely exist. There's so many stars in the sky, and one of them must have other creatures living on it. He's just like me, for real. And then Edmund says it's not a bad thing to henceforth leave some room for imagining different possibilities, which is a change to his earlier tune. And they end up booking the Stargazing Tower as the venue for a second showing of this record, and then they send it back off into space. And they invite all the kids from the orphanage and the kid from the woods to come and watch, so everybody's there, like, hanging out, watching. It's really cute. Last chapter, Believing and Waiting. So we find out that Eden secretly asked Ray to make some extra space on the disc for a recording. He says they should also leave some words on it before they send it off into space, so they all leave a little message to the aliens. And then suddenly, right after they launch the record, the reign of shooting stars begins, even though it wasn't predicted to happen on this day at all. Blade tells Eden to wish on a shooting star, and Eden suddenly remembers that when he was a kid, he used to wish to not be alone anymore, and when it never came true, he would console himself by saying his wish was just later in line. Now he says this wish already came true, so now he's gonna make a new one. And his new wish is that next time this happens, they can all watch the stars together just like this time. Which has me fucking ill. And that's the end of the event story. So moving on to the cards, starting with SSR Starry Daydream Blade. Room 1, Birth of a Wish. Blade decides he wants to be able to dream like humans do, because his dreams are just like brought from his memory bank, but he knows that humans can dream things that they've never experienced, so he's like, I want to do that. So Eden and Blade go deep into the woods to find some dream weed, which is a flower that makes you dream, and then they both eat some. And that night, Eden has a nightmare, so Blade wakes him up and starts cuddling him and humming him back to sleep, but Eden is like, how about you comfort me in a different way? And then we get room 2, Sleep Tight, where they smash, obviously. And then room 3, Waiting for a Miracle. The dream weed does not work on Blade. And then Blade is out shopping with his maid friends, and he tells them about his dilemma, and they tell him about the specific way to wish on a shooting star that falls at your feet or something. So Blade goes out and waits for stars to fall at his feet every night for the next several days, but it never happens and he runs out of energy. So he returns to the mansion to go into hibernation mode and finds Eden asleep in the hallway muttering his name. So he assumes Eden was waiting for him to return and then carries him back to his room. And then we get room 4, the person realizing the wish. Blade finally manages to meet the conditions of the wish thing, and Eden finds him meaning that Eden is the one that can realize Blade's wish, because this whole thing was like, whoever walks towards you when a star falls at your feet can realize your wish or something. So of course Eden is the magic guy. So Blade says his wish is to become human for a day so he can dream and feel the same things as Eden. And Eden asks why Blade was doing this alone. And Blade says it's because when they went to the woods, it seemed like Eden was pushing himself too hard and he didn't want Eden to get hurt. And Eden is like, well, Blade, your wish has already come true. Worrying about me and all this makes you more than human in my eyes. And then Eden is like, let me prove it. And he gives Blade a little smooch, and then they smash in room 5, Goodnight, Sweet Dreams, in which they smash. And then it's time for SSR, Celestial Splendor, Edmund. Room 1, Workaholic's Day Off. So Eden finds Edmund patrolling during his leave, so he's like, you gotta take a break, you freak. And Edmund is like, well, what are you up to these days? Bitch, illness, mental illness, they're so. They decide to rent a recreational carriage, which is like a camper, but it's a carriage, and they go camping to watch the stars together, this is the carriage that I'm sitting in. So they end up getting rained out at the campsite, so they cuddle up inside the carriage and then they freak it. Room 2, Plan B for rain. This is the one in which they're freaking it. Next, room 3, Dispersing Black Clouds. We get an Edmund flashback to when he was a kid and his mom was reading him a bedtime story about a special blue shooting star that can carry wishes, and Edmund says if he sees one in his lifetime, he'll make a wish for his mom. And she says, I want you to make a wish for yourself. Plus, I don't need a wish anymore. And Edmund is like, why not? And she's like, if you ever see a shooting star with someone you hold dear, I think you'll know what I mean. So current day Edmund is looking at Eden and being all, I think I know what she meant. Ew, dude. They're so cute. So Eden does all these silly little dances and rituals and shit to try to clear up the rain, hoping they can see the special blue star. And Edmund thinks to himself that even if they can't, he has no regrets. Regrets? Somebody has to put me down. I can't. Oh my god. Okay, fuck. Room 4. Witnessing a miracle. They do end up seeing the shooting star, but Edmund doesn't make a wish because he is satisfied just being with Eden, which bruh. So they start getting ready for bed, and Eden says he's too excited to sleep, so Edmund offers to tell him some bedtime stories from when he was a kid. And then Eden does end up falling asleep to the bedtime stories, and Edmund accidentally falls asleep next to him and wakes up in Eden's arms the next morning. And at first he's all flustered, but Eden is still asleep, so he just relaxes into Eden's hold and rests his head on Eden's chest. And then of course Eden wakes up right at this moment, and he's all like, ooh, what? You're snuggling into my titties? What the hell? That's crazy. And then they freak it. Room 5. Just stay in bed. This is the one where they freak it. It's very just, domestic and cute and etc. And then Eden tells Edmund that when he was a kid, one of his wishes was for someone to tell him bedtime stories. And he's like, with you here, I don't even need to wish on a shooting star anymore. And Edmund says he feels the same. Oh my god. That is the end of Call from the Starscape. Let's fucking go. Big win. We're down to the last few events, which is crazy. So I'm gonna try to speedrun this because I actually can't take it anymore. I literally can't take it anymore. Okay, so let's just go. This event is called Mirage of Scales, and it ran from the 29th of August until the 19th of September 2024, and it had 2 SSRs. Billowing Wildfire Kuya and Abyssal Pearl Yakumo. These cards are fucking beautiful. I think I got both of them in the same pull, and it only took me like 40 pulls. Flex. If God was real, he loves me. You know what I mean? First chapter, rare recipes. Basically, Yakumo is researching, guess what, rare recipes, because he's worried that people are getting bored with his usual meals, which is extremely Yakumo core, and of course, absolutely not a single person is bored with any of his food, but he's like, guys, I understand that you're bored, but they're literally not. But he's having trouble because he doesn't understand the cooking methods of the regions that these recipes are from. So Olivine gives him a book about different Klein continent customs, and Yakumo sees a recipe that includes merfolk meat. And Eden is like, wait, what? Those are fictional, right? And Yakumo is like, maybe they're a kind of fish? And then of course Kuya randomly shows up and tells them that merfolk possess the characteristics of both human and fish. So Yakumo is like, oh, they're yokai. But wait, doesn't that mean this recipe contains yokai meat? And Kuya is like, eating yokai for the mystical effects does seem like something humans would do. So Yakumo, Eden, and Kuya decide to go to the island that is in this book and find out what the hell is going on.
Also, because Yakumo saw that there was other rare dishes on this island unrelated to the yokai meat, so they're twofold reason to go. And they get to the island, and Yakumo and Kuya both notice that something seems off, but Kuya is refusing to tell Eden, and Yakumo isn't quite sure what it is. So Eden's just like, what the fuck, what the fuck? Next chapter, arriving in the village. They get near the island, but they can't go ashore because the villagers are all blocking the pier with weapons. And Eden says, like, guys, we're just visiting, like, what the fuck? And the villagers are like, visitors? Right now, we're preparing for the ceremony. We can't just let strangers run around on the island. What if you offend the honorable merfolk? So the village chief ends up coming over, and he says they can stay until the storm in the sea gets safer. It's storming in the sea, by the way. But they have to help prepare the ceremony. And the chief explains that the annual merfolk ceremony is a few days away, and most of this village fishes for a living, so once a year, they make offerings to the honorable merfolk, asking them to bless the village with lots of fish and safe sailing. And then the chief gives them one more rule. They are not allowed to go into the lighthouse where the ceremony is held until the day of the ceremony, or else they will be kicked off the island. So, guess what they're gonna eventually end up doing? Yep. Absolutely nobody is fucking surprised. I mean, and Kuya's in this event? Girl, they're gonna be up in that lighthouse. Come on. Who do you think you're talking to? Next chapter, preparing for the ceremony. We get the Eden outfit reveal, and we get the squad running around helping with the prep. And by the squad, I mean Eden and Yakumo. Kuya has fucked off. He's just wandering. And the villagers still are being rude as fuck. Eden notices Kuya's wandering, and he wonders if Kuya might be looking for something, but he's not sure what. And, following Kuya is always a bad idea, so he's like, oop, I'll keep that to myself for now. And then we find out via Eden and Yakumo just kind of chit-chatting with the villagers that they treat the merfolk like gods, meaning there isn't any merfolk actually left in the village. And then at the end of the chapter, Eden and Yakumo decide to go looking for Kuya to see if he's joining them for dinner, and they find him standing by a reef looking intently at something in the water. Next chapter, jumping to the rescue. So they look where Kuya is looking, but they don't see anything until Yakumo notices a child out in the water. So they prepare to jump in and save him, but before they can, they see a figure jump in and swim fast as fuck over to get the kid. And this guy brings the kid ashore and asks what he was doing outside in weather like this, and then he leaves. And Kuya is like, you're not gonna follow him? And Eden is like, follow him. And Kuya says, the answer might just slip away from you. Like, what the fuck are we doing? I mean, this is classic Kuya bullshit, but like, what the fuck? Yakumo says the guy swam like a fish, meaning he could be a mermaid, so they do decide to follow him. And they realize that Kuya was looking in the direction of the merman earlier, so Kuya was just straight chillin' staring at this fucking dude who was otherwise just minding his own business. Like, this guy was just doing mermaid stuff in the water, in the sea, and Kuya was like, I'm gonna stare right fucking at you. Silently. Like a creep. Anyways, so they follow this guy into a cave, and he's like, y'all are awfully close to the holy place, and Eden is like, which is the lighthouse, and Eden is like, well, you can blame Kuya, and Kuya is like, I just wanted to watch the waves. And the merman is like, he like randomly like looks off into space, and he's like, that person also used to like to watch the waves. So, this guy lost someone. And he also tells Eden that they should leave as soon as possible, and then he leaves. And then we get important Kuya and Yakumo information. Yakumo says that the guy had a weird smell, and Kuya says, if you can sense that, then you've at least made some progress. Meaning progress using his yokai abilities, which is so cute. I love Kuya's dynamic with Yakumo and Garu. It actually makes me ill.
So, next chapter, fish scale relic. I'm flying through these. Okay, we jump ahead to the day of the ceremony. Crazy, I know. It feels like not much has happened and now all of a sudden it's the big day. Whew. Okay, so the 3 squad members get to participate in the ceremony, right? So they're told to follow the line of villagers to the lighthouse to pray to the merfolk, but Eden senses something off about the chief and the villagers. So then it gets to Eden and Yakumo's turn, but Kuya is nowhere to be seen. Classic, of course. Nobody expected him to just follow in line like everybody else, literally or figuratively. The ceremony is they have to put their hands on this fish scale looking relic, and when Yakumo touches it, his scales come out involuntarily, and the villagers start yelling like, he has scales, the merfolk have returned to take revenge. So then everyone's like, what the fuck? So they're like, fucking get him, right? But before they all decide, let's fucking get him, the chief, like, he's honestly pissing me the fuck off because he's like, explain yourself. And then Yakumo is like, I'm not a mermaid, I swear. Like, it's a misunderstanding. And then he's like, yeah, right. Get him. And it's like, why did you even ask? Why did you even take the time to ask if you're just gonna be a bitch? Makes no fucking sense. Regardless, the chief is like, I'll have to restrict your movement on this island now that we know you're a mermaid or whatever, right? So next chapter, weakening power. Eden and Yakumo get locked in a random empty room, and Kuya is still nowhere to be seen. But that merman from before randomly shows up at the window of the room that Eden and Yakumo are locked in and breaks them out. And he leads them back to a cave, but it's not the same one they were in earlier, it's a different cave. And Eden is like, is this your house? Or like, is this your home? And the guy is like, it's not my home, it's just where I live for now. And Kuya shows up right on time to say, where you live? More like where you hide, right? I love how he just shows up and joins conversations like everyone knew he was there. It's actually really hilarious. He knows how to commit to a bit. So the guy ends up introducing himself as Umi. And he says he's a fish yokai that the humans think of as one of those legendary merfolk. And he says he's lived here for a very long time. And then Kuya says based on the carvings in the cave, it seems the fish yokai lived on this island long before the humans did. And Umi says he's the only one capable of maintaining the scale relic from the ceremony, which apparently helps calm down the surrounding seas, but the power of the relic has been weakening in recent years. So he says he saved Yakumo after realizing that Yakumo was a powerful yokai, thinking maybe Yakumo could help fix the relic. And Yakumo says it felt like the relic rejected him, so maybe it only works for fish yokai. And then he also says that the humans would be grateful if they knew there was a merfolk protecting them. And Umi says he doesn't do it for their benefit, right? So it's like, what? So next chapter, Island Memory. Kuya says the only place he hasn't visited on this island is the relic, and he asks the squad to take him to it. So they sneak back to the relic, and there's absolutely nobody there, right? And Kuya does some magic shit, and it starts playing memories from the island. So in the memory that it shows, the village is on fucking fire, and the humans are massacring the fish yokai. And Umi says he had no idea this happened, and that it probably happened long before he transformed. And then, before they can discuss more, they get surrounded by the villagers who have finally found them after they escaped that room they were locked in. So these villagers all still think that Yakumo is a merman back for revenge because of the massacre. But Yakumo starts yelling, saying he's never even thought about hurting a human. And then he starts thinking about Umi, and he's like, the humans I've interacted with have all been so kind, but these people, if those things had happened to me, would I still want to live with humans in peace? Oh my god, he's slayed here. He's so yes. The way that he's putting himself in this guy's shoes and being like, you know what, actually, I don't know if I'd be mad if Umi let all these fucking guys die. So, suddenly, this storm that's been happening in the ocean gets even worse, and there's a huge wave that's about to crash into everyone. And guys, you are not prepared for what happens next. You're not even ready, okay? Yakumo steps over to the edge of the lighthouse with his hands raised and somehow uses his power perfectly to create a wall that stops the water from hitting everybody and saves everyone's lives. Bruh. What the heck? What the feck? Unbelievable scenes right here. Next chapter, Identity Revealed. I actually would like to know how many event chapters are titled Identity Revealed or like something revealed, because it seems like it's a lot of them. So upon seeing this, the village chief says, with such power, you could easily destroy the whole village. And Eden is like, are you fucking stupid? He just saved your life. Like, are you dumb as fuck? You're gonna see him save everybody in the village and you're gonna go, this guy could easily kill all of us. Like, are you fucking dumb and blind? And Kuya says, surely now you understand why some yokai choose to live in caves. And then the villagers approach to attack Yakumo, and Umi is like, stop it, you're all wrong. And then he puts his blood on the scale, which weakens the storm, but also reveals that Umi is actually a merfolk. And he says he has no intention of harming anyone, and that he's merely here to protect the island, the seas, and the relic, to keep a promise. So he's kind of giving Quinky, in a way, because Quinky lives a life in harmony with the forest because of what Zoro told him. So all I'm saying is, why does Quincy have so much chemistry, theoretically, with the event NPCs? Like, we can add this to the list. There's this guy, there's the Great Serpent, who isn't really an event NPC, but he kind of is. I don't know, man. There's just some stuff. Next chapter, thinking of a way. The chief is like, perhaps the ceremony has been handed down just for this moment, and he bows down and starts worshipping Umi, which is like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, what the hell? And Kuya is like, Umi, don't tell me you're actually still gonna help these fucking people even after you saw that their ancestors did that to your kind. And Umi doesn't say anything, so Kuya is like, whatever. It's your choice, I guess, right? Like, he's giving ultimate sass. And he says, no matter what anyone tries, it's pointless anyways. And he says, in the beginning, there was no island here, let alone the holy place or the relic. He says the relic's weakening means the island will return to its original state. So if the sea swallows the whole thing, that's its decided fate, or intended fate, right? And Umi is like, I'll find a way to restore the relic, but I'm not doing it for the humans. And then he leaves. So next chapter, past promise. Eden asks Umi about the promise that he keeps mentioning, and Umi says he once made a vow that he would keep protecting this place until the relic's power is gone and the island is sunk, which seems like it's kind of right now, but, you know. So Kuya assumes that the person he promised must have been a human, and he's like, you claim you don't care about the villagers, but you keep looking for traces of the person you once knew, which is sad as fuck, and also kind of Quincy core. Not that Quincy's looking, but I'm just remembering that time that we met one of Zaro's children. Kuya also says that the fish scale probably came from a fish yokai centuries ago, using up all of their power and condensing it into a crystal, which means a merfolk died to make that thing. So Kuya says there's no way to restore this relic, but if Umi wanted to, he could basically krill himself to make a new one. So next chapter, Greedy Heart. Turns out the village chief has been listening in on this whole conversation, and Kuya realizes, and he tells him to show himself, and then the village chief asks Umi to go through with making a new relic, and Yakumo is like, he would die, and the guy is like, it may be a difficult choice, but since he's been protecting the island with his life, you could say this is what he lives for, which is so, this guy sucks, like, he's pissing me the fuck off. So Kuya, equally disgusted, if not more disgusted than I am, says basically fuck you bitch, and he tries to kill the guy, or well, he threatens to kill the guy and destroy the fucking island, and the village chief runs away. So next chapter, keeping the promise. Umi goes into the sea to think things over, and Eden is like, it's his decision to make, but we can still try to help him through it. And he asks Kuya to help them find Umi, and Kuya says he's heading in the direction of the lighthouse. So everyone's like, oh my god, we gotta pull up, right? So, with memories of his loved one in his mind, Umi starts to use up all of his energy to create a new relic, and the gang doesn't arrive in time to stop him. But Kuya does some kind of spell in the middle of Umi's process, and then Umi vanishes with a new scale in his place, and the storm dies down as Yakumo and Eden stand there grieving this loss in the lighthouse. Excuse me, I'm calling the police. What? Why was there 2 events in a row that ended in the event NPC dying? Hello? Dying, but like not quite, like unclear. This one, at least I've got good news, so we got one more chapter, calm after the calamity. So the village chief says they'll hold a ceremony for Umi to honor everything he's done to protect the village, and then the squad gets on their boat to go home. And Yakumo says the chief seemed unconcerned about Umi's sacrifice, so he wonders if Umi dying was really worth it, especially since someone else will have to sacrifice themselves in the future again, and maybe nobody will. And Kuya says these people only care about their temporary lives and not the lives of those in the future. And Eden is like, Kuya, what did you exactly do with the magic in the tower? And Kuya basically gives a non-answer. And at the very last second, as they're sailing off, Eden sees a fish come out of the water and flip its tail at him before swimming off into the ocean without hesitation. So, clearly what's implied here is that Kuya somehow used his magic to prevent Umi from completely dying. He just lost a lot of his power and went back to little fishy mode for a while. So, he'll be fine. He's just gotta be a fish for a couple decades or something to regain his ability to transform, and then he'll be back to Umi mode, and he's no longer tied to this village because they're gonna be fine for the next several decades. So really, it's not a complete tragedy, but it's just a very crazy event. Just crazy, but the craziest shit happens actually in the cards. Specifically Kuya's card. So, let's get into these cards. Starting with SSR, Billowing Wildfire Kuya. I can't wait to be done with this one. I really don't even want to talk about it, to be honest with you. Just because I have so many complicated feelings about it, and I'm so emotionally exhausted because it's January, and January is the worst month. So, I'm gonna speed run through this as well because oh my fucking, like, I don't even want to deal with it. It's not even really that bad, but it is to me. It's serious to me and I don't want to deal with it. Okay, room 1, choosing companions. This room takes place during ceremony prep, so it's before the incident, right? Eden asks Kuya to give him a tour of the island since he's been wandering around so much, and Kuya leads Eden to some totems, and Eden is like, whoa, I wonder what they do. And then Kuya shows Eden how to use the totems, and they all have different magic effects, and Eden is like, this is not very Kuya-like to just show me how to use stuff. And the last one is apparently a destruction totem that starts like shaking the ground, so Eden freaks out, but Kuya reveals it's all a trick, and none of the totems actually do anything at all, they're just decorative. And Eden is like, fuck you, bitch. And they go back to the place that they're staying at, which, like, I don't know, it's not like a hotel because I don't think this island has any hotels. It's just like a random extra thing, extra house or whatever. So they go back and Eden is like, even messing with me all day gets boring, right? And then they freak it. So room 2, full force encounter. Yep, that's the freaking. Room 3, secret of the relic. So right before they're supposed to head home, Kuya wants to go back to the lighthouse to get the old scale, and Eden is like, why? And Kuya says the scale still holds the memory of the creator, and if he's not wrong, this scale was made by a famous yokai that he once crossed paths with, and he says he wants to use the scale to verify something from a long time ago. So room 4, trying and choosing. The memory that the scale plays is of the OG fish scale guy coming to the Lord of the Yokai asking for a way to save this island. He says the fish yokai can easily swim away when the island sinks, but the humans will all die, and he wants a way for humans and fish yokai to live in harmony. And the Lord of the Yokai says the more you want, the more you have to pay, and he explains there is a way, but the merman would have to pay with his life. So we cut back to the present, and Kuya says, at this time, he had only just transformed, as in Kuya had just transformed, and he happened to be at the Lord of the Yokai's side to witness this conversation. And at the time, he didn't know that the price was the life of the yokai, of the fish yokai that made the scale. And he didn't know if the guy had made a decision, so he came here to verify if it was actually that guy. And apparently the fish and the humans did live in harmony for a while, until a plague broke out, and the humans started killing the yokai for their magic meat that could cure everything. The meat actually didn't cure anything at all, but the humans kept eating the yokai anyways. And this is what eventually led to the massacre from the other fish scale memory. So Kuya asks what Eden would do if he was in that position, and Eden knows which answer Kuya wants to hear, but he says, in the end, I don't think his decision was worth it, but at the time, it's probably the best thing he could have done. And then he says, if someone I care about is threatened, all I can do is try to change the situation, even if there are risks involved. And Kuya gets pissed the fuck off and pushes Eden against the wall and starts choking him, to which I will say, just because I feel the need to say it, Eden pointedly does not try to resist this at all. So I'm not saying Kuya is like a good guy for this and what follows, but I'm saying Eden trusts him, so it wasn't like a traumatic, like, I'm just saying, okay? I'm not gonna say anything else about this because I don't know, but this, let me just say, if you weren't there for this card, you're lucky, because this shit was mad controversial. I couldn't go anywhere. I couldn't go anywhere without seeing people talking about this. It was so annoying. So Kuya says, you can talk big only because you've never experienced any of this for yourself, so how about I show you? And then we get room 5, unwilling to let go. So Kuya chokes Eden, and he's obviously very angry, but he's also very obviously scared to lose Eden. And we see Kuya make this face, which is engraved in my memory. We see Kuya make this face like he's almost about to cry. Like it's the most vulnerable expression I've seen on Kuya, and it just hurts me. It hurts me every time I look at it. Oh my god. But he's crying at the thought, or almost crying. I'm not actually certain if he's crying or not, because it's not like animated in, but like, I don't know. He's almost crying at the thought of Eden sacrificing himself to save someone else, And then at the end, Eden, who realizes Kuya's feelings, reassures Kuya that he would do anything in his power to avoid that situation, because while he does want to protect people, the thing he wants most is to live a long, happy life with the people he values, which is just like, leave it to Eden to go through something as insane as this, like have Kuya act this insane to you, and then still go, oh, he's having a rough time, I should reassure him. Like, classic Eden behaviors. And then Eden falls asleep, and as he's falling asleep, he hears a soft, gentle sigh from Kuya. So I think Kuya sort of went ham and then was like, ooh, I kind of went too ham. And then Eden falls asleep, and that's the end of the card. That also, like, when I read that, I was like, dude, why would you end the card there? I'm ill. Like, oh my god. At least give Kuya, like, a line. Like, let him say something to clarify anything that just happened. Oh my god. Anyways, I guess we can move on to Yakumo's card. SSR Abyssal Pearl Yakumo, Room 1, Beach Treasure Hunt. This one has significantly less angst than the other one, thank god, because I couldn't handle that type of shit twice. Okay. So Yakumo tries to ask about the ceremonial dishes, since that's the whole reason that they came here, but the villagers won't share any information, so Eden takes Yakumo on a walk along the beach, thinking maybe they can find some more rare ingredients, and then even if they don't get the information they wanted, they still found something, and Eden finds a pearl on the beach that can be moved around by releasing essence, so of course Eden is like, aha, yes. A sex toy, I see. So he asks Yakumo if he would help him design a sex toy inspired by this, and Yakumo is like, what? And Eden is like, yes, a sex toy perfect for playing with serpent yokai Yakumo. Which is, ooh, crazy. So room 2, producing pleasure. Yep, this room was really crazy. Like, everyone was talking about this also, but for an entirely different reason to the Kuya one, so it was kind of like a weird time to be on the internet for me. Room 3, resuming the adventure. So Yakumo is of course still determined to find more information on merfolk recipes once they get home from the island, so him and Eden spend a while researching and find mention of merfolk culture in a book about one of the neighboring islands. So they pull up to this other island, which, like, I've said this before and I'll say it again, it's hilarious to me when the card rooms have like a whole other event plot. Like, this could be just a whole sequel to this event. Like, they go to a whole ass different island. It's like, just what the fuck? It's so funny. Sometimes they're just like supplementary, like the Kuya one was kind of like, you know, just a little extra to the story that we already read. But this is like a whole separate thing. What the hell? So we're on a whole different island, and the village chief at this place is way nicer, and he says they do indeed have recipes that were passed down from merfolk before. So room 4, different possibilities. The village chief lets Yakumo study the recipes and says it's a good thing to pass on the merfolk's favor, and Yakumo is like, what? And the chief says it's thanks to the merfolk that the people here can live in abundance, and they might even still be protecting them from afar. And then he tells a story of when he almost drowned as a child and was saved by some half-fish, half-human people. So Eden realizes, based on Yakumo's behavior recently, that the real reason Yakumo wanted to come here was to find proof that humans and yokai can peacefully coexist. And Yakumo is like, you knew? Right? So Yakumo explains that the Umi situation made him realize how lucky he is, which also, I didn't mention this because I forgot, but during the event story, Kuya did say something to Yakumo along the lines of, you don't know just how lucky you are, in reference to the fact that all the humans that Yakumo has interacted with so far have been nice, which is also kind of crazy because that's not true. Like, when Yakumo was a kid, like in the cave, didn't he get like rocks thrown at him and shit? But anyways, so Eden says that Yakumo can't write it off as just luck. He's had the courage to choose his own path at every fork in the road, which is what gives him the opportunity to be happy, and that his happiness isn't going anywhere. And Yakumo says he really wants to hold Eden, and then they freak it. So room 5, grasping happiness. Eden calls Yakumo my Yakumo, and Yakumo calls Eden my dearest, dearest Eden, which is just, I mean, add that to the list of these last few events, like, being absolutely fucking insane with the, like, love confessions and shit. Like, I can't believe this. It's literally my Yakumo? Dude. After the freaking, as they get ready to go home, they see some merfolk happily playing in the sea and realize that what the village chief said is true and they really do live in harmony here. So it's like a nice, sweet little
yippee at the end of all this chaos. So that's it for that event. Moving on to the next one. Yippee! Next event is called Sweet Heart Attack. And it ran from September 26th until October 24th, 2024, and had 3 cards, 2 SSRs and an SR. There was SSR Strong Persuasion Dante, SSR Absolute Dedication Ray, and SR Gentle Urging Olivine. This was the main event. I'm excited. This one, they had Ray smoking weed in this one. Like, what? So let's get into it. First chapter, Procurement Mission. So it starts with Dante having a dream that Eden is dressed as a yokai maid serving him food, and then he wakes up and he's like, oh my god, that was terrifying, which is so funny. So apparently he found a flyer outside earlier for a maid cafe, which is where his subconscious got the idea to torture him with such visions. So as it turns out, Eden and Blade had mentioned the idea of a maid cafe to Aster, so of course Aster opened one, and it was so successful that a whole bunch of copycats have started popping up everywhere. So we cut to Eden and Blade getting back to the mansion after doing some grocery shopping for Yakumo, and they find Olivine, who was supposed to bring supplies to the Wood Territory tribe, but the carriage broke down. So Dante shows up and says Olivine can take his carriage since he doesn't need it right now, and Eden decides to go along to help, and then Dante decides to also go along, claiming that it's to help, but we all know it's just because he wants to spend time with Eden. And Ray also sneaks onto the carriage by clinging on to the fucking outside and not telling anyone he was there, like a freak, which I love. So apparently he's going to the Wood Territory to stock up on herbs, but he was like, well, we're headed in the same direction, like, why not? Like, fuck you, whatever. But they find out that he's out there, so they're like, just get in the fucking carriage, you freak. And he gets in the carriage, and then they're just sitting in there chatting. And they run into a bear monster on the road, and in the chaos, they almost run over a couple people. So, next chapter, Mysterious Shop in the Forest. They do actually run over a couple people, but Olivine heals them up and apologizes. And we find out that the 2 crash victims are yokai dressed as maids talking about working at a shop, and they tell Dante, Ray, and Eden to go to the maid cafe that they work at to tell their boss that they can't work because they got hit by a fucking car, basically. So they go, but there's nobody there. As it turns out, the head maid, Coco, who is a bear yokai, by the way, was hiding to ambush them, and she blasts them with magic when they try to leave, and then she says, it's okay, I'll just use magic to get more maids. And that's when it's revealed that the 3 of them are now all in maid outfits. So next chapter, Shiny Transformation Spell. We get the outfit reveals, and it's hilarious. And Coco says that she used 2 magical transformation tools that she got from a powerful yokai. Absolutely no need to wonder who that was, because it is who you're thinking it was. And Dante, who is of course extremely embarrassed, threatens Coco and tells her to lift the spell, and she says the magic has to weaken for a few days before she'll be able to dispel it. And she also says in 5 days there's going to be a critic from the Maid Appreciation Association coming to review the cafe so they can't fall behind. So she begs them to stay and help, and Dante actually agrees, saying, I don't agree with such treacherous methods, but I was the one who ordered the carriage to speed up during the chaos. So he's basically like, it's my fault that those people got run over, so I guess I'll fucking help. And then Eden and Ray also agree to stay and help. So it's time to lock the fuck in. Next chapter, Maid Basic Training. Coco gives them all nicknames. So Eden's is E-Dream, Ray's is Raynyan, or Nyan, whatever the fuck the cat noise is, you know, and Dante's is Dan Dan. The fucking artists, by the way, drew a whole new expression for Eden just so he could laugh at Dante's nickname, which is really funny to me. And then yeah, it's time to be maids. I don't know. Also, side note, Coco tells them to say welcome home to people that come into the shop, right? And the place is called Honey Magic, and they're saying welcome home. It's kind of giving hi honey welcome home. Is it not? Is it not giving hi honey welcome home? Was this event actually based on me? Was this actually a shout out for me? So next chapter, casting the first spell. Dante is doing terrible at customer service, and Eden is doing well, and Ray is also doing well, but in his own way of like being a bitch to the customers, but like just
good enough. Like, he's doing it in a way where he's still killing it, basically. So everyone loves him, but he is being an asshole. And he's also giving people potions to make them obey him, which is funny. So he, like, serves them, and then he's like, leave your money and get the hell out. And then they do, because they drank the potion. And so Coco is like, what the fuck are you doing? And he's like, if you're trying to make money, this is the most efficient way. Just kick people out after they pay, and then it makes room for more people to come in. And Coco is like, you can't fucking do that. Also, another note is that Ray is being like a little shit, and he's being competitive with Dante, which is so funny to me because he's like 100 years old and Dante is like 23 or whatever at this point. And it's like, what the fuck? And then at the end of this chapter, some of Coco's friends come in, but they're being rude as fuck and talking about like, oh, maid cafe, that's so weird. Why would you want to do that? This is weird and cringe and strange and weird. Next chapter, encouraging professional maids. So at the end of the day, Dante makes another comment, you know, like, oh, this place is weird and cringe and whatever. And Coco is like, maybe my fellow bear yokai are right. And Dante is like, you don't actually believe that, do you? If you do, then take off the costume and quit. And Coco is like, no. And Dante is like, then just grit your teeth and bear with it. Even if you have to crawl, you still need to reach your goal. Which, like, he's so annoying, but sometimes he drops a banger. And that was, unfortunately, he ate. And then we get a rare Ray-Dante moment, where Dante goes to the kitchen alone to have a crisis, and Ray comes in and is like, did you see that, father? The Sunlord sounds cool even when wearing a maid costume. And Dante is like, haven't you made fun of me enough? And Ray says, I'm here to give you a compliment. You don't let your clothes cover up your identity and personality no matter what. The Sunlord is still the Sunlord. Oh my god. He's so... yeah. Dude, yeah. He's so yeah. He's so yup. So Eden ends up finding them in the kitchen, and then Coco comes in and says there's a human in the cafe looking for them. Guess who it is, bitch? It's Olivine. So, next chapter. The instructor enters. So Olivine brought the supplies to the tribe and then returned to where the squad was and managed to track down the cafe, only to find the three of them trapped here as maids. So he, of course, voluntarily joins the troops because he also, in his eyes, is partially responsible for the crash. And he's also like, y'all can't have all this fun without me, what? So Olivine has serving experience because he works at a church, right? So it's like kind of serving experience, but mostly just like, I don't know if you'd call it customer service working at a church, whatever, you know what I mean. So Coco decides he's gonna be the instructor for the other three, and Olivine says, rather than all trying to do the same thing, they should play into their personalities in their service, which of course Ray is already doing, but Dante and Eden were kind of struggling with this. Because Eden was doing the classic, like, completely bland, you know, food service script, and Dante was just being incredibly awkward and like, I can't be a maid, this is so weird and cringe, right? So next chapter, back in business. This strategy is going well, and it causes Coco to get emotional seeing her cafe poppin' like this, and right as they're getting ready to close, a couple familiar faces come in. That's right, bitch. It's Garu and fucking Kuya. So next chapter, familiar patron. Yep, sure enough, it was Kuya who gave Coco the fucking, like, maid magic thingy, which I kind of need to see this. I kind of feel like them interacting one-on-one is something that I need to see. And that's actually, like, so adorable of him to lend her magic items. Like, the fact that he has a soft spot for, like, younger yokai makes me ill. So they sit down and they're like ordering food and shit, right? And Garu orders the fucking amu rice, which you can request to have little drawings in ketchup on the amu rice. So Garu requests Dante to draw Eden, and Dante draws this little fuck-ass Eden. I think I have a screenshot of it, I'm assuming, but like, dude, it was so funny. And then Kuya and Garu both order Eden's signed portraits as well, which is another promotional thing they're doing. You can buy a signed portrait of the fucking maids. They do their whole shenanigan and then they leave. And Eden realizes that Kuya bothered everyone besides Olivine. Anyway, suddenly, right after they close the store, they hear something smash into the fucking door. So they go outside to look. Next chapter, malicious destruction. So a couple shitty yokai broke the sign outside the shop, and when everyone got outside, they were like, weird shop made by a bunch of weirdos, run by a bunch of weirdos, and then they run off. So it's like classic bullying, basically. So Olivine and Eden start helping Coco clean up the sign, while Ray and Father plot revenge, and Dante watches as Father flies off after the two yokai and like wonders what he's up to, but Dante is the only one that realized that Ray and Father were doing anything. And then Coco gets a new piece of wood and starts whittling a new sign right away, but she won't be done in time for opening tomorrow, so Dante decides to help, which is really cute. And then Coco sees Dante and Ray getting along and wonders aloud if this is what it's like to have friends, and she then explains to Eden that she's never really had any. Her old employees only helped reluctantly, and whenever she goes to the Royal City to see the maid cafes, she has to hide her yokai identity, so she's never had like a true connection with anybody. So next chapter, Head Maid's Belief. Eden asks why Coco even has a dream like this, you know, of running a maid cafe and stuff, and she tells him the story of when that bear yokai from the forest carnival, that guy who really liked chocolate, remember? He brought her to the Royal City to a maid cafe that serves yokai patrons, and she tasted like the awesome chocolate, and she saw the maids working in there, and she originally thought that the place was weird, just like her current, like, quote-unquote friends, but the other bear yokai said, weird is fine as long as it's delicious. And then she had left the maid cafe and saw one of the employees in an alleyway covered in bandages, despite previously acting like nothing was wrong while she was working inside the cafe. And Coco thought that this maid was really cool for being so, like, strong, that she's like struggling behind the scenes but can still greet customers with a smile. So this is what sparked her dream of wanting to run her own maid cafe. And then Coco in the present says, not letting people see your pain, only showing your best side. Isn't that super cool? And then Eden thinks to himself, these two guys probably understand that very well, while he's looking at Ray and Dante, which is so yum 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 yum. Love them. Love them. I love too that these events tend to like, it's either like it'll be a spot of contention, like the two in the event are fighting over something or like disagreeing, or it'll be like, here's something that these two have in common that you might not have previously noticed. And I think that's fun. So we also learn another fun fact that's actually quite sad, depending on how you view it, is that Coco learned all of this stuff from scratch and even built the house that the shop is in herself by hand, which is crazy. And then we get the next chapter, Ray Nyan's special serving. Nyan just sounds so wrong, but like Nyan, like, I don't know. Guys, I'm not meant to be a cat boy. So this chapter is really vague, but this is the chapter where Ray gets revenge on those fucking guys from before. So Father had flown off to find those two yokai that broke the sign, and then Ray went to catch up with him, and he drugged the one guy. There was two of them. He drugged the one guy, but I'm not sure what with, and then the two of them did something they'll regret in the morning, but like, we don't know what, or like, I don't know. But just basically Ray found them and made them do something embarrassing, but like only the two of them saw it, and Ray, but like it's, I don't know. And then back at the cafe, Olivine is like, hey, what's that sound from the forest? And Dante is like, just as I thought. Someone is finally stretching his limbs. We'll leave the back door unlocked for now. So that's a callback to a comment Dante had made before that Ray was just like sitting around doing nothing. So this was him, you know, giving Ray some props for actually fucking doing something. Next chapter, Day of Examination. Get this, it's the day of the examination. Whoa. So the critic shows up, and Coco is too nervous to speak, so Dante snaps her out of it by yelling their slogan, and everyone locks the fuck in. They're clocking in for their shift at the lock-in factory. They're ready to fucking go. Okay, next chapter, a show of maid magic. This is just a really cute chapter of them, you know, trying their best to be the best maids they can be for this guy, right? Next chapter, review results. It's the review results. So they, of course, pass with flying colors. And afterwards, after this review, Dante is talking to Ray, and he's like, y'all dealt with those yokai from before, right? Y'all being Ray and Father. And Ray is like, was it that obvious? And Dante says, you fiend, always acting indifferent, yet you stick to your principles more than most people I've seen. Let me rephrase what you told me before and return it to you. Whatever you pretend on the outside won't cover up your personality. Guys, I'm unwell. I'm actually ill over this. I'm fucking ill. Next chapter, Cause of the Bear's madness. This is the last chapter, and then there's a few mini stories, and then there's like each character has a few diary entries, and then there's the cards. So, but we'll breeze through it. Okay, on their way out of the forest after finally getting turned back to normal, Coco is sending them off, and the two yokai they hit with their carriage show up to apologize to Coco for leaving. They say they honestly thought that she would give up on the assessment, but now that they realize she's so serious, they want to help again, and they bring her some herbs that can repel monster bears as an apology gift. So as it turns out, the reason that bear was in the road was because Coco had to fight it off to get honey for the cafe. So everyone realizes that they actually weren't at fault for the whole thing. She was. So they had no reason to be like indebted to her at all, and they were just helping for no reason. And then Coco realizes at this moment as well that they were only helping because they felt bad for their mistake and it was her fault. So she apologizes to them as well, which is so funny. And then that's the end of the event story. Moving on to the random mini stories. This one is called Fluffy Tales. This is so important actually. So this one happens like somewhere in the middle of the story when they're all, you know, just doing maid stuff. So Dante, Eden, and Ray are in the kitchen and they get on the topic of having tails and how weird it is because not only are they in maid costumes, they're in yokai maid costumes, but it's magic so they have like tails and ears and shit. So Eden starts grabbing Dante's tail and then Ray grabs Eden's tail and then Olivine walks in and thinks this is foreplay and they're about to have a threesome or something, and he thinks to himself that he's jealous. And like, pause, like just, what? Boy, so in character for Olivine though, like nobody's surprised, but also I'm surprised. I don't know, people ask sometimes, me included, oh, when are the devs gonna do threesomes, when are the blah, 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 you know? And so I'm just saying this is proof that the characters in canon want to, so what, do, you know? Next random mini story, Everyone's Unique Service. Coco tells everyone that they can bring things that they want to the cafe, and Eden doesn't bring anything, because his things would all be like sex toys, but Dante brings gym equipment and Ray brings experiment tools and Olivine brings things to make crafts. So they all have their own kind of little things they can do for like with their fans, basically, like with their regular customers or whatever. That's why this room that I'm sitting in has so much weird shit in it, because they were just acquiring items while they were working. Okay, last mini story, updated honey magic menu. Everyone comes up with a new dish. Olivine makes a bunny-shaped salad. Dante makes seasoned ham. Ray puts a ration bar from his pocket on a plate and calls it a dessert. And Eden is in charge of making the menu itself. So like designing it. This is only important to me because I think it's a fun little side note that Ray carries rations in his pockets. Like it's just a grain bar, but it's just so Ray to like have an emergency grain bar. That's also something I do. I think it's like, that's like a normal thing to do. It's like just have something on you just in case, but you know, so I'm just like him for real. He's just like me for real. Which came first, me or Ray? I don't know. Now we go into the maid diaries. So basically Coco had everyone write maid diaries in the shop for the people who came after. So it was like a daily part of work they had to do. So we get 3 entries for Dante, 3 for Ray, and 2 for Olivine. And they're just really short, random little things. So here's the Dante ones. The first one is just a list that Dante made of ideas to make the cafe more profitable. It's basically all stuff like saying the welcome phrase wastes time, or the decorations make it take longer for people to move around, therefore decreasing profit. So it's very just like autistic, like just numbers guy type shit. The second one is drafts of a name for their omurice dish, and they're all very Dante, as you can imagine. And the last one is Dante realizing the point of the extra stuff, which is not to make more money, but because it's cute. And then he also puts at the end, maybe one day honey magic will be strong enough to open a branch in Solaria, which is so fucking cute. And those, like, of course, they're like on different days throughout the like event story or whatever, so they're not just right after another, but you read them like that, so it kind of seems, but they're all on different days. Now onto the Ray ones. The first one is Ray's research notes on a potion he made and served to some customers, and it's very much formatted like a lab write-up. The second one reveals the reason that these diaries exist, which, like I explained, Coco made them all do diaries and stuff. And the third one is Ray drafting up special drinks for the assessment day, which are like new potions and such, but he falls asleep at the end, which shows that he was overworking himself to like be the best he could be for the maid cafe. Like, he was really invested in Coco's cafe, which is really cute, and also classic Ray. And then the Olivine ones are, the first one is like tasks he completed and then a to-do list for the next day, and the second one is literally meeting minutes from a meeting with Coco, which is so the homework, so Olivine, and I love him. I just love them so much. I'm ill. Okay, so now we move into the cards, starting with SSR, Strong Persuasion Dante. Room 1, Dan's Mighty Return. So this takes place after the event story. Dante and Eden visit the cafe and find that the two new maids aren't keeping up well with all the new customers. So Eden talks Dante into being Dan again for the day to help Coco out, and Eden, of course, also ends up helping. And Eden serves a customer that's like, oh my god, I've been waiting for you for so long, I missed you so much. And Eden is like, I don't remember this guy at all. And then when the day ends and it's just Eden and Dante in the cafe, Eden decides it's time for horny shenanigans, so we get room 2, Intimacy Behind the Counter, which is a self-explanatory H scene. Room 3, Honey Magic Reorganization. The following day, Eden and Dante are helping out again, and that same customer comes back, and Dante, who's clearly getting jealous, tells the guy that Eden can't serve him today because the maid's duties have been reassigned, so he makes sure him and Eden stay behind the counter, and the other two maids are therefore doing all the serving so that Eden won't be able to interact with this guy. And then when Coco shows up after a supply run, Dante explains that these maids are perfectly capable, they just needed proper management and properly defined duties, plus a little inspo from the experts. So now the cafe is running smoothly without them again. And then we get room 4. Sir, you look delicious. So closing time comes around, and that customer asks for Eden's work schedule, and when Eden says he was just helping out temporarily, the guy asks for Eden's contact information and says if he never gets to see Eden again, he'll lose his reason to live. And then Dante steps in and tells this guy, who is a rabbit yokai, that Eden is only nice at work, and actually behind the scenes he's really spoiled and also likes to eat a lot of rabbit meat. And the rabbit meat comment causes the rabbit yokai dude to run away crying. And then Eden is like, so you're jealous, huh? And Dante is like, why would I be jealous? This isn't the first time this has happened. I know you don't hold back anything for anyone. And Eden is like, excuse me, whoa. And then he brings Dante to a corner after telling Coco and the other maids that they would do the cleaning up and whatever, so everyone's gone. And he's like, I'll show you what holding nothing back really means. And then Dante picks him up and is like, okay, then prove it. And they freak it. And then we get room 5, Special Treatment After Hours. They freak it, obviously. And then that's the end of that card. We can move on to SSR Absolute Dedication Ray, Room 1, Lazy Cat. So this takes place during the timeline of the main event story. Eden notices that Ray is tired and figures that this is a big chance, delete. And he figures this is a big change from Ray's normal routine of kind of just chilling. So having to work regular hours and get up on time is like very probably taking its toll on Ray, which is so relatable. Ray's just like me for real. So he decides to keep an eye on Ray and make sure he doesn't like die or anything. And then Coco mentions that they're almost out of a certain spice, but there should be some in the storage room out back. So Ray offers to go look, but he doesn't come back for like several hours, and Eden goes to find him. Turns out he's just lounging around outside, but he did actually find the spice that they needed. Eden tells him, like, if you need to take a break, you can just say so. Like, you don't have to be out here lying and like whatever. And he says like, I'm sure this is a big change from your normal routine and whatever. And then Ray is like, how about if you help me unwind? Maybe I can get back to work a little sooner, right? So room 2, Leisure Time Exchange. They freak it. This is the one where Ray smokes weed. They don't call it weed, they call it like catnip or something. But like it's weed. They literally call it a catnip blunt or whatever the hell. Like they call it a blunt, so it's definitely weed. And for those who don't know, this is extra fucking crazy because weed is still like extremely illegal in places like Japan and Taiwan where the game is created. So just, you know, they really wanted Ray specifically to be smoking weed, which I love. And I think it's accurate. If anybody in the cast was going to be smoking weed, it would definitely be Ray or Eden or Kuya. So just, you know. Anyways, also it's another one of those classic Ray rooms where he's like, just hurry up, like just go harder, whatever, and Eden insists on being gentle and going slowly, and then Ray secretly, but not so secretly, enjoys it. And then room 3,
Ray Nian's special service. Every time I have to say that name, I die a little bit inside because it's, oh my god. Okay, so they get back inside and this rude ass noble type dude shows up and is like, how dare you not do this all properly or whatever, and Eden is having a tough time, so Ray comes over and does it just to the guy's standards, which he can do because he was part of the royal family and he has all the knowledge of like proper table etiquette and shit. And then we get room 4, Traces of the Past. Eden asks how Ray knew to do all that, and Ray said he picked it up unintentionally because when he was a kid, the only people around him were servants, and he would watch them sometimes when he was bored, so he naturally absorbed some of the knowledge. And then after he explains this, Ray asks about Eden, and Eden's like, me? And Ray is like, yeah, how do you know how to do this? Like, you mentioned you lived alone for a long time. Did you also do this kind of work? And Eden is like, yeah, I worked all sorts of odd jobs. Which, this was a really cute relationship development moment. Obviously, like, just Ray would have never asked questions about Eden's past before because he didn't fucking care, but now he's like, actually, I kind of care about you, like, a little bit, maybe. And then Eden tells a couple stories to Ray about like old shitty customer experiences, and he's like, well, that guy was nothing for you then. And Eden is like, yeah, but it's still a psychological burden. And Ray says, I was in a good mood, leave him to me next time. And Eden is like, so you choose how to serve people based on your mood? And Ray says, it's not as if we'll die if we don't do our jobs, so why suffer in silence? I don't brew tea for just anyone. He's so fucking real, he's just like me for real. So Eden notices that Ray is actually asking about his past and stuff and listening to his responses. So Eden asks Ray to teach him how to make a perfect cup of tea like he did for that guy, and Ray teaches him after the cafe is closed and empty and stuff, which is so fucking cute. And then Eden does it kind of wrong when he's trying to like recreate it, so Ray does the classic like stand behind him and like show him how it's done by like putting his hands on Eden's hands and shit, and then he pulls Eden back onto the couch and then they freak it. My god. So then room 5, indulgent break time. They're freaking it. Ray starts going right away and Eden is like, going hard as always, huh? And Ray says, don't worry, this feels good, which is so important to me because he's like, don't worry, because he knows that Eden is worrying and like just you know. So that's the end of that card. And then last card, SR, Gentle Urging Olivine, which only has 3 rooms because it's an SR. So room 1, the instructor's lesson. Olivine gets a letter from Coco that says she needs urgent help at the cafe because the new hires are ass. So Eden and Olivine go visit, and sure enough, these new hires are ass. They're breaking shit in the kitchen, they can't cook, whatever. So Olivine gets to teaching them how to be better. And Eden tries to help out, but Olivine tells him to take the rest of the day off. And then room 3, Ollie Shine's repeated mistakes? ? Exclamation point. By the way, did I even mention Ollie Shine is his nickname that Coco gave him? I don't even remember if I told you that. Whoops. So a day or so later, the maids are better at their jobs, and Eden is talking to Olivine about it, and he says, you stopped me from helping those maids because you wanted them to be responsible for their own mistakes, right? And Olivine is like, yeah, when I was a kid, I got punished all the time, but I never knew what I did. I just knew I would be forgiven after the punishment. And Eden is like, yeah, I know the feeling. I got punished all the time as a kid too. And he starts acting out one of his old teacher's punishment methods on Olivine, and Olivine follows along, and Eden is like, oh, you didn't actually have to do it. I was just messing with you. And then he thinks to himself, yeah, Olivine definitely saw his fair share of punishments back in the day. Bruh. So then after closing time, Olivine asks Eden to help him practice or something. So he's like, pretend you're a patron and I'll serve you. And Eden is like, okay, word. And then Eden keeps hearing this little bell noise whenever Olivine is like moving around. And Olivine keeps messing up and like running into things and spilling shit. And eventually he trips over a broom and falls onto the floor, and Eden is like, aha, I knew it. So as it turns out, these mistakes were on purpose. And so Eden is like, so you think you can get away with it just by saying this was an accident, huh? And Olivine is like immediately crazy mode. So room 5, love education. The bell sound was from the fucking lingerie that Olivine is wearing. And he put bells on his like nipple piercings. And Eden noticed, of course, that Olivine was acting weird, and also had noticed before when he acted out the punishment that Olivine was acting weird in response to that. So he goes punishment mode on Olivine again, and Olivine is like, hell yeah boy, and then they go crazy mode. And then that's the end of that card. So yes, slay. That's the end of the event. Moving on to the next one.
All right, the next event was Greenwood Miracle, which ran from the 24th of October until the 14th of November 2024 and had 2 SSRs, Stream of Being Quincy and Light of Life Garu. This is the doctor's office themed one. So Quinky is of course the doctor and Garu is the nurse and Eden is Eden. Love this Eden outfit so much. A lot. Very much. Okay, first chapter, The Scent in the Box. So Garu is in the wood territory, searching for ingredients for Yakumo, as he often is, apparently, and he hears some birds gossiping, which confirms that Garu can also understand animals like Kuya and Yakumo can, which I love, and that was probably confirmed before, and I just forgot. But this is another confirmation of that. So the birds say there's some wood fixed together in the forest and there's a whistling noise coming from inside and it could contain the legendary yokai. So Garu asks if they're talking about Kuya and they fly away without answering, which is funny because of course Garu thinks of Kuya as a legendary yokai, which unfortunately Kuya actually is. But Garu thinks the pieces of wood fixed together with something inside thing sounds like a wooden box. So now he's like, I need to find the box. Like, I don't know what's inside it. So he finds the box surrounded by animals and there's a frail deer inside. He says, I don't see any injuries, but it seems sick. If it gets any weaker, it'll go the same way as Gramps, which is incredibly randomly sad. Like, what the fuck? So he debates what to do with it, and before he decides on anything, Quincy and Topper show up. So next chapter, Forced to Work. Quincy is in the same situation as Garu. Topper had told him about this box, and Quincy was like, what the fuck? So he came to look, and Quincy says that this animal is an infant crystal fawn that should still be with its mother at this age, and he's never seen symptoms like this before. The symptoms being, basically there's a bunch of black spots showing up on the fawn's like hooves and hide and stuff. So Quincy says it's possible that poachers caught this guy in a trap and then left it here after realizing that it was sick. So Garu says the fawn needs medical attention and Topper says there's someone nearby who can help. And then Quincy explains that there's a guy known as the doctor of this forest nearby. So they pull up, but he's gone. And there's a note on the door that says, "Emergency, Quincy, back in 10 days. If anything happens, you take care of it. If nothing happens, well, you take care of that too." So Quincy is like, okay, fine. As it turns out, he is friends with this doctor guy, and whenever he leaves, he leaves the forest in Quincy's care, which is really cute. And I love that Quincy has friends. Sounds sad to say that and mean, but I love that Quincy has friends, you know? So they go inside the house, and he grabs some herbs, grinds them up, and tells Garu to see if he can get the fawn to eat the paste. And he says the medicine will take a while to kick in, so Garu can head home, but Garu is like, no, let me stay and help. I'm the one that found the fawn anyways. So that's the plan. Also, we can add Quincy and this random doctor guy to the list of potential Quincy ships with random event characters, which just never ends apparently. So yeah, he explains the whole situation to Garu of yeah, I'm friends with this guy, and whenever he leaves, or if I happen to see a note on the door, I'll stay here for a while to help out until he gets back, blah blah blah. So Garu is like, let me be a nurse. Next chapter, Does Baldness Matter? So we cut to Eden out for a stroll at the market, and he sees Edmund looking troubled, so he heads over, and he finds that Edmund has a similar box, this one containing a cloud sheep who was also a victim of poachers but was abandoned because he's bald, but just on the top of his head. And Eden is like, is the baldness gonna harm him? What if he gets a sunburn on his head, or is he okay, you know? So he tells Edmund that he's gonna take the sheep to Quinky, so he does, except on the way the sheep runs off and Eden follows it and runs right into none other than Garu dressed as a nurse. So he's like, what the fuck is going on? And Garu explains that he's helping out and he's wearing this outfit so that the animals can tell who is the doctors and like who's randoms. So Eden is like, well, if there's a doctor, I guess I don't have to go to Quincy then, huh? Obviously having no idea that the doctor is Quincy. So Garu tells Eden to get in the line, and then when Eden realizes the entire crowd of animals surrounding Garu is also there for checkups, he's like, oh my fucking god. So 1 billion animals had pulled up right when they had like reopened the doctor's office or whatever the hell you want to call this place. So they are swamped because this guy has been gone for a few days, so there's so many patients that like weren't being seen, right? So Eden is at the back of a very, very long line. And then next chapter, numerous arrivals. So Eden finally gets to the front and realizes that it's Quincy, and he's like, hey, what the fuck? And Garu says Quincy told him not to tell Eden. So Eden is like, does that mean Quincy has been secretly moonlighting as a doctor for years? And Quincy says he had no choice, which is hilarious. And then Eden is like, yeah, that makes sense. I can't picture you suddenly settling down and becoming a doctor. He's right. I couldn't really see that either. It'd be really weird if Quincy suddenly was like, okay, I have a career. So Garu gets Eden caught up on the sitch, and we get a little flashback to right when all of these animals started showing up, and Quincy is seeing all these animals and thinking to himself, animals coming here of their own choice. I didn't know he'd made this much progress, which is cute, and also gives us a little bit of lore for the doctor guy. So he apparently did not have that many fans last time Quincy saw him. So Garu and Quincy got settled in with the outfits and the situation, and Eden is like, okay, this doesn't explain why you didn't want me to know that you're the doctor. And Quincy says, I'm not a doctor. The owner of this house is. I sometimes call in here when surveying the forest, just to make sure he hasn't dropped dead from starvation while focusing on his research, which is really Ray-coded. And he explains that he sometimes helps the doctor with difficult cases as well, and in return, the doctor lets Quincy take anything he wants from the house, which is really cute. And Eden points out that there's simply way too many patients for them to get to, and then he's like, good thing I worked part-time as a clerk at the local clinic back in the day, because of course he did. So he's like, I'm gonna stay and help, and they give him this outfit that's like not, it's like, what the fuck, I don't know. As for that crystal fawn, it isn't getting any better, but the medicine is keeping it from getting worse, so they have more time to try to figure out what the hell is actually wrong with it. And then at nightfall, Quincy tells Garu to keep an eye on the fawn, because he has to go outside to deal with some unwanted guests. So it's like, what the hell? And then next chapter, the importance of dividing lines. This is the one where we get the Eden outfit reveal. It is his best outfit ever, by the way, basically. But like, I love that it's like not a nurse costume. It's just like something, but it's adorable, and I need it in real life for me also. And then yeah, the rest of this chapter is like Quincy helping a bunch of patients, and he makes a hair growth formula for the cloud sheep to cure his baldness, even though the baldness wasn't gonna hurt him. I think Eden insisted, like, but he's bald. And Quincy was like, okay, Jesus, I'll make a fucking thing. So, next chapter, Everyday Clinic. We get a Karu appearance. He's scolding a pair of hedgehog siblings for constantly fighting, which is funny because that's what Eden was doing when he first met Garu and Karu. Kind of. Also, we find out that Garu and Karu built an outdoor recovery area for the patients, and it's looking sick as hell. And then also, we randomly find out that there's a raccoon patient that keeps coming with a stomach ache, but he runs away whenever he sees Quincy, so he hasn't actually gotten treatment at all, but he keeps coming back. And then, next chapter, Trust the Doctor. So the next morning, Garu tells Eden he can smell about 20 animals hiding nearby, and his guess is that they want to be seen by Quincy, but they're afraid of humans. So he says they must need help, but maybe they only trust the original doctor. So Eden, Garu, and Topper put on a little play to show that the doctor is trustworthy, and Quincy reluctantly participates. And of course, Topper is the star of the show, as he should be. And then afterwards, Eden is like, I hope that raccoon was watching, and now he trusts you. And Quincy is like, it's unlikely. Moon raccoons have a habit of searching for hospitable places to stay. It's comfortable here, so he pretends to be sick so he can stay a while. The reason he runs is because he's scared I'll throw him out, which is so funny. So Eden is like, why didn't you say so sooner? I've been chasing him everywhere. And Quincy says, nothing wrong with a little extra exercise, bitch. So next chapter, Unexpected Visit. This is big news. Okay, Garu finds Quincy asleep, but get this, Quincy has stubble. Whoa, we get a random sprite of Quincy with stubble. Excuse me, hey, hey, bring that back, now, immediately. So Garu is like, Quincy has grown a beard. Gramps used to have a huge beard. I didn't notice at first. I've never seen Quincy with a beard. He looks different. And he's like giggling and shit. And then Morvay and Yakumo randomly pull up. Apparently Yakumo had received a letter from Garu about the situation, so he's bringing supplies and food and such. And Morvay is here because the maids and butlers asked him to bring Eden a bunch of stuff, which is really cute. I love that Eden is like besties with the mansion staff. And Yakumo tells them that they ran into Edmund and the knights rounding up the last few poachers on the edge of the forest, and Morvay says, I'm not sure how much rounding up they had to do. From what I heard, the poachers were already beaten black and blue and hanging from the trees when they found them. So that's what Quincy was doing when he said he had to deal with some unwanted guests. And then the squad is like, let's head back outside. There's too many people in this house. And when they get outside, there's even more new patients arriving. So they're like, fuck. So next chapter, life's inevitable course. They lock in, and then the next morning, when Garu wakes up, the raccoon tells him that the old grandma monkey that Garu has been caring for is non-responsive. So Garu, remembering Gramps, rushes over and finds this monkey's breathing is way slowed and she won't wake up, so he rushes to get Quincy, and Quincy says she's not sick, she's just old, and that this is a natural part of life and the only thing they can do now is make sure she's comfortable. And earlier, Quincy had also told Garu that this monkey wasn't sick, she just needed friends. So Garu had been introducing her to everyone, and now Garu asks Quincy if he had said that so she would not be lonely in her last days, and he asks Quincy if there's really no way to prolong her life just a little, and Quincy, with a momentarily clenched fist, says it's impossible. And then we cut to Quincy inside, still trying to figure out what's wrong with the crystal deer, and Eden comes in and is like, what if we took a day off? Everything is looking good, and Quincy is like, no. This doctor always comes to me with questions, but this time I don't have any answers. Plus, with the constitution of this fawn, he might not survive long even if we cure him. So Eden asks if they can just keep the fawn alive until the real doctor returns, and Quincy says that only time will tell, and he says his policy is to let nature take its course. So Eden says, if you recall, our medical team has 3 members. We're here whenever you need it. You don't have to shoulder the burden alone. Which is so cute, and I love him, and I love them, and oh my god. So, next chapter, Source of Blood. It gets crazy. So we cut to Garu finding that someone stole some medicinal herbs from the clinic and he can smell blood nearby. So he follows the smell to a scared chinchilla that won't let him get close. She's sitting on a pile of leaves that Garu guesses has her baby inside it. And then Topper shows up, so they team up to give her some painkillers and then bring her and the baby back to the clinic. Next chapter, sparing no effort. We cut back to Eden standing outside the clinic right after Garu left. Quincy comes outside and says the fawn needs emergency treatment, and right at that moment Garu shows up with the chinchilla saying she also needs emergency treatment, and we find that Garu brought the baby, but the baby has already been dead for a long time and the mom is losing too much blood. So Quincy says Garu was right to bring them here, and then the squad locks in and they try their best to save both patients at the same time. So Quincy and Garu try to stitch up the chinchilla's wounds, but they're too late and she dies. Simultaneously, the crystal fawn's breathing gets shallower and shallower, and Eden asks if they should give it some more medicine, and Quincy just says no, let them rest. Bruh. So, next chapter, frail but firm. Garu puts the crystal fawn next to the chinchilla so they can huddle together for warmth, and the crystal fawn says thank you, and then suddenly the chinchilla starts breathing again, and Garu says maybe she still has the will to live since she's trying so hard to stay alive, and he says he doesn't want to change the laws of nature, he just wants to help them, and Quincy says let life follow its own path, treatment is just a helping hand along the way. And then suddenly Quincy starts releasing essence, and Eden notices the neon gemstone is resonating, but he isn't the one releasing essence. Quincy is, and he wonders if Quincy is trying to, use the gemstone to save them. And then Quincy says, I can't keep this up for long. The best you two can do right now is provide emergency care and let them decide for themselves how far they're willing to go. So, it's Lock-In City once again. Meanwhile, Topper is gathering the squad of other patients to help in any way that they can. And then we get the next chapter, Unexpected Reward. After an entire day of emergency treatment, they manage to get the animals' conditions to stabilize. So Garu, Quincy, and Eden go to wash up after their big day, and Garu talks about how he never really thought about it before, but being able to survive being born is something to be grateful for, and he asks Eden and Quincy if they know what happened when they were born, and Eden says, "My earliest memories are from the orphanage. Maybe I was planted in the yard by the director and the other teachers." So Eden is a plant, and Quincy explains that there's a custom in the tribe that whenever someone is about to be born, each family weaves a piece of cloth and the elders weave them together to make a blanket, and then they wrap the baby in the blanket when they're born to show that the baby is welcomed in the tribe. And Eden asks if he still has his blanket, and Quincy says it disappeared a long time ago, which is really sad. And he says that apparently when he was born, the elders took back the blanket because he was a big ass baby, so the blanket was too small. So the elders then collected more cloth to make a bigger blanket and then gave the bigger blanket to Quincy's mom, which is so cute, but also so tragic. Like, they went out of their way to really accept Quincy. Like, it just makes the fact that he's now ostracized from the tribe that much more sad. But like, he's fine, like he's rebuilding his relationship with the tribe, but it's just like, oh my god, like it's sad. And then Quincy also says that the doctor that lives here still mocks him about it, and Eden is like, what the fuck, just how old is this guy? And Quincy says his great-grandfather told him about it, which is really funny. So the guy knows that Quincy is old as fuck, and they're still like homies anyway, which I think is very adorable and reassuring. And once again, I just love that Quincy has friends. So next chapter, keep on protecting. So the next day, they find a paper bag and a note in the box out front with the same handwriting that was on the note on the door in the beginning. And it says, "Good work providing emergency treatment. A few of the patient's prescriptions need to be adjusted slightly. The hair growth ointment has no side effects, so don't worry. The powder at the bottom of the bag can be used to treat the crystal fawn's skin condition. The crystal fawn's illness is not an isolated case. I've learned it's caused by pollen from the neighboring mountain. I'm actively patrolling the forest looking for similar symptoms. It will take me a few more days to finish surveying the entire forest. Can I rely on your continued assistance until I return? You make a commendable doctor and assistant team. P.S. Thank you for also being friends with Quincy. You're welcome to come back to visit with him anytime." Bitch, I'm yelling. What did I tell you about adding this guy to the list of people that I low-key ship with Quincy? Ill. Actually ill. So after reading this, Eden is like, "Quincy, is this doctor your friend? You have friends other than us? What the fuck?" So he's just like me for real. So they decide to stay for the next few days, and the crystal fawn and the chinchilla also want to help out. And then the moon raccoon shows up again, and Eden is like, "How about becoming my successor?" And then Quincy says, "Before we go recruiting new people, it's time to open the clinic for the day." And the event ends there. Kind of cute, kind of crazy, mostly cute. Time to move on to the cards. So, first of all, SSR, Stream of Being, Quincy. Room 1, Substitute Forest Doctor. Eden and Quincy both hear a noise in the middle of the night, so they go patrol, but they don't see anything wrong. Also, they're taking care of a blue-tailed spiny rat next to a window, and when they return, the window is open for some reason, but they didn't open it. Instead of investigating further, Quincy is like, "Eden, you haven't been getting much sleep." So he carries Eden back to bed, and they go to sleep. And then, the next night, Eden finds Quincy in his bed passed out, still holding a book. And he's bricked up for some reason, so Eden decides to get up to some horny business while Quincy is asleep. So, room 2, the best way to get up. This had me spooked for a second. I was like, this is gonna either be really great or really terrible and scary, depending on how much explicit consent is given here afterwards. But Quincy wakes up basically right away and is very into the whole situation, so it ended up good. And Eden, this is important for later, says something like, "A wake-up call like this is the happiest thing in the world." And then room 3, uninvited guest. So Eden and Quincy wake up to strange noises again, and they find the window open just like last time, and they figure out that someone has been sneaking in and bringing sweet berries to the blue-tailed spiny rat, but sweet berries are a warming food, so it's causing the rat's fever to stay and not get any better. So Eden confiscates the berries and comes up with a plan to catch whoever is smuggling them in and get the rat to take his medicine so his fever actually goes away. So next chapter, or well, next room. Room 4, walking into the trap. They set a trap by the window for the intruder, and it's just another rat that's friends with the sick one that's been bringing him berries, not realizing that it's keeping him sick for longer. So Eden realizes that the sick rat was probably lonely, so as punishment, quote unquote, he tells the friend to report back to the clinic every day to help out until the sick rat is feeling better, and then several days later, the rat is fine and whatever, and Eden is sleeping in, and Quincy decides to wake him up with horny shenanigans. So, room 5, doctor's consultation. Quinky wakes Eden up with his horny shenanigans, and then that is the end of that card. So moving on to SSR, Light of Life Garu. Room 1, earnest little assistant. So Eden and Garu are heading out into the woods to look for herbs, and they have a cute conversation about how when you work as a team, you can make up for each other's shortcomings. And then Garu gets stuck headfirst in the hole of a tree trying to grab some herbs. And at first, Eden is genuinely worried and trying to get him out. But then Garu goes horny mode, so they freak it Blade Rusted Nation Room 5 style. Room 2, it's stuck. They freak it, and then Garu gets out of the tree. Room 3, most significant matter. Karu and Garu keep running into troublesome patients, and Garu gets upset thinking that they're doing something wrong, and they've been keeping a medical journal that kind of ends up just being another method of communication for the two of them, and Garu reads Karu's entry after dealing with more shitty patients that talks about how the patients suck for fleeing from Karu in fear, and Eden says they aren't doing anything wrong, and sometimes being disliked isn't something you can do anything about, and he points out that Garu and Karu are wolves, and a lot of the patients are small animals that wolves would normally eat, and Garu is like, oh. And then Eden says, but some people will always like you. People like me. I like you a lot. Which is really cute. And Eden is slaying as per usual. So Garu asks Eden about the patient that lashed out and hit Garu, and Eden is like, maybe when you're weak, you crave attention even more, and that's why that critter lashed out. And Garu is like, craving attention, huh? And wanting to be liked by everyone. So Eden leaves, and Garu goes back to reading Karu's entry, and there's a part of it that says, it's because you enjoy being liked by everyone that you get bullied like this. And Garu says, although I really want to be liked, the reason I try so hard is because seeing the patients get better makes me happy. And then he realizes there's another page that says, I'm perfectly happy just to help them. I don't need those fools to like me. Get it through your head what's most important. Which is the same thing Eden was saying. So I think it's cute that Eden and Karu arrived at the same conclusion in their own different ways. And then Garu asks Karu to teach him the ways, and Karu agrees, but on one condition. So, room 4, treating the disease. The condition, I believe, was that Garu would also teach him. So the two of them worked together to gain each other's strengths when it comes to treating patients, and they got better at the parts that they were bad at. Also, randomly, Eden got bit by a rat or something, so Karu is now treating his wounds in a way that I'm sure won't end in gay sex at all whatsoever. Room 5, unique care. Guys, you're not gonna believe it's gay sex, but they cuddle afterwards, which is really cute. So that's the end of that card. And then we have this like little event that is kind of a non-event. So I'm not gonna cover it because there's not really plot, but it was called 1,000 Days of Magic. And it went from the 21st of November until the 5th of December, 2024. I think it just existed because of, like, I mean, it was the 1,000-day anniversary, but I think it was just them trying to, like, line up the dates right for the next, like, for the last event of the year. But the concept, basically, was that Aster had hired a journalist to write a book about Eden and like how cool he is and stuff. So the way that this guy was writing was by interviewing all of the clan members about Eden and like their experiences and their opinions of him. So it's like 6 little chapters of them talking about Eden, and yeah, and then the guy writes a book. But yeah, and there was no cards or anything, it was just like a little random thing. So yeah, moving on to the last event of the year. Oh my god, guys, can you believe? Oh, guys, here we go. Strap in. This one's a triple. Ooh, baby, a triple. Okay, look at how cute this background is, by the way. Can we take a second? Like, hello? Okay, this event is called Sleepless Fun Fair, and it ran from the 5th of December 2024 until the 2nd of January 2025. I still can't believe it's 2025, by the way. Like, what the fuck are we doing? And it had 3 SSRs. Wintry Road Olivine, Snowy Warmth Kuya, and Starlit Snapshot Blade. All of which are bangers, by the way. They look awesome. Okay, first chapter, Abandoned Treasure Trove. So this starts with an Eden memory of when he was a kid, and the orphanage took a trip to the local fair, but they had to leave before they got to see the parade. So we cut to the present, where Eden and Morvay are on their way to an abandoned fairgrounds that Aster wanted them to investigate, because there is expensive essence collecting ore underneath, and the fairground has been abandoned because it was too expensive to keep running. So Aster is gonna like basically bulldoze the whole place and harvest the ore. So they get there, and Eden and Morvay split up to see which area holds the most essence, and Eden starts thinking that this place seems really familiar somehow, especially the carousel, and he's like, I think I lost something at this carousel once. And then he looks down and he finds a stuffed toy buried in the snow, so he picks it up, and the second he does, there's a ripple and a girl's voice rings out and says, I feel like I've been asleep for such a long time. Was it you who woke me? Who are you? And she touches Eden's forehead, and it feels like Eden's memory is being pulled out and opened up or whatever, and the memory that this girl sees is his memory from the carnival where he couldn't go to the parade. So the girl is like, is this the fun fair you remember? It looks like so much fun. And then Eden remembers for himself the fair trip from when he was little and how they had to leave. And then after he thinks this, the girl says, so you're the same as me. If only our wishes could be realized. And then the memory fades away, and Eden wakes up to Morvay yelling at him for sleeping on the ground. And Eden is like, what the fuck, sleeping? When did I fall asleep? And then they head home, seeing what they have needed to see, and Eden apparently having forgotten what just happened. And the narration says, after the two have left, on the fairgrounds that should have been embraced by the dark of night, the carousel's lights begin to shine brightly. So something is going on. There's shenanigans afoot, okay? Next chapter. Operating again. Kuya happens to be there when the fair comes back on, of course, because he's just always everywhere, but just something about Kuya being out in the middle of nowhere by himself in the middle of a winter's night is like filling me with sadness. Like, I know he has friends now and he's not like as lonely as he was before, if he would ever really admit to being lonely, but like, it's just like, you know, just an old guy out at an abandoned fairground in the middle of the winter in the middle of the night by himself. So anyway, he says, like, can't wait to see what happens when the toys get here. And then it cuts to Blade talking to Olivine and Eden, and Olivine has just gotten done at the temple because the wintertime ceremony is over. So he's bringing everyone Kleinmas snacks and like gifts. And then suddenly a messenger appears with an urgent message for Aster, which is informing him that the owner of the fairgrounds has no idea what the fuck is going on. And Eden is like, what are you guys talking about? And Aster explains that somehow the fair is operating again. But like the messenger said, the guy that owns the fairgrounds is like, I didn't even do anything. Like, I have no idea. So Eden is like, how about me, Olivine, and Blade go investigate? Because Blade has never been to a fair and Olivine only went to one once as a kid. So that's the plan. Next chapter, preparing for departure. They get ready to leave, and as the carriage arrives, Morvay shows up and asks where they're going, but Eden is in a hurry, so there's a miscommunication about why they're going back to the fairgrounds, and Morvay ends up accidentally leading Yakumo and Garu to think that the entire clan has been invited to the fun fair to have fun together. So Garu and Yakumo start running around gathering everybody up, and Eden and Olivine and Blade, meanwhile, have no idea that this is happening and did not intend for this at all. So, next chapter, seeing is believing. They pull up to the fair, but the fair only starts operating once nighttime comes, so they have to wait around until the sun goes down, in which time Kuya randomly shows up, and Eden is like, oh no, this means something crazy is about to go down. So sure enough, the sun goes down and the fair starts up, and then we get the next chapter. Let's go. Eden points out the Ferris wheel and the roller coaster, and Olivine and Kuya say they've never seen anything like it before, and Kuya also says he's been to countless fun fairs, which is really cute and really not surprising at all. And Blade is like, we should wear the right clothes to blend in. So he runs over to a nearby shop, which has a bunch of like modern type of clothes from Eden's world. So Eden decides that he's going to pick out outfits for all of them to wear. Also, Kuya points out that the things here are still made by like materials on Klein, and it's all running on essence, so it's just like the shape of the things that is inspired by Eden's world. So what happened here basically is that the little girl, ghost girl, which we'll find out she's a ghost girl in, you know, a moment, but like it's kind of implied already. She used essence from the ore and inspiration from Eden's memory to make this place look more like the one from Eden's memory because she thought it looked more fun. So that's why there's so much like modern Eden shit. So we get the outfit reveals from everybody, which love. Like they look so good, like I'm ill. And then Olivine finds a stamp card with a few of the rides and watching the parade as the missions, or so Blade calls them. So Eden explains to them what a stamp card is, and Kuya is like, don't tell me you're not gonna do the stamp card. And Eden is like, normal people don't just play around at the fair. And then Blade says, that's right, normal people don't, so we will. Which is so cute. Like, I love him so fucking much, dude. He's the cutest. So next chapter, novel experience. They go on the swing ride, and afterwards Blade says, gently floating, like floating through space. I hope little Ed can give it a try, which is so cute. I love when they reference other events. I've said this a million times, but I love when they reference other events, and also that's so cute. Like, he's thinking about Edmund, like, aw. So after this ride, the stamp card magically updates on its own. So they go to the roller coaster next, and Eden and Kuya are sitting in the front because Eden tells Kuya that this is how you should like best experience a roller coaster or whatever. And Olivine keeps like barely fitting into the restraints for these rides, so he gets into the roller coaster and he's like, oh my gosh, it's squeezing my chest or whatever, which is like relevant for later, I swear. Also, in case anyone was wondering, which I was, but just in case anyone else was wondering, Kuya does seem to enjoy the roller coaster. So just, you can picture that. It's also really funny that like, I'm picturing like an entire roller coaster train, I guess, whatever, and it's just the four of them, like 2 people in the front car, 2 people next to the front car, that's it. And then the whole rest of it's empty. Like, it's kind of eerie, but I love, like, spooky carnivals are one of the coolest things that exist. So, anyways, next chapter, fun fair with a will, question mark? Olivine says he wants to go on the roller coaster again. Who's surprised? Not a single person. But then suddenly they see a big ass stuffed toy looking snowman thing, and they assume it's a staff in a costume, but it doesn't respond when they ask it questions. And then the girl from before shows up and tells Eden that she's glad he returned, and then Blade takes the head off the mascot and there's nothing in there. And Kuya says, as expected, there's not a single living person at this fun fair. So Olivine asks if that means the fair has a will of its own, and Kuya says, I merely said no living person. So Kuya reminds Olivine of the spirit ore, and Olivine, which is what the ore is called that like stores the essence and stuff. And so Olivine is like, originally sorcerers used spirit ore to try to communicate with them. And Kuya is like, conscious essence aggregates, that is, ghosts, attached to ore that stores essence. Is that not the core that controls this fun fair? So hell yeah, it's a ghost party. Wait, what? Ghost party? Anyways, so next chapter, mastermind behind it all. So they're having this conversation, and meanwhile, Eden finds himself in an illusion and remembers some advice that Kuya gave him, which is that the key to breaking an illusion is figuring out the reason the caster cast it. So the little girl shows up and is like, I just wanted to talk to you, I'll let you go back soon, I have no ill intentions. So Eden asks if she's the one controlling the fair, and she says she is, and that she borrowed some of Eden's memories to remodel it and make it more fun, like I mentioned earlier. So Eden then vaguely remembers his meeting with the girl from before, and the girl tells Eden that while she was alive, she was very sick and couldn't do much, but she convinced her parents to bring her to a fun fair just once. However, she was too weak to stay out in the cold very long, and they had to leave right before the parade, just like Eden. So she says she has something she wants to ask him, but before she can, Kuya like cuts in with his magic and destroys the illusion. So next chapter, unfulfilled wish. The girl is just fine and reappears, scared but unharmed, in front of the whole group, and Kuya starts threatening violence, but Eden is like, how about we hear her out, you fucking freak bitch? So she says her wish is to be able to see a parade, and Blade decides to call her Mrs. Floaty White, which is cute. Also, he called the snowman guy earlier Mr. Freezy Sneezy, which is also cute and very important to me personally. So he asks Miss Floaty White why she can't make her own parade if she can do all of this other stuff, and she says she's tried but it never works, probably because she's never seen a real parade. So Eden is like, well, it doesn't sound impossible, but we would have to talk to Aster because parades usually require a lot of manpower and resources and money. And at that exact convenient moment, Yakumo and the rest of the squad show up. So, it's chaos. Dante is already sneezing from being out in the cold. Talk about fucking freezy sneezy. Quincy says he's here because Topper wanted to come. Me when I lie. Ray is here for the spirit ore, who could have possibly guessed. And Eden is like, hold on, why are you even all here? And Yakumo was like, didn't you tell Morvay you wanted everyone to come? And Eden is like, oh, I see what happened here. So, Eden gets everyone caught up on the Ghost Girl parade situation, and they all want to help for their own different various reasons. And then, next chapter, formulating a plan. So we skip ahead a couple days. Eden has cleared the plan with Aster, and now they're dividing up the workload and making like an actual plan, right? Formulating a plan. So Olivine says he's gonna prepare the musical performance with Edmund and Ray. Ray, bitch, I'm sat. So once everyone has their stuff to do, the little girl from before shows up again and asks Eden if she can help at all. And she tells him that she feels weaker in the day and it's harder to see her, but she can still show herself if she tries. And Eden asks her for help with the float designs. And then she introduces herself as Mary, but spelled M-E-R-R-Y, like Merry Christmas. So Eden tells her a bit about the guys and what they're good at, and Mary says, with all these interesting people around, your life must be like a fun fair every day. And Eden thinks to himself, yeah, these guys have given me more joy than I could have ever imagined. Bitch, I'm crying, what the fuck? So next chapter, Nameless Surprise. Garu and Quincy are gathering timber and other materials, and Eden comes to ask how the search is going. And Quincy says there's a flower on the list of stuff they need that only grows in secluded areas, so they won't be able to find enough in time. And then Eden runs into Kuya, who he hasn't seen in a while, and Kuya says even if you fulfill this wish, you can't change her meaningless life, as short and full of regret as it was. And Eden says, yeah, but one more happy thing is one more happy thing. You've seen it many times. I have a hard time letting go of these meaningless things. And then Kuya smiles as he turns around and starts walking away, and a bunch of those rare flowers suddenly bloom on the ground. Bitch. Kuya, you fucking rat. Next chapter. Resounding music. Don't even get me fucking started, bitch. I've been rotating this in my mind since I read it. Okay, deep breath. So, Edmund and Olivine and Ray meet up at a friend of Edmund's place so that they can borrow the musical instruments that this guy has, so they can try out different songs to see what best fits the vibe of a parade, right? So Ray is here because he plays instruments, but he's like, I have to tell you, it's been a long time since I last touched one. I need to know what the fuck. I need to see his past with the instruments. I need to know the lore. I need to know why he knows that Quincy can play the drums, which is like not mentioned here at all, but just like every time I hear about Ray and music, it just reminds me of that from Rainy Season. I just am ill. Okay. Also, we find out that Olivine can play piano, which is no surprise because that's a very like church vibes type of thing to know how to do. But the actual surprise is that Edmund can play the violin, which I think is pretty Edmund core, but I didn't know that he could do that, so fun fact. Ray plays the flute, by the way, which I love. But I think he can play just like a whole bunch of instruments because there's like that stringed instrument in his house and stuff, so they do their little jam sesh. Even Father enjoys the song, which is adorable, and I'm crying. And then after they're done, Edmund and Ray leave, and Olivine teaches Eden a simple song on the piano, which Eden had showed up like partway through, I think, to listen to the song, and he was like, oh my god, you guys popped off, whatever. So Olivine is teaching Eden a song on the piano, and he explains that when he was a kid, his parents hired a very strict teacher to teach him how to play. And he says it was a sad and happy memory because it was hard, but without it, he wouldn't be able to lead the choir or help with the parade, and he wouldn't be able to do this right now with Eden. And he says all of those things mean a lot to him, which is really adorable. And I also love that he stated his feelings point blank, even the negative part, because when we met him, he wouldn't ever admit that anything was a sad memory, even if it was a partially sad memory. So this is Olivine character growth. Can we get some claps? Next chapter, Intense Collision. So we cut to later that same night. Blade and Mary have started using the sentient snowmen dolls to help move things around for the parade, which is really
adorable, dude. This whole event is just so cute. So Eden goes to check the list of stuff that they still need to do, and he finds the stamp card in his pocket, which he had forgotten about. So Mary is like, let's all have fun together as repayment for all the help that you've given me. And they go on the last ride that they needed for the stamp card, which is the bumper cars. So each car holds 2 people, and the teams are as follows: Eden and Mary, Blade and Yakumo, Olivine and Dante, Quincy and Edmund, and Karu and Kuya. Meanwhile, Ray is standing off to the side watching the chaos with Topper and Father, feeding them both nuts, cuddled up under a blanket because they're cold, which has me dying. I'm dead, actually severely ill. So you can just kind of imagine the chaos there. You can read that chapter if you want, but it's just bumper cars. So next chapter, getting ready. Blade and Eden take a break together, and Blade talks about how he's having fun, but he knows that this is also Mary can depart, and the thought of her and the fair disappearing makes him sad. And Eden says he feels the same, and Blade, feeling validated, gives Eden a hug. And then we cut to Eden at the mansion, finding a flyer for the parade. So it turns out Aster is advertising the last parade at this fairgrounds, hoping to make some money. And then we cut to the day before the parade. Mary thanks everyone for all the help, and says she's hoping that this is the happiest last memory, which is just so fucking sad. I said that Mirage of Scales was the last angsty one, but like it kind of isn't. Next chapter, Grand Occasion at the Fair, Part 1. So we cut to the next day. Blade is making balloon animals for kids. Yakumo and Quincy are working a grill stall that Olivine buys some cheese potato balls from. Eden is feeding Kuya a churro. Ray is working an accessory stand, selling glowing accessories that he made with a special powder he found. And then also Olivine is hosting a story time for the children. So this was kind of one of those random, like, everyone's doing a thing type of chapters. Then next chapter, Grand Occasion at the Fair, Part 2. Edmund and Dante are being the scary security guys. And then we cut to Olivine's, like, children's story time, which I think Edmund and Dante were actually, like, standing near, helping with the security at that specific thing. And there's one of those snowmen dolls or whatever, like, helping with the performance. But it falls off the stage, and we find out that this one is actually just Garu in a costume. But they recover from the blunder, and the play ends, and it's time to start prepping for the parade. And Kuya shows up after the play, and Eden is like, don't tell me he secretly watched the play because he's fascinated by children's activities, which is so cute and so Kuya and hilarious. Kuya, having heard Eden thinking this, sets him on fire. So, and then the fire attracts a couple children that are like, oh my god, do it again, like magic trick, whatever. And Eden is like, actually Kuya's shy, but I can do a couple magic tricks. And he does this like classic sleight of hand, like magic trick with a coin or whatever. And Kuya is like, what the fuck, how did he do that? Which I love. I think it's funny, like the bit back in the main story about Kuya not being able to see the like 3D optical illusion on the back of the cards. A lot of people thought that was like a joke about like, oh, Kuya can't see, like he doesn't have depth perception, like that's the joke. But I always thought the joke was that he can see through any magical illusion, but he actually doesn't understand physical non-magical illusions because they aren't very common in this world, and that was the bit. And I think this confirms that that was the bit. And I love that they do this every once in a while where they're like, someone's gonna do a regular ass magic trick and Kuya's gonna be fucking confused. So, next chapter, parade about to start. Aster and Morvay pull up, and so does the old guy who owns the fair. His name is Mr. Otto, by the way. And Otto tells Eden that he's been looking forward to meeting him since the preparations are looking so good. And Eden figures that this guy has fond memories of the fair as well. So Eden and Olivine then run into Mary, who wants to thank them again for making her wish come true. And she tells Eden that she hopes he's happy in the future too, and then she goes to check in with Blade to see how the prep is going. And Olivine tells Eden that he's concerned Mary is just putting on a brave face knowing that this will be her final memory, and Olivine gives Eden some thoughtful reassurance after noticing that Eden is also feeling sad, and then they get ready to watch the parade. Next chapter, evaluating results. I don't know what the deal is with this game and having fair-themed events about little girls going to heaven, but this is the second time it's happened. The parade consists of 3 holy arcs, a candy-themed one that Blade is on, a stuffed animal-themed one that Olivine is on, and one that looks like a cozy nest in the middle of a forest that's clearly Kuya's arc, but he's not actually on it. However, when the arc goes by, suddenly the flowers on Kuya's arc turn from red to purple, and Eden hears Kuya's voice just in his head say, "Since you've tried so hard to please me for the last few days, I'll give you a little reward." And then, as the parade draws to a close, Mary starts to cry, and we get the next chapter, Final Departure. So everyone has left besides Mary and the 4 guys from the event squad. Mary says the following: "It wasn't until I saw the parade finish that I understood my real wish. Actually, I don't want the happy times to come to an end, but a fun fair will always close at some point, right? I already know these precious times will come to an end, so I have no regrets. Thank you, everyone." And she fills in the last stamp on Eden's stamp card, the one for the parade. And then a jar of candy floats down from the sky that says stamp card prize. Mary says she wishes she could visit again with her little brother, but asking more would just be greedy. And then she floats away into the sky. And as she's floating away, she silently says goodbye to the gang and all the visitors that are still making their way out of the fair. And she sees the familiar yet unfamiliar figure of her little brother in the crowd, who's now old and gray. So this little brother is Mr. Otto, the guy that fucking owns the fair, dude. Bruh. So, final chapter, reopening. They're also kind of like at the fair, like just, oh my god, like, wow, success, you know? And Yakumo and Garu say that they have to share this story with Duke Vlad when they get back to the mansion, which we love a Duke Vlad mention. We love a Duke Vlad mention in this house. And then we skip forward a few days. Aster has talked to Otto and they've decided that Aster will actually reopen the fair. He changed his mind because the fair was actually so profitable. So he's like, actually, we don't have to bulldoze the whole fucking thing. And then Otto tells Eden that he remembered when he was a child going there with his sister who was in poor health, and Eden is like, no fucking way. And then we cut to Eden, Olivine, Blade, and Kuya handing out flyers for the fair, which of course Kuya isn't actually handing out shit, he's just there watching them do it. And they reflect on the fun, and they decide to all visit again someday once it's reopened. And that's the end of the event story. But there's some extra stories because this is of course the triple event. So, extra bullshit. Part 1, Roly Poly Blade. There's 3 for each character. So this one is when Eden was picking out clothes for Blade at the shop. Blade put on literally everything. It was just a ball of clothes, and Eden was like, that is so dangerous. Let me just pick it out for you, please, for the love of God. And then Blade got undressed, and Eden was all ee-hee-hee-hee, but then they leave the horny shenanigans for later. Next one, Unique Practice. This one is Eden watching Blade practice his dance for the parade, and the dance is different every single time, but Eden figures all that matters is that everyone is happy, which they definitely were when the actual parade was going on, so big win. Next one is Holy Ark Construction Team. Eden sees Blade chiseling some stuff out of wood and hanging out with Topper and Father. So Blade is of course carving an Eden doll, but he's also carving Olivine, Kuya, Topper, and Father, which is adorable. And then we move on to the Olivine ones. The first one being Olivine's Worries. So after one of the rides, Olivine is scared that he really gained weight, so he runs to the bathroom, and Eden notices, so he follows him and reassures him that his body is epic, and Olivine is like, okay, and then like it's fine. But I just like, what? Like that was kind of a random body weight mention. I was like, what? But they handled it well. I was kind of worried like when I started reading that and it was Olivine in the bathroom like looking at himself in the mirror and being like, did I gain weight? I was like, oh no. Uh-oh. But then Eden comes in and goes, no, BB girl. And I was like, okay, we're good. It's fine. Next one, the best way to show appreciation. So Olivine gets Eden some snacks and a drink at the fair to show appreciation for all his hard work, and then accidentally spills some of the drink on Eden's like crotch of his pants, and then they freak it, but we don't see it because it's just an extra story, but like implied freakage. And then the next one, Your Toy. So crazy title. Olivine is making dolls of him and Eden, and he's working on the Eden one when actual Eden finds him and decides to help sew the Olivine one. So they make like matching dolls of each other, which is crazy. And then we move on to the Kuya one. So the first one, a way to enhance coolness, ? So this one is Eden telling Kuya what the cloth face mask is for, because he has one of those like black masks on in his SSR. And he's like, it's a way to enhance coolness or whatever the fuck, right? Next one, a battle of salt and sweet popcorn. So Kuya tries the sweet popcorn and says it's too sweet. So Eden is like, I'll make you some salt popcorn someday. And Kuya is like, oh. And Eden is like, this guy is just dying for these snacks, huh? Which is really cute. I don't know. I just love that Kuya is so interested in like things that we think are like random, whatever the fuck, like human children activities and like the fair and like whatever, because he's lived such a strange life in the forest. And then the last one, a realistic illusion. So Kuya asks Eden to do that magic trick from before like a million times, and Eden is like, if you want to learn the trick, I can teach you. And Kuya is like, I figured out the trick a long time ago. I'm just enjoying your self-satisfied expression. So that does mean he did have to ask Eden to do the trick a couple times before he knew how to do it, but maybe not a million. Okay, dude, moving into the cards. Starting with SSR Wintry Road Olivine. Room 1. First fair date. First in quotes, of course. So Olivine and Eden visit the fair after it's back up and running, and Olivine tells Eden that he was at a fair once when he was younger, but he was watching a bunch of orphanage children, so he couldn't actually go on any of the rides. So Eden and Olivine go on a bunch of rides together, and then they get ice cream, and of course, from there, it's horny time. So room 2, Feast of Pleasure. They freak it. And then we get room 3, Waiting in Place. So Olivine wins a carnival game and goes to the ticket stand to get a prize, and he chooses these little dolls that kind of look like him and Eden, and dude, they're so fucking cute. I'm actually gonna throw up. You can see them in the background here. So, okay, above me, you see the little snowmen ones that are literally having gay sex. To the left of that, there's the green one with the eyes closed, and the blue one, that's the dolls. They're so fucking adorable, like, just ill. I'm sickened by how cute the style of these fucking stuffed animals is. Sick to my stomach. Okay, so then they go to a maze, and they find a kid stuck in there that lost his parents. J-Hope moment, J-Hope reference. So they return the kid to his parents, but Olivine realizes that he lost his doll, like, of the two. So he's like, I gotta go back to the maze, which this is the maze that I'm sitting in, by the way. It's like a plushy maze. I don't know. But it's like a magic maze that keeps changing. So it's kind of like, ooh, spooky kooky, whatever. So room 4, Found You. Olivine goes back into the maze to get the doll, but he gets lost, and the fair closes while he's in there, and he gets locked inside the maze. And then Eden, of course, comes to get him, and Olivine confesses that this actually happened once before when he was at the fair as a kid. He had snuck away to go on rides, but when he came back, he couldn't find anyone, and when he did find everyone, he realized nobody had even realized he was gone. So Olivine, of course, thinks that this was a shameful activity, but Eden is like, actually, I love to learn about all the ways that you were just a normal kid like me. And then he's like, you came back in here to get the doll, right? When you lose a treasure, you gotta cherish it. When you find a treasure, you have to cherish it twice as much. So Olivine is like, how are you going to cherish me then? And then they freak it. So room 5, Your Toy, which familiar ass title. Freak City, population these two. And then that's the end of the card. Moving on to SSR Snowy Warmth Kuya. Room 1, Favor for a Favor? Question mark. Speaking of Freak City, it's Kuya time. So Eden finds Kuya sleeping in a pile of pillows by the fireplace again, just like in Festive Glimmer, and of course Kuya wakes up. So Eden is like, let's go to the fair together, and Kuya is like, sounds boring, how about you do me a favor, and I'll do you a favor by coming with. This particular trip to the fair is right before it reopens, and Aster asked Eden to go make sure everything was looking good, so it's just the two of them. Thank God, because Freak City population is now 4. No, Freak City population is now 3. I don't know who the fucking 4th one is. So the favor Kuya asked is that Eden has a plug in his butt the whole time that they're doing this. So they're like walking around the fair, and Eden is like, oh my god, I can't take it anymore. And then they go on the fucking Ferris wheel, and it like mysteriously breaks while they're at the top of the Ferris wheel, and then they freak it. So room 2, Giant Wheel under maintenance. Like I said, Freak City has 1 more resident, so they're, you know, moving on. Room 3, Unpunctured Romance. So everything keeps breaking and going wrong on their fair date, and it's tragic. But of course it's like, oh, I wonder who could have possibly caused this. Yeah, it's Kuya. However, Kuya does feed Eden some fair food, which is cute. And then room 4, Unexpected Pleasure. As they're leaving the fair, Kuya is like, so your mission to make sure I had fun, was it successful? And Eden is like, of course it was. Look how happy you are. And Kuya realizes that he's been smiling the whole time. You're gonna make me throw up. You guys are gonna make me puke. I'm ill. So Eden explains that he knew from the start that Kuya was the one behind all the bullshit, but he went along with it because he knew that Kuya was having fun. And he tells Kuya that he has a surprise lined up, and he takes Kuya to a nearby hotel where Eden has prepared a room with a fire and a pillow nest. So he explains that he looked into it, and he found that foxes don't hibernate, but they do get lazy in the winter, which is extremely relatable. So Eden is like, you know, foxes don't hibernate, but they get lazy and they rest in piles of leaves, sometimes snuggling with their partners. So he prepared this as a surprise for Kuya because he knows that it's lazy, tired, snuggly season. So Eden wraps Kuya in a blanket and piles pillows around him, and then asks what Kuya thinks of the surprise, and Kuya says it does exceed his expectations, and he pulls Eden closer and kisses him, which is bruh. This is like so redemption arc after the last fucking bullshit ass Kuya room. So room 5, nesting warmly. They freak it cute style and then they cuddle, and yes. Bro, moving on to the fucking last card of the year, last card of the video. I'm gonna fucking throw up. SSR, Starlit Snapshot Blade. Room 1, mission to revisit. So Blade and Eden go back to the fair, and Aster has Blade on a mission to draw visitors' smiling faces so that they can put them on like posters and stuff as promotional material. Also in room 1, they go on like the spinning teacup ride, and Blade goes fucking crazy to the point where Eden almost throws up, and so to make him feel better they freak it, I guess, which seems really counterintuitive because I would throw up for sure if I was already gonna throw up and then someone was like, what if we smashed? I'd be like, well, like, just no. But anyways, apparently it works for these two. So room 2, shh, don't be discovered. They freak it. Anyways, room 3, undefeated champion. So Blade and Eden win prizes working together at a game stand, and the game vendor calls Blade Eden's boyfriend, and neither of them even mention it. Like, the guy is like, oh, do you want to play with your boyfriend or whatever? And neither of them even blink. And then Blade is like, yeah, like, it's just so ill, dying, dead, gone, resurrected. I'm back. Okay, after they win the games, Blade draws Eden again, and Eden is like, isn't it a problem if all you draw is me? So they go to a bench to draw all the happy visitors, but the wind ends up scattering Blade's drawings. So this random little boy shows up and helps pick them up, and he asks Blade to draw him too. So Blade gets to work drawing this little boy, and we find out that Blade can draw photorealistic stuff when he has to, but he draws goofy on purpose, like otherwise, which I think is a really important and awesome detail about Blade's character. Like, he has an art style. Like, I think that's really cool that he's a robot guy, but he has an art style. Does anyone else think that's incredibly cool? I think that's incredibly cool. Anyway, so room 4, happy memories, question mark. So Blade draws the boy, and then other people see that drawing and they're like, oh my god, me too. So they end up with a whole line of people wanting drawings. And Blade is of course happy to do it, so he's drawing hella people. And this young couple comes up, and the girl is like, can you draw me and my boyfriend going on this ride? And the boyfriend is clearly scared to go, but Blade is like, yes, I'll draw you. So he draws them as they are, but the boy looks like he's about to cry. So Blade is like, this isn't a happy memory, so he goes to start erasing it, but Eden is like, no. And then the couple see the drawing and they're like, oh my god, that's so funny, I love it, best drawing ever. And Blade turns to Eden and is like, but that didn't look like a happy memory, why would they want that? And Eden is like, you drew me when I was about to throw up, why would you want that? And Blade is like, because you're cute. And Eden is like, see? And then Blade is like, oh, I see the vision. And then as they're cleaning up their art supplies at the end of the day, Blade randomly kisses Eden and is like, let's record one more special memory, and then it's freaky time. So room 5, your private canvas. They freak it in the dressing room mirror, which adds Blade to the list of people that have had mirror sex, I think, unless he was already on that list before. I don't know, but it's kind of a list of everyone. I mean, if you include mirrors and windows as the same thing, it's kind of, which they aren't. Anyway, that's the fucking end of the, whoa, that's the end of the thing. What the fuck, what the hell? So, whoa, did I say that already? Whoa, bruh. Guys, that's it. What the hell? We did it, I'm caught up. Yeah, there's like 2 more events already, but they weren't in 2024, so basically I'm caught up. Get fucked. What the hell? That's so insane to me. And I just want to say thank you again for like watching this and like sharing it and like being so cool and like, just guys, you're awesome. What? My first video, my main story video, is about to hit 30,000 views. Hello. And I'm like 120 subs away from hitting 1,000 subs. What the fuck? What the fuck? Well, those are the numbers as of today recording this. It's January 31st, so I don't know when I'm gonna actually have this video up. Those numbers could be super outdated by now. But yeah, thanks. And holy shit. Yippee! Bye.